had put together, the Office of Legislative Services actually put together followed up on a request to have a special session. And that special session request was for June 23rd today and tomorrow, June 24th, 2022, both days to start the session at 9 a.m. And this was going to be on legislation 0086-22. So let's go ahead and read the proposed agenda that has been posted more than 24 hours in advance. The proposed agenda on the 24th Navajo Nation Council special session is before us. It is going again for 2 days, Thursday and Friday, June 23rd through the 24th, 2022 at 9 a.m. With that, Navajo Nation Council chambers is where we're at currently here in Winter Rock, Arizona on the Great Navajo Nation. For the record, I do have Honorable Paul Begay and Honorable Edison Winika in the chambers here with us too as well. It's also with Office of Legislative Services and staff from the Speaker's Office. We do, as we move on down, just recognizing on the presiding as myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Again, we called the meeting to order at 9:19 this morning. So let's go ahead and get a roll call and then we'll go on from there.
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty did not answer roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good morning, President.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good morning, I'm present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Good morning, Delegate Hall is present.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Jamie Hino did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Yeah, Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Yeah, Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I'm here, thank you. Present.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
I'm present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazi answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair is present. Thank you. Good morning.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay answered roll call via text. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. I'm sorry. Honorable Jamie Hinyo. Honorable Jamie Hinyo. Honorable Jamie Hinyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Speaker, you have 18 members present, including yourself.
Excuse me, Speaker, should say I'm home now. I'm back over here.
All right. Good morning, Honorable Eugene. So that'll make it 19 members present. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Thank you very much. We do have a quorum here this morning. With that, I know we can continue on down on what we need to do today. So let me go ahead and have Honorable Chairman Daniel So. Chairman, you mind doing the invocation for us this morning?
Yeah, Cecilia, appreciate the request, and I'll abide. Anil Toy, in the Holodo, Michaotla, Michael the Holodo, Agi, Besaho, Agi, Koji, didn't stand Igi, Sato, Suzanig, Behasti, Tole, Ado, Asheha. Shanand I, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Ado Shakido, Sudanese, the chairs in Ecuador. I know Sanagi, Fandas, Nishigi, Do, Anil Sokagi, Sato. The baseball unbeknownst, Sato, in Sada, the Senigi, Quagi at Inchidini Doli. Rola. Personally, Sumana Santa Yels, Boya, Ikinada was it, now or Ado Gadeya. That is Ado, not these the whole just ado Yatsui ado Alki ado without a Fanahot Antole without a in Bay Nas Ika Mola Aya ne Kaya that don't get on me in the net and of the Niki. It's not Janet Hotel. So constantly the Benza. It's not the little all in. Aya Kaya Ado the Nigon that Edo and he don't need equal. And the Kodanik no card in the net. Aya and the Niza. The Yada by Yadil Kito Kon Ilato. Here or and the Chademil Kon Aya. Danit Kon Aya. Il trolo Aya. Nille Kon Aya. He thought Edo and she only told the natural story. Also, he should have dated it with a Kon Aya. Nista a Casa da Dilsen, which are the yacht on today case. Nature of the Dash, a by sheet and it's and do Kon Aya. No son. I think so. Do Kon Don't it Egito down the cars. Imana son do Kon also. No son car. Well, on the Iki. Ado Kon A checking and say, to Kon. Especially to Tagada hot Ekon. The cat all no dash yo. Do Kon A. Master and say to this Kon. And she seems to what our area. Ni Tagada hot Eto. Ni cat all dash yo. When not just to Ekon. Not dan niet incident. Not the need zesto lesto kon ja consumer son try de kilkon. Echt is A1 kon. Khalan fashion years of food and Oh kon. Oh not kinigi and the yedo kon so the nigi benat. Sto kwagi. They need to con a eho a Adanik Edo Lekon. On a stop it doesn't eat a hata horsia. It was needy a quaggy under a Adanik. In so a joke, but will you have it to illness? Will you have it to con a nas? You cut with Lekon. Ola Rastwini Ranico under the Lani car, a by heat in Sindoko. What are a nasty car to list or Sahoya? I thought Michel Hoy Zish are the communicated a car giltoko. Just a honor sound or lake at Hoya. In none they laid or lake, in not the Yotan or lake. So, he try me can't me take it. So in a yacht, what an easy or lake yacht who is citizen. They so do like they not yacht who they so do the yacht, or like Nasco. But our in our case, so con a citizen, they have seat or little con a. Ena is Chinigi con a. So in a yacht, it's 80 credit to con. So it is Congo is ultra dan lindo lek. Zono that a trando lekto ya organizing or lekto con a imacha. Ultra gilto nas what eating cato lekto what the whole ultra. So but not a teaching Not so. Not a either has an egg to the spawned or late. Other call a big seek. Eat our area. In none they laid or late. No, area. It's not odd or late. Not Nick Nidget. The quaggy area. And has no car again the Nicket Niddy quagging has. Oh, Nick Nidget. The citizen he gave the lead or little the match area. Quaggy. And she not had eggy. It's the another list. Oh, Nasco. A quaggy. In him had I given that area. Need an air be the car nature of this. In our case, not that in the citizen. Well, yeah, gave without area. Yat eho ebe kat o little yat eho area. So the assigning glow a nasi kat o little. Which make the days in cut his life. So cool stuff as a engine that in a sea. So the honor. The answer that Casey get all young up in the egg. But if you bet that is solo, but the instant. In the case of the seal to so yat eho area. Didn't smell currently totally con. Someone has done try your con. The area. I see. You know area. Nisha in Coney like nature of Dalia. So be in it. So Coney Atlantic, so a con in the case. Not in citizen, so we need that. So she and hit the net, so you how the missing. I think even not only done it. Good out area. Ni lucky. Nature of Dasta. From heat to has your a bay, a down on it, and the Dixon has sound tired. Oh, area. Area. So, didn't know. Nature ho to con even natural to nature to need the be nas they need a story nas the catholic to a head able kid on na other bedingungen so can know it can't nature ho eco but need a dolly con I see con Hassan passing so Kato to ba when it's naked in my hands in a tracking hello a nas at either on that day and the quaggy netra kia and the so a only can do like with young do like a need to hold on do like need in a hold on do like yeah kick saska has on go a b so they need to like I see the matter a without a also need in that without a Boban case. There's no business on the lake. Oh, yeah. But it's the need they have to do this. Man has done try your lake. Oh, it's an asleep and so much. Oh, yeah, he'll aim it. Not for the sister lake and so much. Oh, Lord. I'll be there. Shall I be there? Biyade, no, Kuz Biyade, cool. Kuzana Hustly, Kuzana Hustly, Kuzana Hustly, Kuzana Hustly. Hotel, Sicily, Iskaha.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for that wonderful prayer, blessing of the day, and blessing of giving us that guidance and thoughts, especially on a excellent, beautiful day that we have here on the Great Navajo Nation. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down to item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. I don't have anybody in the queue at this time, colleagues. If you're wanting to recognize anyone, please text in.
Speaker.
Speaker.
Freeland.
Elmo Freeland, good morning.
Good morning, Shanta.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead. You wanting to recognize somebody this morning?
Thank you, Speaker Shanata.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning. I wanted to give a recognition this morning to several individuals. First of all, the Navajo State Task Force members, my colleagues of the Navajo State Task Force, as well as our leadership with Legislative District number 7 in the Arizona Legislature. That's Representative Jasmine Nygren, Blackwater Nygren, Representative Myron Sosi, Senator Teresa Hatati Delmar, and also to Representative or Chairwoman Regina Cobb. Early this morning, the Arizona Legislature passed the state budget, and it's historic for the Navajo Nation as a part of this passing of this budget. The Navajo Nation, with this budget passing, the Navajo Nation will be garnering $60.2 million from the state of Arizona, the first time ever that this has ever happened. And we're very enthused and proud of all the advocacy, the work that has been done on behalf of our people on the side of the state of Arizona. This budget was a compromise. Of course, it was a bipartisan budget, working between both Democrat and Republican. But my colleagues, this is historic for the Navajo Nation from the state of Arizona side. So I wanted to give some recognition to the Arizona Legislature, the leadership, of going up, of course, from Speaker Rusty Bowers to Chairwoman Regina Cobb, and of course our 3 LD7 leadership and the Navajo State Task Force members, Honorable Key Allen Begay, Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Herman Daniels, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Pernell Halona, and of course our advisor, Peggy Nakai as well. So Speaker, I want to give that recognition this morning, say thank you. It is huge. It's we always get money from the state of New Mexico side. Finally, we're getting some funds from the state of Arizona side. And these will encompass veterans, transportation, public safety, housing, education, and infrastructure. So a huge day for the Navajo Nation. Thank you to LD7 leadership, as well as the Arizona State Legislature leadership as well. That's my recognition today, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. That, colleagues, again, and thank you to the leadership from the State Task Force and all our outside entities who helped assist the legislators at L7 and to leadership there in Arizona. That, colleagues, is there any other further recognitions at this time? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Begay, I'll put you in the queue. Honorable Paul Begay, the floor is yours.
Good morning.
Thank you, Speaker, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, Navajo members, my colleagues on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Wanted to wish you good morning and praying for a good session today. But as far as recognition, I didn't get a chance to sit in on a staff meeting this morning, the legislative staff, and I began to think about all the things that they do for us. And we as delegates, our jobs are made easier because of staff members that work in different departments in the legislative branch. We appreciate all the help that we get, Speaker and Chief of Staff, Sharon Yazzie, Mr. Manuel Rico, all your staff members, those working in the office, IT department, maintenance, everybody. They all have a part to play. And as we approach the summer session of 2022, it just made me think more and more all the work that they have to do. And that's just not from 8 to 5 job category. They go beyond the time that they're supposed to work and into the weekend to make sure that our job are made easier. And I really do appreciate that, what they do. All the paperwork that they have to come up with complete, make sure that everything goes smooth. We know that we are still in the midst of the COVID virus, and making sure that everything is checked off so that anybody that asks us questions about our gathering here for the summer session, all those points are addressed, and it just made me wonder today. Made me appreciate that, there are people out there, and this job is not for everybody. You have to really love your job. You have to put your 110% into what you do in preparation to make us look good, to make the 24th Navajo Nation Council look good, and to make the any event, including the summer session, look good and well prepared. And I appreciate it. And I just wanted to tell the legislative staff, everybody in our department, yeah, from the bottom of my heart, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Paul Begay, for that recognition of the staff this morning. That colleagues, moving on down, Honorable Elmer Begay, good morning. Where's yours?
Hello?
Hello?
I'll get the bit.
Yes, Honorable Elmer Begay, the floor is yours.
I'll go. Internet, okay, where the speaker? I don't do that. Members of the Nation Council. You can do it. I don't people that are on the line though. Yeah. So, I don't know. Recognition. I don't know how to say the on top of I did yes last week. Just about we had it all the softest part of the nation because I had it so that I had to answer so I need to start run
Everybody face masks.
Aviagido around the even now.
Oh, thank you.
Even now, today, I do a concomitant class of names to call them. Alcohol, a case is a call. Alcohol, they are the J. Not only I don't the A never eat it. I don't the eight and then it nickel. I don't the equal hold the down to it's our part of our home. Alcohol is the homeland. How does it then how it's cheated is the equal is a 3 solid and low for KGK, exchange in how wedge and how they had the on walk, but they stood their ground. They never did that. Changed their mind. They get confused. They never gave up on their homeland to come back. But the sons and get out the here. No. So has been for the day cotton really has been for the even now is a leader, but car is a leader. So a lot of it I like to recognize people, medicine people that still have that per bundle. This laser the mountain topsoil. It will cut all other I think for the day this laser and it is that. That's what they play with it. They use every day from all life of people. But we saw is educate, change their way and how they DG tell you those stuff they still use it. Still depend on it. Still rely on it. Save a life. That's how the call every day. But we don't recognize them. A few of them in Chicago. You see them, they're frustrated. Disappointed that nobody is to carry on that the belief that they have. How do they get to say that they haven't had that peace of mind? That's the shade of this. I don't know if you're ever gonna understand and people that are able, are capable of doing ceremonies. Nevertheless, we don't pay attention to them. I'm frustrated. However, I'll be here whenever it comes for me. RGP might be there at that ceremony. Have interest in it or pay attention to that. So it is. I recognize all the prayer bundle. She changed the imagine.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brigade. With that, colleagues, thank you very much for recognizing individuals at this time. Just remember, we are in council and you do have 5 minutes. Well, with that, moving on down, I do have Chairman Rick Nez. Chairman, good morning.
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, it's been and then Honorable Speaker Damon. Other space bonds on and Seniki, Sahani, Lido, Chairman, so he had Atsadans and all she could Benachin Corona Hoyt, Ahagebe has on it, on his on 6 days, or she is NATO less or can Hudson, Zeniki, put out a Sahaja. I don't that the Hay the bigger has not a store. I always don't know that over what's the need as RA in such a case. I need an budget job, but oh, you don't need to like Shipbrook Irrigation Department. I would like to recognize them here. I don't Mr. Sagboy, Mr. Tarek, Aroat, and that's Nashigi Ajit, Netsarak, Anjana, but I hold on gate for Bob and the Shaw in the Shohara, so Gizigi, but here the Yego, Shipbrook Irrigation Department. I don't in API, then so Mr. Zeller and Lionel Husky here, what are Sato or Jado technician, what are Beda or Town, should then lie Sarak Angit. Tobachan Honalia Eben Naba Hen Sando a recognition Eshlado Lesto Ajik the neck edit Lehian Yego that Arana Toshin and of Sini at the Hosniado that I can hunt at the Kako Eben in a Hatpatos and Yego that Hasia Kehe once Sagoshin has seat on Lesto digging to the Halon of Kehe.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That colleagues, any other further recognitions at this time?
Mr. Speaker, Delegate Otto.
Yes, good morning, Honorable Otto. So, floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, it's been so I did Speaker on the members of the Navajo Nation Council. Yeah, it's been although been the Daniel So. But Zendo, the native, though David Cashin, this change in it, Edo. Lay, oh, 20 is the idea on a shower. The oneness is partners on Michigan. That in Michigan, I think so. So, over here, though, I think so. The son big castle, what ego, because local governance need local RJ back in it. Along with it, their certified chapter. Because then I think so. I did ego. That initially, yeah, yeah. So that's it, the services that they provided there is according to what the policy says, law. So it should English art. I don't need which one only clean the partners need to the year so. I think I need the so the clinic or other things on not only. That the partner will lead RC or lead RC on the art in the adage. So, in partner, they have a big task and responsibility to get to provide questions and answers and things to that our Navajo constituents ask at the local level. So, it'll obey maybe about hitting this thing. It's a Michigan. I did call this. I will call this last song. Then it's a so and in Kitty in that. So,
Everything's good, my people.
so, although a certain فدي الزنوات أهنا عندي هو باكي نيت هو عشان تسوي هيك خدوية أروني سلام نخين not هيك سدوه in Navajo Nation law enforcement abroad, such as Navajo Nation Rangers, Navajo Nation Park Rangers, livestock rangers, correction facility, juvenile, and patrol. Criminal investigation. Eso tahis algo con but not ego that in so but they no nisho oben hitama hit me so ne we ahite squeeze the de so so ne we no see don't they no nishiki so into here keeping the courts rolling moving and the Josh now didn't end that's into one the nan osado only be here missing so they no finishing up home Washington so namet I don't have ego got they no finish the national week in Washington no so has the speaker so I meet
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So, that colleagues, is there any other comment or any other recognitions at this time?
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
Yes. Good morning, Honorable Brown. The floor is yours.
Oh, yeah. 24th Navajo Nation Council Beshpansan. I am outside the Kayenta Student Activity Center, Mustang building. Our Navajo Nation hardship checks individuals are here, along with Office of the President and Vice President staff. So I just wanted to give recognition to them. We had the good thing is in the auditorium, people are waiting inside and they're in a cool area. So we do have people here. Navajo Kayenta Police is here with the Kayenta Unified School District. So I just wanted to express my appreciation to them, along with Kayenta Township staff, and of course, my LDA, Renee Hoshnik-Shanella, really putting this event together. Speaker, the other part to this is, just really our people continue to bring concerns with hardship, and also our staff. I'm hearing some things, some concerns, but we're dealing with them. And so again, the area would be the appreciation to the people that are working. And but I just wanted to express my appreciation to them, their early morning drive, and they'll be here for the next 3 days, today, Friday, and Saturday here at the Kayenta Student Activity Center Auditorium. So they are here, and come out to Kayenta. They do have the checks for Western Agency, Northern Agency, Central Agency is who they brought checks, but they're also updating people's information. So it's really good that they're here, and our Kayenta chapter officials are here. So I wanted to express my appreciation to them that, it's decent weather, the sun is out, but thank you to Kayenta School Board and the Superintendent Atson, who has been making this a reality for our people. And also what I'm hearing is, the gas prices, we all know the gas prices are high, and our people they can't drive out here. And I think that's also impacting people coming out to these sites. So we're doing our best to try to accommodate everyone. So I just wanted to again recognize controller, acting controller, the staff from there, and they're going to be updating us again soon. So yeah, thank you everyone for helping us. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown, for those recognitions, and thank you very much for putting that event together with Office of the Controller. With that, colleagues, is there any other recognizing guests or visiting officials at this time?
Mr. Speaker, this is Daniels.
Yes. Honorable Daniels, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Kodo, yeah, kodo. Arun da kodo. Che. Yeah, kodo. Todo zona sabi inch ni kodo di beni bigi ho. Arun ana kodo. Tahu di yinze. Arun sin kodo. Tahu di sa kodo. Arun ana kodo. Osada studenta. Arun sin tahu di sa so tahu di yinze. Ipego sin hon san lenigila. Niki jo hoda to wasnish. The car drop back when Sinaho, he has a tree, I see by here in Sinaho, by here than it's Sinaho. I don't know Kodona later. I just want to recognize some people, some throughout the pandemic, before the pandemic. I don't know to this day they're still out there, Kodo. So I see Kodo the net Shnanda or Dida. So every Wednesday, our Navajo people, our Navajo ranchers, they take their livestock to the sale barn, the Cortez auction, and other areas, Prescott, Belen, Peter City, sale barns, so kodo I see that banana station kodo nagay kodo atis nindiki kodo deputy livestock inspectors but nindiki AIC here they were out there nagay that during the pandemic helping our Navajo people, Navajo ranchers, nagay livestock inspectors. I don't know kodo kodo I want to thank inspectors, individuals like Jennifer Ruskin, Adonana, Billy Charlie, Aaron Simonson, Jerry Whiterock, Adonana, Sergeant Randall Jim, Adonana, the Shanto chapter president, so that he's also a livestock inspector, Mr. Roland Small Canyon, Adon Neil John, and others for helping our Navajo ranchers. They're out there even though the cost of fuel is high. But AIC do have it. I just want to recognize them. So I see here I just thought I initial Ecuador. So it is all here Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels, for that recognition of those individuals this morning. With that, colleagues, if you're just joining us, if you're listening in, we are recognizing our guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation at this time. Is there any other further recognitions?
So good, Yellow Hair.
Honorable Yellow Hair, good morning. Floor is yours at this time.
Good morning. Aro sekro to the team regarding the Sati Jimmy here. Aro Lens Clinic Korea talk on it for the was in the that it was national purpose of an one Koro a yat a that sanity such arson deep beneath Aro a 24 level nation count as shenanigans a quaggy. The rate of the team provided Black Mesa out of the force late in the bag about what's on the penny on that was studied talk well and settled stony hard up. Each chapter could all chapter official and lineage year of initiative. I don't see other chapters besides that 110 chapters. Oh yeah, so they are yet 8 or 7 hit edition. Nžinokinan šitą dailę, tai hot aholdis 110 chapter ariyat nakapat tishniki my chapter banashaki to the chamber gade not initiative which our not ilin hinasti had many as come late on hidden and is yet edition yet dailya dokuto yodanes and I be quite in our law avanti creature. Aaron Dan he president Nan Taho, she's not as Eliza vice president, but the division director. A labor hit only could have hold the stone general because of the president Nan could have the cost in Southern and the sea, like other than Southern the sea. Yo in the sea lago it so rehabilitation aro what to the chamber gade what yet it is need of the nothing yet in his now put on it a kidna no the snow could help out this the thought of then he has to on board Daniel South to the notices Halia a cohon so they are able to see on thank you very much for the speaker. At for speaker, delegate yell here.
Thank you very much, Honorable You'll hear. Sorry for the delay there. With that, colleagues, are there any other further recognitions at this time?
Okay.
Honorable Eugene.
Honorable Delegate Beth Damon.
Honorable Eugene So. On recognizing our recognitions at this time.
Oh, yeah. These are the way. Yego, sub spider had us see. That's Tweedle Sani. Alcoholics, though that or recovering. Adults in the Yahada carry in treatment. Adon that it ought in the cardi, the Nasa and Timba when it's him. The Nasa here to kneel and she be not a deal cough. Even now, for all the recovering alcoholics and all they are still experiencing the problem and also the one that's in treatment. They go Shabbat had us because the national aid and the test all when you the national aid on the hard title on the because of what we went through and what they went through and we kind of encouraging one another though. Go Shabbat had us all those people that are out there. I don't the cake on the yeah, need that way. She can the way has the last that the Yanni Jadis Bayer took his oath and left for the Marine Corps boot camp Camp Pendleton. Ada son so the material they not in the Nobel has seen all the another need ill this is another project. And she catch some gadget. I just been it at the hot ASAP. They don't subject are there. They are in boot camp. They are in
advanced infantry training, or at a paratrooping school, and also air assault schools, and all other special operation. And some veterans, they're shipped to places where the United States is not supposed to go. Recognize them as an American. So recognize that some names are not all been all there. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So any other recognitions at this time, colleagues? If there are none,
Speaker.
Vice Chair Walker?
Yes.
Yes, Vice Chair Walker, floor is yours.
Yes. Good morning, Speaker, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and then our staff, and all that are here with us on this call this morning. Although the audience that we have also our Navajo people, Navajo relatives. Good morning to each and everyone. The recent fires over in the Flagstaff area, there were 3 fires, pipeline fire, double fire, and then before that, a tunnel fire. So, so as a result, there was a state of emergency in that area, and it affected the fire, smoke, emergency, affected the nearby communities of Luke, Cameron, the coal mine chapters. So there were more than a dozen groups and departments, other offices and agencies involved in assisting our Navajo people that are living in Flagstaff or close to Flagstaff, as well as over on the Navajo Nation side. And the efforts made were, went into several days. So even after the fire was starting to be contained, people still needed help because of the smoke that was blowing onto the Navajo Nation. Smoke that affected our elders and children, and then those that have health issues. So the response was there. The response was huge and was very much needed. I do have a list of individuals and, like I said, organizations, agencies, offices, and programs, departments that responded. So, I would ask Speaker and Council if we can get a press release from your office. I mean, I could talk about that. I could list all of them right now, but I think our nation and everyone that's reading our press releases that are generated and issued by Speaker's office. We have a lot of readers, we have a wide audience. And so, Speaker, I would ask yourself and your staff to help put that together, and I can provide the names of those that were directly involved. It's a good list, good sized list. The many things that were
provided or contributed, and especially the direct action, people above and beyond their work hours and call of duty, either getting in these hazardous situations. I think that's very, very notable and worth talking about, sharing, letting people know that the nation is grateful. And I am certainly very, very thankful and appreciative. And I know that leadership, that's the way we want to recognize people also publicly. So I want to make that request to yourself, Speaker, and your staff, and on behalf of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. That, colleagues, any other recognitions at this time?
Delegate James, Speaker.
Honorable James, good morning. Floor is yours.
Yeah, they have been out. Speaker, other members of council, colleagues, yeah, they have been those at Kahasi, so it's not a vehicle. Quite a ya, I need the Honorable Mark Freeland. Not your culture host, Dodge Hahot, so Aje, a year Hawando, de Hawan has Anje, Aje a Hashin, so a not all Kahan Linigi, be Hojo Pape Yahaneta or Ade A Nihinan Shedelia Selene Oko Kodo Yegon he cut hit no cha a Jashin Platon hits up because that Nito Platoshin cut a benina hit that ninde. But he hit the Nisi Lako Yego A he cut hit no cha a yen so do you need an it out Alcadon hit the net and long Mr. Carlisle Begay, former senator, he Denisi, Hajo Pat ye, in Sekisto, ye, in Haquinzo, Bezaka, Nakataga, Kushina Hayako, the star and the shin dean that's a Nahayako, what the Nanashit. Oh, I don't know, Nashin Linny, if Enigi, Mike Beleski, do, he had the dish Nilako, had Egida, not Ani. That leto not ani aje he kaho oyon nen that he jaho ban ilta hako akot ao ban na alte lela jo hot ao an lede ao hot ao beta dinilje dinat ani itleni ki ko hashit shin hot an that he jaje hajo ba ko hin zino ni hiten na ba height aho that he helped aho ben han sokes ben lede ni hit the neck that had enigi I say hit aho that kohan shende ado la beta inado lehigi njono ba aho ni chukot ban si case of benya nane dato benya kadita kwanza ten hit hol jishako ako hashin eshin be it's a khale a chin he had the lohido nana John Nance Republican do Democrats he didn't know that what bills and they call what on his the well Gishako. Oko here within Dolesan RJ Stoko Regina Cobb chairwoman what out here na adole what Nahat had the Kahiki was not the Hahot so has Aniki what out sad Liniki here when Ziniki Bahasi Dole Donet Najashi Kodo Ahit Ahoda Ahana de Nielsen what Ayat Jean Paiki a Kato at all Tande. Democrats though Republicans I want to thank the Republicans at the Arizona State Legislators Office, House of Representatives, and then also Arizona State Senators Ajadan Linigi Democrats. Thank you for the votes. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vince James. My colleagues, any other further recognitions at this time? If there are none, colleagues, thank you very much for recognizing everyone this morning. I'd just like to send a round of recognition to as well this morning. I do have our summer youth employment students who just came on listening in this morning there at Sayato chapter. Good morning to all the students there. Thank you for listening into your Navajo Nation Council members here today. We'll be discussing legislation, and good that you're listening in. So again, good morning to all the Sayato community and all to the summer youth employment workers out there, and to all the summer youth employment workers who are working out there this morning across all the Navajo Nation chapters too as well. So again, thank you very much, colleagues. Let's go ahead and continue to move on. Down to item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read the agenda into the record, and then we can go from there.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is a proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. It's a special session Thursday and Friday, June 23rd to 24th, 2022. Navajo Nation Council Chambers, Wonder Rock, Navajo Nation. Presiding Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order. Roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, reports, none. 5, old business. There's 1 old business, legislation 0086-22. 6, new business, none. 7, close of session, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Delegate James.
And second, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you very much. With that, there's a motion by Honorable Vince James, second by Honorable Vice Chair Smith. That, colleagues, is there any comments, questions, additions, deletions?
Delegate James here, Speaker.
The
Speaker, put me in the queue too, please.
that for others. Okay, with that, Honorable Vince James, who put you in the queue, then Honorable Freeland too as well. So I'm going to go to Honorable Vince James. Good morning, Honorable James.
Ik had nana dan Chanel Speaker. Quite dan Shanahuin Igi, Dosha Kahasiko. Kodo be had additional stated na Kiko. Sa better not it Ahigi, Aya AB dotso. What art Aya be additional ADG. Kodo not suspect. Okay, better not it Ahigi legislation as item B under new business 0063-22. Adonana na Kikonaegi. Kodon hinge Kito Lefito. So he Kito as under new business as item C, legislation 0060-22. A what out A na Kiko A Nihe Kito Lefako. What out A Behatas not or Lef. I had Chanel. Reserve my time.
Thank you very much. At 60. Thank you very much, Honorable Vince James. Hold on. Sure we have it. Amendment number 1 on our agenda, colleagues. Adding on legislation 0063-22 and 0060-22. With that, Mr. Rico, could you read those 2 headings into the record before I get a call for a second?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0063-22 is an act relating to the resource and development, health, education, human services, budget and finance, and Navajo committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council approving $1,600,000 out of the Citizen Fund to cover the funding shortfall for the Ganado Chapter Senior and Veteran Center project, reapproving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to Section 2508. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vince James, and this is a two-third legislation, Mr. Speaker. And then you have tracking number 0060-22, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Navajo committees and the Navajo Council approving $4 million from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB for the 110 Navajo Nation Chapter Summer 2022 Youth Employment Programs, waiving 12 NNC, Section 820E, Section 820F, Section 820J, and Section 820L to allow use of the UUFB funds for recurring chapter expenses. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Eugene. So this legislation is also two-thirds vote, Mr. Speaker.
Second the motion, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, legislation will. Thank you very much. I was just clarifying some information, college. With that, colleagues, this is Amendment 1, adding on those two legislations 63 and 60-22. These would be new business A and B. And there is a second by Honorable, I think it was a Eugene, so? Honorable Eugene, so. Thank you very much. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment number 1?
Speaker Freeland.
Daniel here.
I heard Honorable Freeland, and the second person was Honorable Daniels. On the Daniels, was that you?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Honorable Daniels, I'll put you in the queue. Honorable Freeland, at this time, the floor is yours on Amendment number 1.
Thank you, Speaker Adoshana. Thank you for that prayer this morning as well. Speaker Adoshana, Honorable Vince James, Adoshana, Honorable Eugene So, a second Nagia. Wanted to ask if we could make an amendment to this, make modifications as amendment and includes legislation 0016-22 to be included in this amendment. That's my request. Reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. Reserve your time at 4 minutes and 35 seconds. On Amendment 1, and that is to add on, there's a request to modify, to add on legislation 16. Oh, with that, adding on legislation 0016-22. Mr. Rico, could you read that into the record before I get the move on to having a possible modification request?
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the 24 Navajo Council. Tracking number 0016-22 is an action relating to the Resource and Development and Navajo Committees and Navajo Nation Council, extending the time for a limited waiver of sovereign immunity to allow the Navajo Nation to be sued in federal district court regarding compliance with the National Environmental Protection Act in carrying out the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development grants, and authorizing the president of the Navajo Nation to be the certifying tribal official to execute Form 7015.15 through September 30th, 2025. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland, and I believe this also is a 2/3 vote. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, there's a request to modify, Honorable James, to add on to your amendment legislation 0016-22, which would be new item C.
question. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Eugene So, are you good with the modification as a second?
I'm included. Thank you.
Thank you. That, moving on down, Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Daniels,
Mr.
floor is
Yes.
yours on Amendment 1.
Okay, thank you, Kodo, Mr. Speaker, and the Kodo colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Kodo, your staff, so Kodo, other Kodo, the Futsiliya, Delegate James, Kodo, the amendment by name Yaki, Kodo, Arunana Shunala, Kagon Funza, Delegate Eugene So, I called Didi, Kodonago, you Basun, Kodonagata. We are scheduled by the place on Kodona Gate legislation 0060 okay. Summary use no gate $4 million bulk the later art schedule go ibana for the nation so Kodona over squad so called. So the gate no gate spring at that the last seat no I see on that slide on deck about that in nation on deck or I'm just wondering how many chapters out there don't have funding for summer youth employment program. Maybe when we get to that legislation, so moving forward, chapters throughout the Navajo Nation. Out of some chapters are probably waiting for the funds to be approved by council and signed into law by president. So it so additionally a couple months back I did overhaul just one that and a behold. So I also hospital like Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Reserve time.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes, 7 seconds. Honorable Daniels. Moving on down. Chairman Yazzie, what was yours?
Yes. Good morning, Speaker, members of the council, and everyone that's listening online. Just one question on the amendments. Wasn't it in the past that when we're going to do amendments?
So I think, yeah, to get.
Okay. Let me start over again. Was it a practice with council that when there is an amendment that needs to be added on, we do separate amendments at different, not combining like 2 to 1 like this motion. Now it's going to be 3. I thought we do one amendment at a time per legislation. Speaker, sir.
This is
Honorable Chairman Yazzie, there has been precedents before, and the way that we're conducting this process and in the council rules of order does say that there's modifications that can be added on to amendments, and there's nothing that says you cannot do this. The recommendation in the past, though, has been issued out to say that I have requested for separate amendments on if we're doing separate line items of business. And what I mean by that is if there's a report added on, I'd ask that that be done separately, or if there's a consent agenda items, those have to be added on separately, or if there's new business and separated from old business, those will be added on separately too as well. But there has been precedents here before Chairman Yazi, through the way that we're conducting the order of moving this forward and making sure that the flow of the council's work is being done correctly. And I do not believe that we are violating any rules of order or anything in the statute at this time. Honorable Chairman Yazi.
Okay, Speaker, thank you for the response. So with that, I'd like to ask the motioning party if we could also, on the amendment legislation, add 0013-21. Just asking if we could do that, add this on the amendment, sir.
13-21. Not taking it.
0013-21, Speaker, sir.
Okay. You have that?
It's ready for judgment.
Or is 0013-21, is that correct, Chairman Ghazi?
The Speaker, sir, yes, 0013-21.
Okay, well, Mr. Rico is going to read that into the record, and I'll go back to you for clarification if this is the right legislation. Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0013-21 is an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation Council approving a supplemental appropriation from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the total amount of $32,193,514 to the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, Navajo Nation Shopping Center Incorporated, and the Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, 820F, and 820J of the Appropriations Act. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Jamie Henyo. Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Yazi, is that the correct legislation?
No, Speaker, it's the one for Rehoboth High School, sir, Rehoboth School.
22, so 0013-22.
Okay, that could be it, sir. My bad.
All right, because I was going to say we don't have 33 million in the UUFB, do we? So we have 33 million, huh?
Yes, so it'd be 0013-22, sir.
Thank you, Speaker. And members of 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0013-22 is an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, and Nabaquieta Committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council approving $540,528 in supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance to Rehoboth Christian School to fund student transportation costs, a Navajo language teacher position, summer school expenses, and other needs. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona. Mr. Speaker.
So, Chairman Yazi, is that the correct one?
Okay, yes, that goes to Rehoboth, the request, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So that needs to be changed on the, because that's 0021, that needs to change to 0022. And then With that, I'm going back to Honorable Vince James. Honorable James, there's a request to modify the add-on legislation 0013-22.
Speaker Shinale, this is Delegate James. In regards to, can I ask a question regarding the budget forms? If the budget forms are not updated for this legislation, do we still move it forward?
On legislation 0013-22, the budget forms, I do believe, are ready for possible amendment on that legislation. Is that correct, Office of Legislative Counsel?
Mr. Speaker, this is Marlene with OLC. I am right now checking my emails to see if those were prepared. I would need a few minutes to find out. I don't recall seeing the budget forms, but I do need a few minutes to verify.
No. I do believe it's ready. It was sent out. But is this Honorable Holona's legislation?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, remember it was corrected at Nabi? Or
It's supposed to. It wasn't what it's supposed to.
Speaker, this is Delegate James.
Well, James, just trying to get that clarity.
Can I ask respectfully, since we don't have answers at the moment, to do this request to give more time for research to happen?
Okay. Is there? And then it was. Okay. Okay, but nothing happened. So Honorable Vince James, this is what happened. Go back to the date. This legislation was at Navajo Nation Nabkiitik Committee. There on April 14th, there was a motion to amend the budget forms, but that amendment failed. Oh, it passed? It passed. But the legislation itself failed. So because the legislation itself failed, that amendment failed with it. So moving on to council, the amendment was the council resolution was just by itself intact. And that time there was a motion second at the council session. And ultimately that was on April 21st. And that was referred back to Nabkiitik Committee. There was no discussion at Nabkiitik Committee, and it was actually moved forward back here to ready to go back onto Navajo Nation Council at this time. So it is ready for council. There is an amendment that is ready for it to be added on to amend the budget form. So those are ready according to the Nabkiitik Committee report. Honorable Vince James.
Another speaker. Due to questions of the budget form, I would kindly request Honorable Edmund Yazi to do that as a separate request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That modification is not recommended, Honorable Chairman Yazi. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and move back to the floor. Is there any other comments or questions at this time on amendment number 1? Before I go back to reserve time.
That is to the speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is
This
Marilyn.
is Delegate Yellow here.
Yes, Honorable Yellow here. Go
yeah,
ahead. Floor is
yeah,
yours.
no,
On, we're on Amendment 1,
Okay, yeah.
adding
thank you,
on the
Speaker.
legislation. Floor is yours.
Okay, I'd like to request, if I'm in order, I'd like to request just happened yesterday, legislation 0258-21. I'd like to request to be added on to amendment number 1. Habida here, so this shouldn't thingy, Mr. James. Go ahead.
0258-21 is still at Napkiti Committee. It's not ready for Navajo Nation Council. Honorable Yellow here.
Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? On Amendment 1.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
this is Marilyn with OLC.
Miss,
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles.
Mr. Pahi, go ahead. What is your?
This is regarding 0013-22. Can I speak to that briefly?
Ms. Tamahi, the 0013-22 is not part of the discussion no more.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, with that, Madam Chair Charles Newton, I put you in the queue. Floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker Otto Shijado for being this morning. So thank you for that. Speaker, but so the next 2 days we're going to have this special session, and we're adding on legislations right now, and we're saying that they are emergencies at this point. But are we going to hear 0086 first? If not, I would like to ask the amending party that we put that legislation first, since that is the whole reason why this special session was called. I think that, we're going to have a long discussion on that. I really hate to see that put at the end of the agenda or somewhere in the middle, and then we never even get to it. So I like to ask the amending party that we put this legislation under new business as the first item to discuss. Speaker.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, the items that are being added on under Amendment 1 are all under new business. When you're referring to legislation 0086-22, which is sponsored by Honorable Freeland, referring to the expenditure plan of $1 billion, that legislation is actually under old business. So that we are going to old business first before we even go to any of these new items that are being added on. Madam Chair Charles. So old business will happen before any of these. So we will be discussing 0086-22 prior to any of these legislations that are being added on. All right. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? Before I go back to reserve time. On Amendment 1. That, Honorable Freeland, 4 minutes and 35 seconds. On reserve time.
Speaker, I'll waive my time. Thank you.
Okay. That, moving on down, Honorable Daniels, 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Honorable Daniels, 3 minutes and 7 seconds, going twice. Honorable Daniels, 3 minutes and 7 seconds, going 3 times. That, colleagues, any other further comments or questions at this time on Amendment 1? Going twice. Going 3 times. That, let's go to our second reading on Amendment 1.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Nomination Council. Amendment number 1 includes the addition under new business as new item A 0063-22, new item B 0066-22, new item C legislation 0016-22. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer
I'll vote
Begay.
green.
Honorable Elmer
I'll vote
Begay
green.
votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Nina votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green. I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote dot is go share.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote.
Chavez, this is Delegate Crotty, I'll vote green, thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Speaker with 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, you have 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting. Motion carries. And that was, again, colleagues, to add on legislation 63-22, 60-22, and 16-22, all under new business. That, let me go back to the floor. Honorable Freeland, you are in the queue on the main motion. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Speaker, go ahead and withdraw me. Thank you.
Okay, with that, you are withdrawn.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So put me in the queue.
Okay, with that. Chairman Daniel So, go ahead. The floor is yours at this time.
Ahead, Lancetilla, Ardos, and entire colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I'd like to propose amendment number 2 to basically adopt a consent agenda item. I don't recall the exact legislation number. It's referencing the summer student employment program. I think we all know the urgency of that particular appropriation. So I'd like to motion to adopt the consent agenda with that particular legislation. And as you recall from previous council sessions, I had asked the Legislative Council to draft a directive. After that particular vote is taken, I'd like to also motion for that directive. Would be my amendment 2. Thank you.
Delegate Yellowhair, second motion to Honorable Daniel So.
No, Chairman, let me, trying to clarify, you're just wanting to add legislation 0060-22 under a consent agenda item? That's it?
Yes, and then after we vote on that particular item, then I would like to have the council issue a directive all the folks that are in that financial services system to get the distribution to the chapters in a quick and fast manner. We do know that certain chapters, they've expended their summer student employment program because they've used up all their funds, and we still have the balance of the summer as well as Christmas break, where the chapters could use those funds in those time spans. Thank you.
Do you know if the directive is ready, Chairman?
Miss Bob Ralph had texted me the last time I had brought that issue up in a special session. She had texted me that it was ready. I haven't double checked with her on that particular aspect.
Okay, Chairman, this is a recommendation. There's two things we could do. One of the things is to actually move the legislation, because right now currently it is under item number B under new business. We could move that up to item number A under new business, because no matter what once we come out of approving the agenda, if we just have a consent agenda item just for one item, I don't know. I've never had one item. I have to ask legislative council if we can have it on just one item. That's the reason why I'm trying to give you an option here. One option is to move up legislation 0060-22 to new item number A, legislation under new business. The second thing you could do is once the agenda is adopted, you could motion to suspend the floor rules right after we adopt the agenda, and you could suspend the floor rules with 16 votes from your colleagues, 15 plus yourself, to go straight to legislation 0060-22 to handle that immediately and get that out of the way. Those are the two recommendations I would advise as of right now, Chairman Daniel. So.
Okay, so thank you for that guidance. So I will take option number 2 route. Let's adopt the agenda, and then from there I can move for suspension of the floor rules to take on this particular legislation. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So with that, back to there's amendment 2 is withdrawn. That, colleagues, we are back on the main motion of adopting our agenda. Is there any other comments or questions at this time?
Speaker Damon.
Thank
you.
Vice Chair Smith and Honorable Helena. Vice Chair Smith.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and Navigation Council, 24th Navigation, they've been for the prayer this morning. Those that are listening on the special session that we have, I'd like to propose an amendment 2 to add on 0013-22.
Okay.
Reserve my time.
That, colleagues, legislation 0013-22. This was read into the record already. The heading was regarding the purchase of appropriation of funds to Rehoboth. Let's just have it read again.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of 24 Navajo Council, tracking number 0013-22 is an act relating to the Health, Education, Human Services, Budget and Finance, and Navajo Committees and to the Navajo Council approving $540,528 in supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance to Rehoboth Christian School to fund student transportation costs, a Navajo language teacher position, summer school expenses, and other needs. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, there's a motion by Vice Chair Smith adding on legislation 0013-22, and that would be item number D. That'd be item number B under old business.
Second, Delegate Yellowhair.
Second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 2? Twice.
Delegate James.
Delegate James. On amendment number 2.
Yeah, Shanale Speaker. Ado Dan Shanale. Honorable Raymond Smith. Dosha Ash. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Dosha Classito. A quick question in regards to where this legislation would go and fall under. Would it fall under old business or new business? Reserve my time. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James, this would be under, it would be item number B under old business. So once we approve the agenda and we would go to legislate the old business, it would be right after Honorable Freeland's legislation 0086-22. Then we would go to item B, which would be 0013-22. And you did reserve your time, Honorable James, 4 minutes and 39 seconds. That, any other comments, questions on amendment number 2, colleagues?
Speaker, point of privilege.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Good morning. What is your point of privilege?
Good morning, Speaker. Speaker, you were talking, and then on my end it cut out, so I wasn't able to hear what you said. Can you repeat that again? Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Vice Chair Smith is adding on legislation 0013-22 as an amendment. Now, because 0013-22 has been to council before and referred back to NABI, it automatically is recommended to go on to old business. So legislation 0013-22 is going on as item number B under old business at this time. If this amendment passes. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? Going twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Noon. I do have a question.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, the floor is yours on amendment number 2.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. So I just want to point out that, with adding these legislations, we put more work on the Office of Legislative Counsel, because I'll be amending 0013-22, which means that, Dana won't have, well, she will have time, but not very much time to make those amendments. But I just want to let you know, Dana, that I am sending an amendment to add millions of dollars to amendment number 2 for our Navajo Nation Head Start and Preschool. So you'll be receiving that here soon. I believe that you do have a copy, Dana, but I'll go ahead and resend it to you. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Okay, with that, thank you. 4 minutes and 18 seconds, Madam Chair, on reserve time. That, any other comments or questions, colleagues, on amendment number 2? If there's none.
Speaker Zenia.
Chairman Hinyo, good morning. What was yours?
Okay, good morning, Cecilia, Speaker Damon, Chilantacado. Just wanted to hear from Ms. Tapahi. She did have a comment on this legislation, but since it wasn't no longer the subject, which you can explain herself, so maybe give her some time to see what she had to propose for this legislation.
Okay.
Is there my
Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 38 seconds. Ms. Tabani?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was going to say that it took me a couple of minutes to find the most recent email with the corrected budget documents that had been asked for at the last Navajo committee meeting. I did send that to Mr. Rico and Ms. Nakai at it says 10:50 a.m. So they have that amendment back from May 12th. So someone can review those to be sure that those are correct. I'm certain they're correct because they're the most recent amendments on this particular legislation, but just before they're actually added to the legislation, the delegates, sponsoring delegates should read it. But I did provide that to Mr. Rico and Ms. Nakai. Thank you.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tapahi. And colleagues, that was sent out again at what time? 10:50. Point of privilege. Good morning again, Madam Chair Charles Newton. What is your point of privilege?
Thank you, Speaker. Just an FYI, I could barely hear what Ms. Lapai said. I heard what she said, but I could just barely hear it. So perhaps when she speaks again, she could speak a little closer to the telephone mic to make it clear to everyone. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Tapahi, just for your understanding, there's a request. That, colleagues, is there
Mr. Speaker, I think it was my AC running in the background.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Tapahi. You're good right now. Just if there's any further comments or questions regarding the amendment, we'll come back to you at that time. That, colleagues, is there any other further comments or questions on amendment number 2? If there's none, let me go back to Honorable Vince James, 4 minutes and 39 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker. Waive the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vince James. With that, moving on down, Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton. Uh, 4 minutes and 18 seconds, Madam Chair.
Speaker, I'm going to reserve my time because I'm still trying to download the amendments and the exhibits that have been provided. I reserve my time.
4 minutes and 13 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Hinyo. Sorry, my Y looked like my H looked like a Y there. So, Honorable Chairman Hinyo, 4 minutes and 38 seconds.
Speaker Damon, waive my time.
Okay. That, colleagues, any other further comments or questions at this time on amendment number 2? If there are none, Madam Chair Charles Newton, I'll come back to you on reserve time, 4 minutes and 13 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and also colleagues. I would like to ask that we not consider this legislation today. And the reason is I'm trying to send a information to Office of Legislative Counsel. I did send it about maybe a month ago. I didn't get a response back, so I don't know if Dana ever received it, but our Head Start and our preschool do need funding at this time, and I'm hoping that we can amend this legislation to add that funding since the argument has been made that we should be considering our kids' education. It is millions of dollars, but Head Start and preschool are in need of these funds, and Head Start and preschool are on the Navajo Nation. And these would pertain to a lot of what the Rehoboth legislation is trying to do as well. So I'm just going to respectfully ask that we not consider this legislation because it was added on today. I thought we still had time. My thought was that we were going to have this legislation heard at summer session and not at special session today. My concern is that it would fall under old business. Which means that Office of Legislative Counsel would have to hurry up and put together this amendment. Again, I did send it a couple of months ago, but I never got a response back. Like maybe a month ago when I sent that information. So I just respectfully ask that we not consider this because Office of Legislative Counsel still has to draft the amendment language, and I haven't heard from them yet. Thank you, Speaker. I waive the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. And that, colleagues, if there's no other comments or questions, I have nobody with reserved time. We're ready to vote on amendment number 2. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board on amendment number 2.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
I vote green. I'll give a gay.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes in favor. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati votes red via text. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Holona.
Alonzo votes green.
Honorable Pernell Holona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Any votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes red via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, the Cape, Dr. Share.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 17 in favor, 5 opposed, and speaker not voting.
That, colleagues, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, or 5 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries on amendment number 2. With that, colleagues, we are back to the main motion on our agenda. Any other further comments? I do have Honorable Helena actually in the queue. Honorable Helena?
Thank you, Speaker, but Delegate Brandon Smith already got my amendment taken care of. That's what I was going to shoot for. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you then.
I'll wait my time.
All right, thank you, Honorable Helena. With that, colleagues, any further comments, questions on our agenda this morning? Going twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Payton.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'll put you.
Thank you,
The floor is
Speaker.
yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and also colleagues. I would like to ask that legislation 0013-22 be moved to the end of the agenda. And the reason is, again, as I stated earlier, I do have proposed amendments for that legislation. I don't want to have to stall the debate because Office of Legislative Counsel is trying to work on the amendment. Again, I didn't know that this would be added on for today. I thought that we would go back and this would be added to, or I thought that this was going to be part of the summer session. So I do apologize. I feel like I'm making Office of Legislative Counsel scramble right now as I did forward it to them again. And we're trying to figure out, just the logistics of this amendment. So I would like to ask for amendment number 3, motion for amendment number 3 to put legislation 0013-22 at the end of today's agenda to allow Office of Legislative Counsel time to prepare my amendment. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Business. That on the main motion from Chair Charles Newton, serve time of 3 minutes and 54 seconds. Let me go back to amendment number 3. And this is colleagues. Amendment number 3 would be moving legislation 0013-22 out of old business. It would be going on to the end of the agenda. So it would be this is the lineup of the agenda would be, we'd be going to old business legislation 0086-22, and then we would be going to new business. And then under new business, we'd go back up. legislation 0063-22, 0060-22, 0016-22, and then we'd be going to 0013-22 if this amendment passes. So with that, colleagues, there's a motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Is there a second? Going twice.
Second,
Delegate
Delegate.
Yellowhead.
Again, Honorable Otto. So that, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 3?
Speaker, Delegate Rick Nez, request to speak.
Chairman Nez,
Thank you.
floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, Nandana Senegi. So if this legislation is removed from old business, we're going to take care of old business first and then go to new business, and then are we going to have another section as old business on the agenda for 0013-22? That's my question to Legislative Council. Thank you.
Yeah, yes. Rignez, at this time, it's up to the council to decide their agenda. And if the council votes on this, then council is amending the agenda to meet the requirements of what council wants to do. So if there's 13 votes in this to adopt this, or simple majority in this case, to adopt this amendment, then that's what the direction of council. Office Legislative Council, any further comment? Legislative Council?
Sorry about that, Speaker and Council. I was talking to myself. No, Speaker, I think you covered it. And Office of Legislative Council has gotten a number of legislation or amendment requests to the recent legislation that were added to the agenda. But I do think that we will be able to get them out timely. I will keep you appraised if we get behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. With that, moving on down, colleagues. Any other comments, questions on amendment number 3? Going twice. Going 3 times.
Speaker Damon, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith, I called it already. 3 times, let's go. On amendment number 3.
Honorable
Question
Elmer.
privilege.
Question privilege.
Question privilege.
Vice Chair Smith, good morning. Vice Chair Smith, what's your question of privilege?
With doing this, I didn't quite get the question that was posed by Honorable Chairman Nez. He's asked that if we run out of time, what happens to the old business? Is that what goes on with that? Because we have passed the Amendment 2 to put this on the agenda, but now if we run out of time, I know that 0086 is going to take a long time to get the votes on it, and that's why we did 2 days. So it looks like we may lose time on behalf of entertaining some of the legislation. So that's my question privilege. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith, if we lose time, all these legislations that we don't address, they all go on to the next, they all go on to summer session, and they go to the respective locations, whether they be an old business or new business.
Okay, thank you.
That, we're voting on amendment number 3.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, Honorable Amber
Sorry,
Canespa
this is
Crotty,
Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate Jam votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So, Honorable
I
Otto,
vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So,
Oh, that is, yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Speaker, with 21 in favor, 2 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. 21 in favor, 2 oppose, and speaking not voting, motion carries on amendment number 3. Are there any other comments or questions on our agenda, colleagues? As of right now, colleagues, with
Speaker Delegate Daniel, so
Chairman Daniel, so you didn't reserve your time on the main motion.
Okay. After the agenda is adopted, I'll request to speak.
Okay, I will go right to you. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions on the main motion? If they're not,
Who's that? Hinyo?
Chairman Hinio,
Speaker Damon.
floor is yours. Good morning.
Speaker Damon Shinantaka, 24th Nation Council Shinantaka this morning. Good morning, Shindo. I know how to days and I hear Hilido. Ada ye on Hendas Hanito. Atlo Shitunas Khan Junior. I hear Hilinko. The agenda bandit energy. Earlier, AAS Chekodo, Chairman Daniel So, you had Z 0060 summer youth employment legislation. At Skelligo, Belad at it no. So I'd recommend to do suspended floor rule motion, but maybe Speaker, if I may, if I'm in order, what if we I'll make this motion for amendment number 4 is to hear legislation 0060 first as first order of business. And then after that, then we can move to old business as the regular agenda. If I'm in order, I'd like to make that motion to the Speaker Damon to hear
Second.
the legislation first by itself. Add on that from there we can go back in order to old business and then the order in the new business. Motion to reserve my time.
Speaker Delegate Yell here, I'll second motion to Chairman Henio.
All right, thank you. That, colleagues, on legislation 0060-22, the reason why I just recommended that is because to go suspend the 4 rules was a precedence before, but again, as stated, this is the agenda of the council. If this passes, then this would be something moving forward. With that, colleagues, is amendment number 4, moving legislation 0060-22 before old business.
Oh, that's the, is it item? Is it still item 4?
No, it'd be,
Is old business still item 5?
see, we'd had to split that. So it'd be new.
So before old business, I'm trying to make it clear right here. So I'm gonna put parentheses, item 5, current item 5.
Okay. And that will be current under, that would be new item number 5 under our agenda. That, colleagues, is there a second from Chairman Henio?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellow Hair. That, any comments or questions? Not, let's go to board on amendment number 4.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Gail votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati,
Sada, this is Delegate Amber Keeners Bacardi. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., Honorable Mark Freeland,
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio,
Manu votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate
Honorable
James
Vin-
votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So,
Vote is chair.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up,
Delegate
uh,
Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Laura votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Speaker, you have 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
With that, 23 in favor. 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries on amendment number 4. That, colleagues, we are back at the main motion on our agenda. Is there any other further comments or questions at this time? If not, let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Vince James, 4 minutes and 9 seconds.
Now the speaker, waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, moving on down. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 3 minutes and 54 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I waive my time.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Oh, Chairman Henio, sorry. 3 minutes and 36 seconds.
Christian Speaker Damon. Yeah, just once we take that vote on 060, and then you could certify it right away today and then send it across for President's consideration. Hela, waive my time.
Mr. Speaker, Otto So.
Moving on down. Honorable Otto So.
Yeah, I guess looking at the summer session schedule of legislations, what is our projection of legislation on summer session?
Busy day.
Just a thought, and I'm gonna waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So, I will have staff get that information together and have that with you probably within a half hour. Okay, with that, moving on down, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? If there's none, going twice. Going 3 times. With that, Mr. Rico, second reading on for our agenda with 4 amendments.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. You have 4 amendments. Amendment number 1 is to add legislation 0063-22 as new item A, 0060-22 as new item B, 0016-22 as item C. Amendment number 2 is to add legislation 0013-22 as old business B. Amendment number 3 is to move legislation 0013-22 to be heard after new business. That will be new section, new old business 8 at the end after new business. Amendment number 4 is to hear legislation and move legislation up. Legislation 0060-22 before old business. So there will be an old business at item number 5 that will consist of only legislation 0060-22. And then after that, we will move to old business legislation 0086-22, and then back to new business to address legislation 0063-22, legislation 0016-22. And then to 8, old business continued, legislation 0013-22. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, Mr. Rico, is ready to record colleagues with 4 amendments on our agenda. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Cal votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Shadow, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, this vote is so.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yasi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yasi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting, motion carries. We do have an agenda before us, colleagues. Let's go ahead and go on down. Item number 4, reports. There are none. Item number 5, new business legislation 0060-22. Mr. Rico, if you read that into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of 24th Navajo Council, tracking number 0060-22 is an act relating to the Health, Education, Human Services, Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Navajo Committees and Navajo Nation Council approving $4 million from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB for the 110 Navajo Nation chapters summer 2022 youth employment programs, waiving 12 NNC section 820E, 820F, 820J, and 820L to allow the use of the UUFB funds for recurring chapter expenses. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Eugene So, co-sponsored by Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., Honorable Mark A. Freeland, Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Carl R. Slater, Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr., Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So. There are committee reports from the resources, let's see,
the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendments. A committee report from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendments. And also a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. And a committee report from the Navajo Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendments. This legislation is a 2/3 legislation and moves on to the Office of the President and Vice President. Per Nomination Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Delegate
Mr.
James,
Rico.
motion.
It's a motion by Honorable Keon Begay, second by Honorable Vince James. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? Seems like there was no questions all the way.
Speaker.
Speaker.
This is Delegate Slater. I have a proposed amendment.
Honorable Slater, good afternoon. That we go to Honorable Eugene So. You have 20 minutes on the board.
Che Arnold Delegate Seth Damon Sheh on Hahui Sato Nashi Isukad Sat Nachadoba Sheh Disney Auto Council Delegate. So Quina Tana Hagan Hada you got Sheh Kona Town. The Kona the household Sheh Modi Nato Gitas for the on the read for that I Fana had to kill a king, they a call even now great up a hodina. So Kodoshi that this is agent that this is that the yellow man. He does about the ask the senior hand for this sad nice shaggy kidney on the nanny that dog art on the dog holding a cage at Sabinani dog art art of the needle. They don't share it all this. Should say speaker. Dr. Yeoman, is he on the floor on the and the call on the call? Maybe she can share.
Honorable Eugene So.
Yeah, I don't know if Dr. Yeoman's on the floor or on the call, agent.
Yes.
And
Like Yellum.
Yate, good afternoon, honorable members of 24th Navajo Nation Council. And thank you to sponsor Delegate Eugene So and the co-sponsors, Yate, Donana, Hihat. I am joined with Ms. Salasta, Jim Martin, who will be responding to many of the questions. We appreciate the conversation and the directives that were offered earlier this morning. We are preparing to move forward if supported and passed by council today. We look forward to this program every year, and we also appreciate the chapter leadership and chapter staff who have already initiated the summer youth program. We ask for your support, and we also ask for several understandings. One is a lot of the college students are not in their traditional normal school schedule. Some of our students are online, taking classes online. And so we like to have the chapters address some of that flexibility when they're hiring summer students. The other is ensuring that the chapters utilize and implement the personnel policies in fair hiring practices. And then lastly, making sure that the summer youth program is engagement and focused on civic responsibility and civic duties so that our students really get the best from summer employment. And Speaker, at this time, if Ms. Jim Martin could add to that, we do have some information and data available. We could also wait for any questions. I am joined with Ms. Jim Martin, who will serve as an agent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. Anything else to add on?
Thank you, Honorable Seth Damon. This is Samatsa J. Martin. I am the ASC Department Manager and managing the Summer Youth Employment Funds for all 110 chapters with our administrative services centers through our 8 service areas. First, I'd just like to thank all the sponsors for this valuable legislation. Thank you to our sponsor, Honorable Eugene So, Otto Ahiat, to Honorable Kialan Begay, Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Raymond Smith, Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., as well as Honorable Daniel So Ahiat Shananta. We really appreciate your support of our Summer Youth Employment Program. As you know, the Summer Youth Employment is a year-round funding that helps our high school and college students who are registered with their prospective chapters. And when we run out of funds, we do come back to council to replenish funds because we do have a large need for high school and college students who would like to earn extra income to offset their college expenses and their school expenses. As you know, we do provide valuable work experience through job readiness, career exploration, and as well as community engagement through our 110 chapters. We do have our chapter leadership, our chapter managers, and community service coordinators leading these efforts to provide a good work experience for our summer youth, high school, and college students, as well as during their other breaks like winter break and spring break. We do also understand that we have been struggling with COVID over the last 2 years, and so many of our chapters have had to work on alternative options for their summer work experience and have come up with creative and safe approaches to providing good experiences for our high school and college students virtually. Now that the COVID numbers are coming down, we have more opportunity to get our high school and college students engaged. So we do need these funds to help replenish the upcoming youth that are on the waiting list for employment. We do have many high school and college students that do need to earn extra funds for school clothing, academic expenses, internet, cell phone fees that have occurred due to virtual learning, and other expenses that will help them in their education. So with that, Shananta, we do have all the chapters that are drawing down their funds. All the chapters are getting their funds ready for implementation, and many of the chapters are on standby in support of this legislation. Akiha.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So does that conclude your presentation?
Constitutional is Arnold Seth Damon, Speaker, Navajo Nation. Yeah.
That, colleagues, that we do have a motion and a second on legislation 0060-22. We'll go to the floor. I do have Honorable Vice Chair Slater on the in the queue. Honorable Vice Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Delegate Eugene So, for offering this important legislation. I wish we had been able to get to it sooner. That said, in light of the fact that many of our chapters have already begun their summer youth employment programs, I would like to offer an amendment which would provide flexibility for them to be reimbursed for those expenses with this funding. So, Speaker, I'll offer that amendment. I sent it out to my colleagues a few minutes ago. Thank you. I'll reserve my time.
That was every time at 4 minutes and 33 seconds.
Second that amendment, Delegate Daniel So.
That, Mr. Rico, could you read the amendment into the record?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of 24th Nomination Council, Amendment number 1. 1 on page 4 at line 14, after the sentence ending with appropriation, insert the following new sentence. New language underscore the $4 million approved herein may be used to reimburse chapters for their verified expenditures for their chapters summer youth employment, which expenditures have occurred prior to the effective date of this act going back to May 1st, 2022. End of new language. 2, renumber, related succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent in improving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Motion by Honorable Vice Chair Slater on amendment number 1, second by Chairman Daniel. So that, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 1 on legislation 0060-22?
Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, 24th Nomination Council, and also Satsui for sponsoring this amendment. Question is, they'll be up to May, I think it's May 1st. What if they had expended it before then, like say April? Is that disallowable? Obviously it would be. I'm kind of answering my own question here. What I want to ask is, on top of this is, chapters are trying to be very conservative due to the fact that they know that the fundings are hard to come by rapidly. I'm glad we're entertaining this legislation and this amendment. So my question is, if the chapter doesn't use all this funding within this fiscal year, could there be language in there saying it could be carried over to the next FY 2023 so that they will be covered? That's my question, Speaker. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Thank you very much. With that, 340. Vice Chair Smith on amendment number 1, reserve your time with 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Any other comments or questions, colleagues, on amendment number 1? Going twice.
Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellowhair on amendment number 1.
Yeah, so thank you very much. I have a little bit concerns about this reimbursement. It's going to be all based on the employment notice that they're on board. If they were not on board, not with the Navajo Nation chapters, it a cost unlawful cost because they're not employed at the time. And this employment notice is important. That pertains to a coverage liability. They're not on that job, they can't get reimbursed. I think this is a legitimate expenditures that we have to be very careful. And the question should be about the kids on the Honorable Slater and Honorable Daniel So. Arlington, I'd like to reserve my time. usually I'd like to have a go back to Dr. Yeoman and answer just my concerns. Yeah, Speaker, one reserve my time. Yeah.
What's his time? That reserve time at 3 minutes and 58 seconds. That we go back to the sponsor, Honorable Slater, Vice Chair. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for the questions. Shache, Delegate Raymond Smith, I think you answered your question, but you're asking if the funding would carry over into the next year. And I think generally speaking, the vast majority of budget items for chapters do carry over every year. That's why the chapters have those large carryover budgets. So this is one of those items that I believe would carry over and be allowable for expenditure later on. With respect to Delegate Yellowhair, I think you were asking about legitimate expenditures, and this would only be for reimbursement for legitimate expenditures. So if a chapter did not have a summer youth or youth employment program, then they couldn't reimburse themselves for that purpose with this funding. And they couldn't reimburse themselves for any other purpose with this funding under this amendment. I know you asked to go back to Dr. Yellowman. So Dr. Yellowman, if you could respond and then maybe answer the question also for Delegate Raymond Smith regarding the carryover. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman.
Thank you, Speaker. We concur with Delegate Slater. And there is a term that I'm trying to think of, and I'll reach out to our senior accountant. The budget unit and the budget funds have to be transferable into the new fiscal year. So let me just get the proper wording on that, and I'll send that to Dana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we go ahead and back to Vice Chair Slater. Does that conclude your response at this time?
Yes, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, with that, let me go back to the floor then. Any other comments or questions on Amendment 1?
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellowhair, I can come back to you on your reserve time. Oh, is it a question of privilege?
This is a follow-up. Excuse me, sorry. Follow-up. My question
Honorable
was not
Yellowhair,
answered by-
Honorable Yellowhair.
Oh.
I can come back to you on
thank you.
on reserve time.
Yeah. Thank you.
With that, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions at this time? If there's none, let me go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Damon and Satsui, and also Dr. Yellowman. I guess my question is, this is for FY 2022. At the end of FY 2022, what happens to this fund? Should the chapters not use it all? That's my question. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Vice Chair, moving on down, Honorable Yellowhair, 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Floor is yours. Honorable Yellowhair.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, Tila. Yeah, Speaker, my question was not answered. And my question was, when you hire by the Navajo Nation, your employment notices reflect when your date of hire. All the expenses are tied in with your employment notice. That was my concern. That was questions to Dr. Yellowman, the Speaker Damon. Thank you.
With that, I'm going to go to Honorable Vice Chair Slater, and then on to back to your agent, Dr. Yellowman.
Okay, thank you. Chair Delegate Smith, the funding will remain in the chapter's account at the end of FY22, and I'll ask that Dr. Yellowman confirm that. And then second, Shania, Delegate Yellowhair, I believe you're saying there might be some issue if the chapters have already applied a internal funding source for the personnel expenditure for the youth employment, and that this would somehow be some sort of accounting issue. But I think, as you're aware, it'd be a reimbursement for the legitimate personnel expenditure. So maybe I misunderstood the question, but I think Dr. Yellowman's listening and can answer the question. So Dr. Yellowman, could you confirm the answer for Delegate Smith and then help provide an appropriate answer for Delegate Yellowhair?
Good.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Slater. Shanat, as for Delegate Raymond Smith, the chapters, they do submit their RDPs to accept the funds, and then OOC will pay out the funds to the chapters. They will keep the funds and request for a carryover, or that's what we're advocating or requesting for, so that the funds do not revert back to the nation. We do want the chapters to spend these funds on on summer youth and summer employment. So for example, after the end of September, October 1st, there may be students who can work during winter break from December to January. These would be the funds that they could access to do so. And we hope that that's captured in this amendment. As for Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, if I understand, and I would also like to call on Ms. Jim Martin for further clarification, but the youth who were on the job as of May 1st, or the date we're looking back to, if we're going to do reimbursements from May 1st and the chapters verify through ASC that those summer youth have been working, then those would be the youth that would qualify for reimbursements. I think what Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, I'm trying to understand is the liability issues of that. So Speaker Damon, if I can call on Ms. Jim Martin to help clarify that, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Ms. Jim Martin.
Yeah, Nana, Shanant, this is Samlatsa Jim Martin again. I understand the question regarding the carryover funds. Right now, our chapters are being very conservative with their youth employment funds as we are awaiting decisions by leadership on these funds right now. Once we do get the funds and the chapters get the final amounts confirmed, they will start budget planning to utilize the funds as quickly as possible to help as many high school students and college students so that we can expend as much of the funds as possible. What does get left will be carried over, and that can be utilized towards winter break when students get out of school. So that typically is what we do, but I do want to reassure that we do have plans for carryover, and the chapters are going to utilize the current funds that they get approved for as soon as they know that amount. The second to the question from Honorable Yellow Hair Shenandoah, we do have youth employment policies and procedures at each chapter. The youth employment policies and procedures are outlined step by step on the procedures on how the students, the youth are selected, what the employment timeframe is, and also the salary amount for each program, and then also the payroll that is tied to those policies. So as far as ASC's role, we would make sure that the payroll for those youth is authorized and allocated accordingly, whether it's a reimbursement through the reimbursement amendment or whether it's through our youth employment policies and procedures. So we do make sure that we stay in compliance with our policies and procedures for summer youth employment. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That, Vice Chair Slater, does that conclude your response?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, with that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I don't have anybody on the queue right now, but I do have reserved time.
This is still your Charles Newton.
With that, Madam Chair Charles Newton, then Honorable Otto So. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. What I want to know is why isn't this included in the annual budget when we start to review? Why do we always come back to the chapters running out of money or the chapters not having enough funding? What I worry about is that it sounds like children have been working since May 1st and with no budget, with no funding. And so I'm a little bit concerned about that. But to me, it's about preparation. The directors, both of you, Ms. Yellowman and Ms. Sunlatsa Martin, you both should be providing this budgetary information during budget session. I just think it's always funny how we always come back to chapters running out of money or not, having enough money. So why isn't this included in the annual budget? I reserve my time, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles Newton. And with that, reserve your time at 4 minutes and 6 seconds. Okay, with that, moving on down. Honorable Yellow Hair, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Oh, shoot. Sorry. I got confused
you.
there. No. Sorry. Honorable Yellow Hair. Sorry. You're in reserve timeout. I'm sorry. Honorable Otto So was next in the queue and he hasn't spoken yet. I'm sorry, Honorable Jim Yellow Hair. I got you in the queue, or I got you in reserve time. I got you mixed up here. My chicken scratch on my paper messed it up. So sorry. I'll come back to you. Honorable Otto So, floor is yours at this time on Amendment 1.
Thank you very much. the speaker and then members of the council. One area is that with this amendment, providing the reimbursement for the allowed costs or the cost that the chapter has infused into employing our youth. They're out of their line items for reimbursement. And I think that as is, the funding pertaining to the youth should be an additional amount. And I know that there's funding that has been expended, and they have expended some funds at the chapter that was maybe from a different line item. But at the end of the day, through the budget here, when the comprehensive budget is approved, there's usually carryovers for the chapters. A lot of carryover money. Dollars are usually not recouped, just like with the nation. When carryovers are requested, I believe last year carryovers was not allowed. I believe a legislation or in the comprehensive budget, that's the amendment that Honorable Slater made. But getting to that, we know that at the end of the year, there's carryovers that are not expended. And I think that the chapter's finding monies within their budget to try to fund these youth employment is great. The other is that this additional $4 million should be on top of another addition to the youth program, because earlier Dr. Pearl Yellowman alluded to that students' schedules are different, whether they're high school students or college students. A lot of them are working, going to school online, which allows them to be home and within the area, and that way they can adjust their time for employment. With this reimbursement, is it gonna reimburse former or a line item that already had summer youth dollars infused by UUFB, or is it a reimbursement of a different chapter line item that was transferred into the summer youth employment line item? And then the other is that I think as the body of the Navajo Nation, we need to start appropriating summer youth employment with the main comprehensive budget. I think that's the only way that we could try to. We don't have to do this each year. Grazing officials, no chapter officials, but I think we have to change policy and start having this inserted into the comprehensive budget. And this year, I hope that as the comprehensive budget moves forth, Budget Finance Committee makes that recommendation, and that way we're not doing this. The council is not doing this again next year at this time. It's already summer, kids are working. And y'all give to Kodolni. Kododo, and that was so yet in that glad or so yet in that lowly. Even yeah. I also have to think on that. Yeah. I'm going to reserve my time.
What was it? That, thank you, Honorable Otto. So 44 seconds is your reserve time. That, let me go ahead and go back to sponsor. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the questions, colleagues. Let's see here. So Delegate Charles Newton, I think, was asking about why isn't this included in the annual budget, and were students working without a budget? And I know I can only speak for my chapters, but I know that they allocated funding internally for this purpose because the nation had not allocated any supplemental appropriations for summer youth employment. And they had funding to employ a certain number of students, but I know they wanted to employ more at just about every chapter, but were limited with the funding that they had available. So that's why I thought if we could, get this out the door quickly, reimburse them for the allocations they made already, and then they'd be able to stretch their dollars farther and hire more students later on in the summer. They seem to all be doing them in different groupings or tranches, or I don't know exactly how you'd say it, because of the public health guidance. And so speaking from the experiences of my chapters, they're all working with the budget. They're all using current chapter funding, but we know that chapters have limited budgets, and I think that we need to help them out. So this would be a way to reimburse them for those allocations that they've already made. And then the question about why it's not included in the annual budget. There are allocations made to the chapters as a part of the annual budget, and I do not believe that in general they're not restricted to particular purposes. The chapters then take their allocations and pass their budgets and work with the respective administrative service centers to complete that process. In that process, sometimes they'll make allocations for personnel on a temporary basis or for summer youth employment, which is, I think, basically the same thing. And it's the prerogative of the council whether we're going to fund that in concert, I guess, with the executive branch. So this allocation's for $4 million. I think the allocations in prior years have lined up with that figure, and that seems to be the number that the council has had a consensus on. Perhaps that's the way to say it. That consensus for the $4 million goes beyond the annual executive branch allocation and chapter allocations and all of the allocations that are made during the annual budget process. And so it's my understanding that council in years past, and this is the custom that's continued, is if we have the funding in the UFB, then we'll provide it as a supplemental to the chapters instead of making the chapters use their own internal funding that's come down as a part of the annual fiscal year budgeting process to provide for this purpose. So I think, summer youth employment is balanced with all the other needs and concerns and issues and funding resources of the nation. So that's my best to answer that question. It's something that we could consider in the upcoming budget, allocating it at the beginning of the year. And I think we would need to put a lot of thought into that. Is it exclusive for summer youth employment, and is it for employment across the board at the chapters? But this is an amendment to provide some flexibility and hopefully allow our chapters to reimburse themselves for some of these allocations they've already made. I know the legislation was, I think, eligible for action on April 5th. And I'm not the sponsor, I'm only the co-sponsor, but I think the sponsor's done his best to move it through the process. And I know our committee's been supportive. If it had passed back in April or May, we would definitely, I think, be in a better position, but such is life, and that's just where things are right now. So Delegate Otto, I think your question was reimbursing from which line item in the chapter budget. And so, speaking from the experience of my chapters, they're using their annual allocations to cover the summer youth employment, and that's what would be reimbursed back to the chapter if they were going to elect to go through this process. It's not mandating anything at all. It's just providing the flexibility that it may be a possibility. And that means they could liberate those funds to extend more students, or the time period in which they could be employed for summer youth employment, or develop a program later on the year to deliver that purpose. So I appreciate your comments too on balancing all of this in the context of the fact that chapters have, I mean, I haven't looked at a chapter budget that doesn't have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in carryover. I think that's a broader conversation. But if we're going to make this allocation for summer youth employment, I think we should do it in a way that empowers the chapters and provides them, this opportunity for reimbursement. So thank you, Speaker. If I didn't answer the questions adequately, then I would ask the questioning parties to follow up or ask the agent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. I don't have anybody in the queue at this time, but I do have reserve time. So I'm gonna go back to Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes and 17 seconds.
Well, thank you, Speaker, 24th Nomination Council, and Tui for sponsoring this. My question is, and your agents, this question goes out to the Department of Justice. In that ARPA funds, I know we're talking about additional dollars for SYEP, which is good. In that criteria, chapters will be getting funding if and should we do pass the legislation allowing that to happen. Within that, I see PEP, I see various components within that. Would this fit the bill in that criteria? Speaker, on that DOJ? And also my next question is, when this is passed through council and signed by the president, does 110 chapters have to come up with a resolution to accept the funding that's being provided to them, or is it automatically given to them? I reserve my time. Thank you.
2 minutes and 12 seconds. Reserve time. Moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair. Now I can come back to Honorable Yellow Hair. 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Today, I was in the 24th Nomination Council. Yeah, GABSTD. I was just listening right now. It's a time frame when you hire on the employment notice. The day you hire, start from there, you're employed because of due to liability and insurance coverage. That's why they're costing, and very important to take care of our accountability. When the Navajo Nation General Fund, maybe they allow you can't do that under this because we're in right now, June 23rd, and which means they will be higher. And I don't know how far this back the money will be covered, and it's all depend on that one. Slater, I don't talk to the element. So it's a federal employee with the when you hired all that in the time frame, your expenditures or covers travel, meals, expense, etc. I'm just kind of maybe cautious. I'm not against this, but just to make sure that we all understand this legislation and funding for our summer youth students. I'd like to reserve my time. I don't see, but that'll be the last one I'm going to meet. Reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you very much. Yeah. Questions to all party, to Slater and also Dr. Yellowman, and also Dr. Jim. Yes, Ms. Jim. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, 1 minute and 50 seconds. Moving on down, Madam Chair Charles Dugan, 4 minutes and 6 seconds.
Reserve my time.
Four minutes and 4 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So, 44 seconds. Waves his time. That, we go back to Vice Chair Slater. Any response at this time?
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Shacheri, Delegate Smith, for the question. I think you're asking, are these ARPA eligible expenses? I think as we're all aware, there are different eligibility categories for allowable ARPA expenditure. And the general rule of thumb for all of those categories, save for one, is that they have to be related to the pandemic and the recovery from the pandemic. So if we were going to create a provision within the bill to pay for this sort of employment in the ARPA legislation, then it would have all the work that the students would be performing would have to be related to the COVID-19 pandemic and the recovery. And then that work would have to fall within one of the eligibility categories. So I think that is not the purpose of this legislation. It's not something that's been offered for consideration in 8622. That said, there is the one category, which is, I think it's 6.1 government expenses. And we know that that's to the extent that government revenue declined according to a formula, then you can make expenditures for sort of general government expenses. And I think this would definitely fall under that, but it's not something that I'm proposing in 8622 or that anyone, I think, is proposing to amend here, and would get incredibly complicated and messy if that was going to be moved forward. So I think that answers on the ARPA eligibility. And then in terms of the acceptance of the funds, I believe that all chapters will have to issue a resolution accepting the funding, and then they would work on their budgets with their respective ASCs to make that work. And I'll ask for Ms. Jim Martin to confirm that or amend the response and correct me. So, Speaker, if you could recognize Ms. Jim Martin.
Thank you. Ms. Martin, Ms. Jim Martin.
Thank you again for the question. This is Sanlatsa Jim Martin. As far as the resolutions, yes, a chapter supporting resolution is required for all fund accounts. This is not only a requirement for compliance, but also for OOC and OMB purposes, as well as for auditing purposes. Thank you.
Thank you with that. Going on back to, well, actually, Vice Chair Slater, does that conclude your response at this time?
Speaker, I know that Delegate Yellow Hair had some comments, but I didn't hear a question, or I still don't fully understand what he is saying about liability, because this has nothing to do with liability. We're not, I'll just be honest, I don't understand, and I apologize to Delegate Yellow Hair, I don't understand the issue that you're raising. So if you can provide further explanation, or if there's someone else on the line who understands what's going on there, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going back to Honorable Yellow Hair for further clarity, not to take away from your time. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Yeah, Speaker, I'm sorry, Phyllis Slater, you didn't understand. And I said, if you don't understand, forward it to Dr. Yellowman, because I think spoke partial of Navajo. They gave the floor to Dr. Yellowman. Reserve my time. Speaker, yeah.
I guess Dr. Yellowman.
Speaker, Ms. Jim Martin is the agent for this one right now. So can she respond to Delegate
Yes.
Yellow Hair? Thank you.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Yeah. I think I understand Delegate Yellow Hair's question or concern. First, I do want to share that all of our summer youth employment funds are covered by our Navajo Nation insurance services. and all the chapters are required to make sure that they are in line with insurance coverage for our summer youth employees. And then also in terms of any liability that may be caused by the summer youth employment funds or the reimbursement. Again, we do follow the policies and procedures outlined by the law for summer youth employment. And there should not be any liability issues as far as the chapters accepting these funds. So I'm not sure if that helps in addressing Delegate Yellowhair's concern, but I know we have had separate discussions on this and want to reassure our delegates that we are in communication with all the chapters and liability issues regarding summer youth employment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, we go ahead and go back to 4. Any other further comments or questions at this time? I don't have anybody in the queue. I do have people, our colleagues with reserved time, but no one actually in the queue. We'll go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Real quickly, my question was basically asking DOJ if this is allowable. I saw that in the criteria under 008622 regarding employment. Would this also be in that criteria? Should the chapters get the funds? I'm not trying to say we should amend this agenda or this legislation to fit the bill right now. I'm just saying this for the fact that I'm sure the chapters are listening and they're waiting for funding to be funneled down to them from the ARPA funds. And if this one avenue they could do, is that permissible? Because I see PEP workers. And the other question too is, does this cover supervisors of the SYEP and their scope of work, qualifications, etc.? That's my question. Reserve time. Thank you.
1 minute and 13 seconds. On reserve time. Moving on down. Honorable Yellowhair, 1 minute and 50 seconds. On reserve time.
Yes, to the speaker here. I would like to say thanks to Mrs. Martin. Thank you very much. That was very excellent response from you. Yeah, you understand Navajo because I speak Navajo partially, and because about 90% people listening. They understand Navajo. That's very important on this day, on Navajo Nation government. Yeah, Ms. Martin. Other yes to the Honorable Slater too. Thank you very much. I wait my time. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Yellowhair, wait this time. Moving on down. Enter Charles Newton. 4 minutes and 4 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to know, how did you come up with the amounts that each of the chapters are getting? Is it based on the number of applications that have been received by the chapter? Or, is there a formula that was used to determine? And I ask that because right now we have between the agencies, we have Eastern Agency that's getting the most with $1,053,097, and then we have the it looks like Chinle Agency that's getting the least amount of $525,380. So if you could help me with that, I reserve my time.
Mm. 3 minutes and 23 seconds. That, let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the questions, Delegate Smith and Delegate Charles Newton. I'm trying to find, so in in paragraph C of section 3, pardon me, it says pursuant to 12 NNC subsection 820, the $4 million shall be deposited with each of the 110 chapters as follows, quote, 50% of the appropriation shall be divided equally among all chapters, and the remaining 50% shall be divided proportionately among the chapters using a percentage equal to that figure which the number of registered voters in each chapter bears to the whole of registered Navajo Nation votes, as determined by the most current voter registration figures available as of the date of the appropriation. So this legislation is employing the 50-50 formula to make the allocations. And because Eastern Agency, okay, Eastern Agency delegates, please don't get mad at me. Is it 31 chapters that are in Eastern Agency? I think that's right. There's 31 chapters there. They would naturally get the largest amount unless there was a very large imbalance in registered voters in the other agencies. So I think generally speaking, as a whole, the agency will have higher figures, but the allocations per chapter are probably in line with what other chapters are getting elsewhere because of the 50-50 formula. And then Trinley Agency, I believe, only has 16 chapters. So that's one of the reasons that takes the complexion it does and the number of funding per agency. And then for Delegate Smith, I think he was asking a question to DOJ. So Speaker, if you have a member of the Department of Justice on the line, I think that would be the person that would like to, or that Delegate Smith would like to answer for his question. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. Let me go ahead and go on down to anybody from Department of Justice.
Good afternoon, Speaker. This is Kristen Lowell with the Tax and Finance Unit. I can answer Delegate Smith's question.
Go ahead, Ms. Lowell.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. So the Summer Youth Employment Program could be eligible under the government services category. That would require an expenditure plan and a review by the Department of Justice if that was something, Delegate Smith, you were interested in including in, say, 0086. But yes, this could be included under the government services category. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and go back. I don't have anybody in the queue again at this time. Any other further comments, colleagues, before I go back to reserve time?
Speaker.
Hello?
Speaker.
Yes. Who's speaking?
Yes, request to speak.
Is it Vice Chair Walker?
Yes.
Oh, Vice Chair Walker, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues of the council. Although everyone that's on the call here, again, Yat Etan, everyone out there listening to our session here. Although the sponsor of the legislation, for bringing the legislation to the council to consider, although the sponsor of the amendment, amendment before us, Delegate Slater, and then your agents. I have a question on the chapters that are sanctioned for audit related reasons and issues. there's the 10% withholding the funding as a result of being sanctioned. How does this allocation or appropriation, how does that affected by that rule? If chapters are sanctioned and their funding's withheld at 10%, how does that affect what we're looking at here for some of the chapters? That's my question to the agents. To DOJ. Another question where, okay, if what's the hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Vice Chair.
Okay, so question to DOJ on the 10% withholding. Can there be an exception or an exemption on that? So then how to go about that? Those are my questions. I reserve my time.
Okay, with that, 3 minutes and 5 seconds, Vice Chair. Reserve your time. Any other comments or questions, colleagues? We'll go back to reserve time. That, Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 13 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I didn't get my question answered on behalf of the supervisor and the scope of work. I reserve my time. Thank you.
1 minute, 8 seconds. Moving on down, Madam Chair Charles Newton, 3 minutes, 23 seconds. Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair Charles Newton going twice. I'm sure Charles Newton going 3 times. That we go back to Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Response.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I would like to ask both Ms. Jim Martin and DOJ to respond to both those questions. So the first one was from Chache Delegate Walker asking about how sanctioned chapters are impacted or how this protocol and process for allocating the funding for them might be impacted by their sanction status. And then for Chache Delegate Smith, there is the question about the supervisors and whether that's an allowable expense under this allocation. I think those are more about the legislation and not the amendment, but it could impact the amendment if it's going back to reimbursement. So Ms. Jim Barton and DOJ, could you please respond? I think it's Ms. Lowell who's on the line.
This is Kristen Lowell. I can respond to Delegate Walker's question.
Yes, Ms. Lowell, go ahead.
Okay, so the 10% withholding for sanctioned chapters is in the Auditor General Plan of Operation. And the authority, okay, I'm kind of thinking through this out loud a little bit. So that's where the authority comes from for the 10% withholding. And then the actual authority to tell the controller to do the withholding is Budget and Finance Committee legislation. I'm wondering if it would be possible to do something waiving it for this, waiving a 10% withholding for this situation. The language in the Auditor General's plan of operation talks about government fund types. So I don't know if anyone from OOC is on the line that could say what kind of fund this is, but off the top of my head, this seems like it would be a government fund type. So the only way I can think of not implementing the 10% withholding for sanctioned chapters would be if there's a waiver to exclude this particular appropriation from that, Speaker.
That, anybody from Office of the Controller? I think they're all in Kienta with Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Anybody from Office of the Controller on the line? No, we're trying to, we can try to get them on the line. That, Vice Chair, does that conclude your response at this time?
No, Speaker. Delegate Smith had a question about the eligibility for funding the supervisors of the summer youth employment programs. And I think that that's a question for both DCD and DOJ. So, Ms. Jim Martin, would you like to take that, or should Ms. Lowell take it?
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Slater. I can answer the question regarding summer youth employment supervision. Right now, the summer youth employment funds are only allocated to high school and college age youth. There is an age requirement for the funds to be utilized under the youth employment policies and procedures. So it is only funding allocated for the youth. The supervisors that are brought on board are usually funded through the PEP program from the chapters or any additional resources the chapters have to supervise the youth. Thank you.
Speaker, that will conclude the response. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Let me go back to, I don't have anybody else in the queue, but we'll go ahead and go back to reserve time then, since there's no one else in the queue. I have Vice Chair Walker, 3 minutes and 5 seconds.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I have to keep checking here. Again, thank you for the time, though. Council members, Shinanda, the sponsor, then the sponsor of the amendment, the agents. Speaker, if we can get a written response to that question on how a waiver can be made here with this particular appropriation or allocation of funding going to chapters to fund summer youth workers, summer youth employment workers, and then where the sanctioned chapters are affected by a reduction of 10% of funding a waiver, how that can happen, the authorities that we need to consider. Can you do that, Speaker, through your office, get a written response? Thank you.
I have to find that out. Somebody get that written response. With that, thank you, Vice Chair. Vice Chair Walker, we will work on getting that response. Like I just have, or Miss Yazzie, Chief of Staff, is working on to get that, one of the legislative staff assistants, so we'll be working on that. You do have your reserve time at 1 minute and 50.
Speaker, I'll waive that.
1 minute. Okay, thank you. That, moving on down. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute and 8 seconds. On Amendment 1.
Thank you again, Speaker. I appreciate the dialogue and the amendment and also the legislation in itself. I'll go ahead and waive the rest of my time. My questions were answered. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That, moving on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 3 minutes and 23 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I think my questions have been answered. I'm ready to vote on the amendment.
Okay,
I waive the rest of my time.
moving the rest of our time. Ready to vote, colleagues? There's nobody with a reserve time. Nobody on the board, nobody in the queue. Going twice. And this is on Amendment 1. Going 3 times. Go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keith Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Keith Allen Begay Jr.
Point of privilege, Speaker. This is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, your point of privilege.
Yes, can we read the amendment into the record, clerk?
No, we don't need to do a second reading because there's no modification to the amendment.
Thank you.
So with that, continue voting, colleagues.
Honorable Keith Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Keith Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Keith Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
What is that?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
That, colleagues, 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting on amendment number 1. That we are back at the main motion on legislation 0060-22. Any other comments, questions on legislation 0060-22, colleagues? We're ready to vote. One amendment.
Speaker, I do have a question
Yes,
for
Madam
the
Chair, Charles
main
Newton,
legislation.
on the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is in terms, I know that the 50-50 formula was used, and this is a question that we get oftentimes, at least in my community. Can students of non-registered voters be hired for these positions? I reserve my time, Speaker.
Observers time at 4 minutes, 37 seconds. That. Any other comments or questions, colleagues? Not, we'll go back to reserve time before I go back to the sponsor. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, 4 minutes, 33 seconds.
Speaker, I'll waive my time.
Thank you. And then we go back to the sponsor, Honorable Eugene So, is a question.
I seen the more and this because obviously yeah, not all the regards to Eugenia's question. One question I have for Dana would be the Navajo Nation Council compares on it is I don't know where it's on the Hinto, President Bishop Cardi, let up as on in Hadley. As executive to branch division. Ege Danish. Cordy Con, Panetinigi, Nasosnitas, Closigi. There's Annie Ilia, who is on Scandal, Arifate Anish, Enat on Corn, which is on Nenta, Jim Martin, Abe has Annie Ilia, Ege Namish. There's Andy Panis, and what I get is if I'm right, Dana. And then also Jim Martin, D50 Farm Lai, not on his heart also. Thank you.
Ms. Jim Martin. And then I'll go to Ms. Barbara.
Thank you for the question. This is Samatsa Jim Martin. To answer Honorable Delegate Charles Newton's question regarding the non-Navajo youth, the policies and procedures are written for only Navajo youth. Their parents or their guardians must be registered with that particular chapter, if not the youth who is over the age of 18. So a certificate of Indian blood, a CIB, is required for youth employment. Thank you.
Thank you. That is anything else, Ms. Barbara, if you'd like to add on?
Thank you, Speaker. No, I can't add anything on. I'm working on my Navajo, but I did not understand what Delegate Eugene so requested. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, can I put it in English?
So you can put it in English. I'm not taking away from your time.
All right, so Barbara, my question
Oh,
is,
actually, your response.
the question is, when we approve legislation, then forward to the office of the president, and he signs it into law, and then divisions is working with that legislation that we approve and forward to the president to sign, became the law, and then that's how they are. Their plan of operation is within the executive branch. So all these laws that we make goes across, and that's what they're using to work with. And in this case, the summer youth pretty sure came from the council delegates and went forward to the president, signed it, and then now Mrs. Jim Martin is working with that plan of operation that we approved. So is that right or not?
Ms. Barbara, I don't know if you have anything else to add from what Ms. Jim Martin alluded to. Ms. Barbara.
My apologies. Once again, I was on mute, and you did not get to hear my answer in Navajo. But that said, I don't have anything to add. Delegate Stowe's summary of events was correct. that once council approves this, it goes across the street. If the president signs it into law, then it does become the law of the Navajo Nation and becomes the responsibility of the executive branch to implement specifically the Division of Community Development under Ms. Martin. Thank you, Delegate So. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back then to the floor. Any other comments or questions at this time on the main motion of legislation 0060-22? This legislation, colleagues, goes to across the street once it's certified by the Speaker's office, and if this does pass, we try to get it over as soon as possible. So even if we could get it over to today, not guaranteeing that, but for sure we could get over by tomorrow. There's nobody else. I'm gonna go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newman, 4 minutes, 37 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. So just for clarification, a student of a non-registered voter cannot be hired as a worker under the chapter or using any of these funds. I reserve my time.
Base. Okay, thank you very much with that. Honorable Eugene So, back to you.
I don't want to say something, but the great chapter my chapter always only works with the registered voters, yes. And sometimes that is kind of like a question, and also not right. Sometimes you think that way, but I guess in order for them to get more funding, being like 50-50 or et cetera, they or any other formula, they like to encourage people to register to vote. That way, not and they so I think that's a law that was made back past, I don't know when that law the council did. Only my chapter, I don't know other chapters, things like that, but my chapter is with that, abiding by that rules that the Navajo Nation Council, I guess, amended quite a while back when it is. So I think maybe Barbara may can answer that one. Thank you, Ms. Barbara.
Speaker, this is Dana.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara.
I actually would like to refer that question to the Department of Justice. I think that it's a ongoing issue that affects different areas, not just what we're talking about today. So I think it would be helpful if DOJ could speak to that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That Department of Justice.
Speaker, this is Kristen Lowell, and I can tell you that that is not the 50-50 formula. That is not driving this particular practice. So let me see if I can get someone from the Department of Justice that has some familiarity with the employment policies and procedures. I just need a few minutes, please. Speaker, this is Kristen again. I'm trying to get in touch with Assistant Attorney General Roderick Begay to see if we can get him on the line to give a more comprehensive answer. I don't know how much time that's going to take.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lowell. Well, if it's gonna, we're probably gonna have to be looking for maybe getting some kind of Madam Chair Charles Lewin, I think for them to do more research on that question, you're probably gonna have to get maybe a possible request to Department of Justice, research that and put that into a formal memo for response. And I think that's would be something that would be beneficial to the entire nation. With that, let me
Speaker,
go
can
ahead
I
and go.
respond to that
Let
without
me
you
go.
taking time away from me?
Let me go back to the floor. Madam Chair Charles Lewin, 4 minutes, 22 seconds.
Speaker, can I respond to the statement that you just now made without time being taken away?
That's just adding on to the response, Madam Chair Charles Lewin. I mean, I can't speak for Department of Justice, but that's something, I mean, if you want to go down that path, we can help assist in writing that memo to the Department of Justice and having them respond, because there's no other further response that Ms. Lowell is going to give us right now, or Department of Justice, without taking further time. So that's her. That's their. I wouldn't want to say that's their official response, but that's their response at this time.
Okay, so if I speak now, you're going to take time away from what I have to say.
Yes.
Okay. How much time do I have?
4 minutes, 22 seconds.
Okay. Speaker and my colleagues, the reason why I'm asking that question is because, as was stated yesterday and on multiple occasions, we continue to say that we're working for the people. And I've questioned multiple times whether we work for the people, whether we work for registered voters, whether we work for chapter officials. And it seems like we kind of flip-flop back and forth. If there's an amendment that needs to be made to this legislation stating that that employment could be extended to all of our youth, I think that should be done. However, in this case, because we don't know if that's the case, it's really difficult for me to vote on this without being able to provide a clear answer to my constituents who are asking those questions. As many of you know, a lot of our voters were purged off the last election. And as a result of that, their children are now suffering from that purge that was done by the election office with no notice given to a lot of these voters. So when we're talking about working for the people, I think we need to be clear that this legislation is working for the registered voters and their children. That way we make it clear to all of our communities and all of our people out there that if your parents are not registered, that you cannot seek any employment and these funds are not being made available to you. That was the reason why I asked that question, Speaker. But if it's going to take DOJ some time, then I can't vote for this legislation if I know that it's specifically for the children of our registered voters. It's election year. That's just going to look really bad on all of us if we're catering only to the registered voters. I reserve my time, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, reserve your time at 2 minutes, 32 seconds. That, colleagues, is there any other further comments or questions on legislation 0060-22? If not, we'll go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 2 minutes, 32 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I really need that opinion from DOJ because, again, if an amendment is needed, now is the time to make that motion. I reserve my time.
2 minutes and 27 seconds. I can go back to the Department of Justice, but I think they're still going to state they're going to need some time.
Speaker,
Ms.
this is, thank you, Speaker. I have reached out to Rod via text and I have not heard back from him yet. I don't know if you want to call a recess or what to offer at this point, but it's just not, it's not an answer that I can give you. It's, I'm sorry about that.
Okay. That, again, the recommendation that I have, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, is we will get the language that you asked for specifically and ask that into a formal memo and send that over to the Department of Justice. But again, it's not going to be ready before the vote. That, going back to the floor.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Any further comments or questions, colleagues? Point of privilege, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, good afternoon, floor is yours.
Speaker, so I guess I'm a little bit confused. As elected officials, we are required to take vote on legislation that we are aware of, that we've read, that we've, our questions have been answered. That's the purpose of Navajo and Council. However, you're asking me to take a vote without knowing whether these funds would be made available to all of our children or only those who have parents who are registered to vote. Speaker, I think that is asking me as a council delegate to take a vote on a legislation that I don't have full answers to, Speaker. And I think that's really unfair as Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council to ask one of your colleagues and to ask a council delegate to take a blind vote, that way. What I'm asking for and what has happened in the past when we've asked questions of DOJ is we have taken a recess so that we all of us can get the answer that we need, because I think that it is fair that that we make it clear to the Navajo people that this $4 million that council is giving is only going to be for those children of registered voters, or to make it known to the entire Navajo people that this $4 million for youth employment is for the youth, regardless of whether your parents are registered to vote or not. I think that is very important clarification that we need to have, Speaker. And I just want to say that, I resent the fact that you're asking me to take a vote on something and to work with your office to develop a DOJ memo that could take a day, it could take a week, it could take months. Meanwhile, we have already voted on this legislation and no amendments were offered to try to cure the situation, to make these funding available for all of our youth. And that's really what I want to do, Speaker, is make this funding available for all of our youth, not just those who are parents of registered voters. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, Madam Chair, just on your point of privilege there, there's a recommendation that one is if you want a motion to table this legislation until the end of the agenda and come back to it. The thought about going into recess is we have a huge legislation on the table, legislation 0086-22. If we go into recess and the specific petition was for that legislation, that's what I refer to council as, who voted on that and put that in place. If we go into recess, I do believe that this is going to take it's not going to take an hour. It's going to take more than a couple hours. So the recommendation I have, Madam Chair, if you want to, if you and your colleagues agree, the recommendation would be to table legislation until further decisiveness in order for till this would happen. That's the only recommendation. If we go into recess, I do believe we'll be losing more than 2 hours, or maybe even 3 hours on waiting for this legislation response to come back, and we could have been debating legislation 86-22. Madam Chair, Charles Newton. With that, that's my response on
Speaker, point of privilege.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
All right, Speaker, I understand your concern, and I think that as your colleagues, as delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we have brought that concern on several occasions. We have asked the question, you know, when a petition is signed by delegates, especially for a special council, why do we add on legislation? Why not just stick to what the proposed agenda states for the public to read? I think that there's been several delegates that have raised that point of order, and they have asked those questions similar to, you know, to what I'm saying, which is we voted on an agenda today as the 24th Navajo Nation Council, including this legislation. I understand the urgency in getting this legislation out and getting it across the street for the president's signature. However, I think that, you know, Speaker, the fact that we added this legislation and you're making the argument that this special counsel was specifically intended for 86-22, you know, begs the question of then why did we add other legislation? Why were we allowed to do that? And if it's a matter of time and rushing it through, if that's what we're doing as the 24th Navajo Nation Council is rushing a legislation through because of time, then maybe we should consider that when we're adopting the agenda and adding all of these legislations onto the agenda. Yes, Speaker.
Madam Chair, your point of privilege then is you're debating my recommendation, or what is your point of privilege?
Speaker, I raised the point of privilege under Rule 16B, maintaining the dignity and the integrity of the proceeding.
And that's why
you made the.
Sorry, Madam Chair. That's the reason why I gave my recommendation, Madam Chair. I'm going back to go get a response from Ms. Lowell and ask her how long it would take for her and her team to get a response to your question. If it's longer than 2 hours, I'm going to go to the council for a recommendation. I will ask them to vote on going into recess for 2 or 3 hours. And then that will just be decisive on what council's direction is on this. If there's not, again, it goes back to that recommendation of the tabling motion that you have, Madam Chair, as your right as a delegate on the floor. Ms. Lowell, how long do you think it's going to take for Department of Justice to answer the question raised by Madam Chair Charles Newton?
Speaker, I'm still trying to contact the Assistant Attorney Generals, so at least an hour.
Speaker, this is Rod Begay.
Oh, Mr. Begay.
Speaker.
As the chapter attorney for Department of Justice chapter unit, did you understand, Mr. Begay, do you have the question that Madam Chair Charles Newton has asked of Department of Justice?
I believe so. I can respond, and if I don't answer it correctly, I can respond, I guess, to her follow-up question.
Okay. Mr. Begay,
but as I understand,
go ahead, the floor is yours on the response.
yeah, Mr. Speaker, though members of council, though Delegate Charles Newton, as I understand the question was whether non or other youth are eligible for summer youth employment. And for just a little bit of background, in 2001, the Transportation and Community Development Committee created a template summer youth employment policy. Under that policy, it has eligibility criteria for summer youth. Number one is, they have to be a member of the Navajo Nation with a census number. Ages between 14 and 25, enrolled in a high school, college, university, vocational, or technical institution. They have to be unemployed at the time of applying, and they have to have plans to return back to school. Additionally, have a Social Security card, not be expelled from school, and a legal resident of the chapter. That was the template policy. At the beginning of that policy, it allowed chapters to create their own summer youth policy. So many of the chapters have done that. They submit to DOJ changes or how they want to have their summer youth. I'm not aware of any chapter summer youth employment policy that has other non-Navajo youth as eligible participants. I think they pretty much follow the TCDC template. So that's, hopefully that answers Honorable Delegate Charles Newton's question, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Begay. With that, go back to the floor. Have a new colleague in the queue. Vice Chair Nez, or Chairman Nez. Chairman Nez, good afternoon, Chairman.
Oh, yeah, Desmond.
Oh.
Damon. Peshwasa, Anna Seniki. Chinlero Peshwasa, and here Cassis, Kroya, Tehonal, so Sabetan Hadit Ahi. It's Chinia Cities, Kes Gobahatalia Alda. Ako Kroba Hadis, the Hiki Eya, Neve chapters to the Anishiki, 110 chapters. 45 chapters are LGA certified, 65 are non-certified chapters. Under the FMS 5 management system, the fiscal ligi, Student Youth Employment Program. Legal resident of chapter Dabaka Edasa. Parents registered at the chapter Dabaka. A legal resident of the chapter Niniki AD chapter Gipesa Holia the service area Gonashana. The Janshin Bamara Bajeta Bahatet Ed and the Bamara Bajeto Holongo Bota. The Chedo Bamasana Bamayajata Batada Bahalia Ebikides Invocation of a legal guardian. Akosa Sako Bahan Senigibina what Heki Ayaha data student scholarship gay Ayado Hotel Cho Ego Dina. They one chapter based upon Nesado Sachahanat is into such a base of a baby now. I have one chapters, one assistance, 12 months, critical assistance each year. So when they go to another chapter, they get assistance at the other one in order to control and keep track of why these students were bouncing around. Ebony now, they have to have their parents registered at that chapter, and either they're old enough to be registered, or local chapters know what they're doing. Senator Kedahat, Enigi, yes, Kedahat, Enigi, community residents, Yahonson, what Abanacho, Ego Deepes upon not Archana, ik en nada, Nesto, ik at the ebb, de Snekoi, Hayat, Ehokoro, Yabasta Hojon, the Astra. What are Eba Honson did FMSG, or whatever Eba had this, just Odo, night desk, Kita. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Serve your time, Chairman. At 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So, request to speak.
Chairman, good afternoon. Floor is yours, Chairman Daniel So.
Yeah, Lancet Addison and I, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. In addressing this legislation, $4 million will use the 50-50 formula. The first half is equal distribution. The second half is based on number of registered voters. In other words, the registered voters help chapter bring in extra amount of money to the chapter. And in this case, that extra amount of money would be used to employ. So it's quite an easy task for a parent. If they're wishing for their children to be employed within the chapter, then there is the ability to register with that chapter. So that's a task, I think, is a responsibility of a parent. And so that's the part that I think is key to this discussion. And it's a long-standing practice, as verified by what DOJ attorney read into the record. So if Charles Newton really is adamant, then place a motion to table it. Otherwise, let's vote on this particular piece of legislation, because I think the majority of the parents of eligible students have already registered with their respective chapters. Thank you. I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel So. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Let me go back to there was a comment. Let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 2 minutes and 27 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and also thank you to my colleagues for explaining, the way that the 50-50 formula works. I want to remind my colleagues that there was this little thing that happened. It's called COVID, and it made it very difficult for people to register because our offices were closed and they continue to be closed. The reason I'm voicing my concern on this is because we're getting ready to give $4 million to youth. And yes, it's for a great cause. But where I have an issue with this legislation is it's specifically for registered voters. It's like we forgot that for the last 2 years, our offices have been closed. And in fact, yesterday, there were people running around because the election office here in the Northern Agency was shut, where they were shut down. And people couldn't register. And so I know that, parents can register their kids, but for the last 2 years, we've been so focused on COVID that registering has been difficult to do. And as a result of that, our children could, suffer as a result. And so I'm not ready to go back to my community to say that I'm only going to be, focused on those registered voters. I'd love to go back to say that I'm focused on all of the children who want to work, who want to come back to the Navajo Nation, who want to be able to provide their professional, experience, and then also, for them to gain experience and knowledge of the way that the government works and the way that the chapter works. So yes, I can motion to table this legislation, but I don't think it's going to go through because everybody is so, that they're pushing to make it happen. But I'm going to try it. I motion to table this legislation. I reserve my time, Speaker.
Reserve your time, Madam Chair, at 31 seconds. Madam Chair, motion, what's the reason for tabling and the timeline?
The reason for tabling, Speaker, is we need to send it out to the Navajo people that that parents need to get registered in order for their children to, to apply for the summer youth employment. And I want to say 30 days. And since we've already approved the amendment, I guess backtracking or, paying the chapters back, I just don't see why we couldn't do it that way and give parents the opportunity to get out there to register to vote so that their kids can get, so that they can be employed. So I say 30 days, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, so the tabling motion on legislation 0060-22 for no more than 30 days to provide ample time for Navajo Nation citizens time, or Navajo citizens time to register to vote.
Speaker, question of privilege.
Question of privilege, Honorable Eugene So.
My question is, I think it said somewhere the closing date is somewhere June for register to vote. I should not close it yet. Maybe we can see that first.
Tomorrow is actually the last day to register to vote for the primary election, but individuals can continue to register to vote after that. But if you don't register to vote by tomorrow, June 24th, you will not be able to vote in the primary election. But you can still continue to register to vote throughout the entire, every working day of the year, in order for that to be, for you to be a registered member of the chapter. Honorable Eugene So.
Point of privilege, Delegate Daniel So.
Point of privilege, Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you. As a point of information, chapter managers or administrative assistants or CSCs or AMS, if they're qualified to be registrars for the Navajo voter registration process, any one of those registrars could register a voter for any one of the chapters. So, and let's say registrar at Crown Point chapter certified through the Navajo Election Administration could register a voter for Shiprock chapter. That's how this voter registration works, and that's how it's established. So it's not limited. And I guess the other part, there was many chapters that were open during COVID. So I guess that's the part I really want to clarify with this point of
Point
privilege.
of order,
Thank you.
Speaker?
As a point of privilege. Thank you, Chairman, on the clarity. Okay. Let me go to Madam Chair Charles Newton. Did you raise a point of order?
I did, Speaker. I'm looking at Rule 16 point of privilege, and I don't see anything on here about making a clarity. It does say that any council delegate may raise a point of privilege to receive additional comments from the sponsor, raise the safety of the council, to maintain among and between all members of council and the public, and to maintain the dignity and integrity of the proceedings. Point of privilege shall not be used to engage in additional debate. I feel like that was an additional debate that was being provided, especially in terms of this legislation. So, Speaker, if I can get your ruling on this, I just think it was out of order. And I think that delegates need to be reminded what a point of privilege is. And perhaps, again, Speaker, I requested this at one time, perhaps a copy of the book for the rules of order for council and for committees can be provided to the 24th Navajo Nation Council so that we can read the point of privilege on Rule 9 of 14 within the booklet. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, just minding the rules of order and or the procession the proceedings in order for us to conduct this meeting. I understand that there's different clarities of what in English and in Navajo is different. And I understand the understanding of trying to explain the difference on both sides. And in trying to do that, I do understand what you're saying on your point of order, Madam Chair Charles Newton, and I understand what Chairman Daniel So was trying to do, and that's the reason why I think the hope was there, was just trying to clarify what the response was on my part. I do believe so. I hope that was cleared up. Moving forward, again, colleagues, as Madam Chair, you alluded to. 4 times. So there has been sent out documents on an annual basis to colleagues and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and digital copies of the rules of order and Title II have been sent out to at the request of Office of Legislative Services. That, colleagues, we are on the main motion of legislation 0060-22. And there's a motion to table by Madam Chair Charles Newton. There was a question of privilege by Eugene So and Chairman Daniel So. I'm going back to the tabling motion at this time, and I just had to clarify that again, the motion table is on legislation 0060-22 for no longer than 30 days to provide ample time for Navajo citizens to register to vote with their respective chapters. That, colleagues, there is second.
Speaker, I do have a point of privilege.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair Charles Newton, while I'm asking for a second.
Thank you, Speaker. Since that clarification with the chapters having registrars was allowed, how many chapters were open during COVID and how many were registering people to vote? If I can get that clarification, Speaker.
We'll contact the election office and get that information. Okay.
Good afternoon. This is Vera Morgan with Navajo Election Administration. I'm on the call and I'm hoping that my supervisor is coming on also.
Do you have that information, Ms. Morgan?
Yeah, Asian and I just barely got the message.
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege, Vice Chair
Speaker
Smith.
Dan.
Ms.
There was a
Morgan,
motion
hold
to
on,
table.
hold on.
Am I allowed to speak now, Speaker?
Ms. Morgan, hold on real quick. Vice Chair Smith, your point of privilege.
We were in the process of calling for a second, and now we're calling other people in. I think we should continue with the calling of the second. If we don't get a second, or if we get a second, we move forward. That should be the order. That's my point of privilege.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, and I recognize that, but every delegate has the right to raise a point of privilege. And by that, there's been precedents by the speaker recognizing that point of privilege and making sure that those questions are answered prior to moving on. That's been done on a motion to adjourn. It's been done while we were voting, and now it's being done on asking for a second. I'm not doing anything new this time. This is something we have done prior. With that, Ms. Morgan, do you have that question? Do you have the answer? If not, then I probably have to get it in writing. Ms. Morgan?
I'm here. Sorry. I'm here.
Do you have the answer?
May I get that question again, please? Hello?
Madam Chair Charleston, can you read your point of privilege again?
Yes, there was a comment made about parents being able to register and that chapters have registrars. So my question is, how many chapters were open during COVID and how many chapters were registering people during COVID? Thank you.
Ms. Morgan?
Yes, I can respond to that.
Yes, go ahead.
We cannot. May I?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. There are 110 chapters, as we all know, and depending on which chapters were open during the pandemic, and not all 110 chapters do have certified registrars. However, there are other registrars within the Navajo Nation that are not affiliated closely with the chapters. Like, for example, if they were former employees of CSC or AMS, then they're still certified if they go through training. There's also CUPSI members that are certified, and then there are also other programs or groups. For example, the campaign candidate members, followers, they're also registrars also. So depending on who is all registered with the chapters and certified, they do register, and most of the chapters do register our people, and they send in their registration cards by mail or either bringing them into the nearest by election sub-offices in the 5 agencies. They also get the supplies from the local agencies to replenish their cards. So I can't really specify the percentage-wise of how many people were registered, but they were implemented. And then we also do it at the central office also. And I hope this answers your question.
Thank you very much, Ms. Morgan. With that, colleagues, I'm asking for a second on a tabling motion of legislation 0060-22. Is there a second? Going twice. Going three times. That, back to the main motion. Colleagues, let me go back to reserve time. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Chairman Nez, 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Chairman, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Damon. Arosnan Anafenigi Koro Dishin Hashine Badate Student Youth Employment Program Adeshin Bait Edo Idabe Hatat FMS Begikone and Nishigi chapters. So I trust that the chapters know what they're doing. They've been doing this for years, and I just believe that we just need to go ahead and put it to a vote. Oh, talk about this. Just I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Nez. Moving on down. I'll put you in the queue, Chairman. Honorable Chairman, I am going back on reserve time at this time. Chairman Daniel So, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. 22 seconds. 222.
Thank you, Satsila, other colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. The registration process doesn't stop. So if a parent wishes to have their child to work at under this particular appropriation, between now when we vote to adopt the legislation to the time that the chapters get their allocation, there's time for parents to get registered in the chapter of their choice or where their children, students will be able to work within the chapter programs. That would be my thoughts as we go forward. And I relinquish the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel So. That colleagues, I'm gonna go on down on reserve time. And then I'll go, I'm still on the reserve time. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 31 seconds, and I'll go on to Chairman Henio after that. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 31 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just going to ask that we need to make it clear that only children or a child of a registered voter can be employed. Proper education and sharing of information needs to be done, Speaker. We put faith in our chapters, but we also always say as delegates that every chapter is different. Let's be honest, not all 110 chapters have shared this information with our people, and I think that our children are the ones who are going to be left out in the cold as a result of this. Thank you, Speaker. I waive the rest of my time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That, moving on down. Chairman Henio, good afternoon. On the main motion, legislation 0060-22, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, Cecilia. Speaker Davis in the Arcado. Shan't 24th Navajo Nation Council could the huge chamber. The issue that's being raised right now, Madam Chair Charles Newton, I started thinking about Title 26. And if Roderick Begay still listening on the air, maybe he can explain under the definition part of Title 26, where it talks about chapter membership. There's two areas, an A and a B. And maybe hopefully that B under the definition of chapter membership can clarify the issue that's at hand regarding the registered voters and so forth. And maybe this will help answer some of that question. So so if Mr. Begay, Roger Begay can interpret the Local Governance Act definition under chapter membership Wakagi B to see if this will help clarify what we've been talking about here so thus far. I reserve my time.
Every time at 3 minutes, 46 seconds. We'll go to Mr. Begay. If you're still on the line.
Nana, Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Regards to Honorable Pena's question, I'm assuming he's alluding to the definition section of Title 26, which is Section 2, Subpart 10. It defines chapter membership in two ways. One, for voting purposes and participation in the government, chapter membership is all registered voters of the chapter. And then B says, for purposes of services and benefits, all tribal members, young and old, either reside within or are registered in the chapter. An individual may not be a member of more than one chapter. Now, that has been interpreted in different ways, but, you know, since we're on topic of student youth employment, you know, this would be those residents who are not registered with the chapter. You know, so saying that registering to vote is a requirement would, you know, not necessarily, yes, it'd be contrary to the definition, basically. However, you know, having said that, I'm also aware that many chapters still require at least the parents to be registered to vote with the chapter. And again, I need to stress what I said earlier. The TCDC policy is over 20 years old, hasn't been amended. It was a template policy. And then it does give options to chapters to create their own policy. And again, many chapters have created their own policy. So, you know, just be mindful of that. You know, the definition itself also, it is a definition. You know, I don't know if a definition can mandate you know, certain policies to comply in a way that would say, well, you know, the definition is here, and therefore you have to allow. So it doesn't say that either, but I think the definition is enough to say that, you know, voter registration is not required for benefits. So if you're young or you're old and you're a resident, you're a tribal member, then the definition opens the door to say that you are a chapter member for those purposes. So hopefully that provides some clarification, Delegate Hino, and also Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the council. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yay. That, colleagues, is there any other further comments or questions at this time as we are on the main motion of 0060-22?
Speaker, Delegate Paul Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker
Somebody muted
and
me.
colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Just real quick, I don't want to spend too much time. There's a big discussion, wide discussion on this subject. I know that within my chapters, I believe the chapter officials know just about every individual. I don't know if the size of the chapter matters at all as far as identification of students and family members, but my chapters, all 5 of them, know who's members of their chapters. And I think it's already in place that they go by. Everybody knows that in order for any help to come from the chapter, they need to be registered voters. And we tell them that, and they know that. And we also stress the importance of registering. All parts, all comes with the conversation. At the chapter level. I don't have a problem with people coming from another chapter. I've never heard it in my chapter from the chapter official saying that some so and so came from another chapter. So we need to take the money out there. Halfway through the summer, and they need to be. We need to take the money out there and help our young people. And I think we had enough discussion. I'd like a motion for cease debate. I'm in line. Thank you.
Second, Daniel.
Before I recognize the cease debate, as just give opportunity, there's no one else in the queue. I just have Chairman Hino with reserve time. Chairman Hino, are you willing to waive your time?
Yes, so we can go vote.
Okay, with that, waiving his time. Any other comments, questions? We're voting on the main motion. There's one amendment. Only twice. Only 3 times. With that, Ms. Nakai, second reading.
Speaker, point of order.
Point of order. Honorable Eugene So, point of order. Eugene So, your point of order. Well, we're getting the second reading and then going to a vote.
Speaker, did you say we're going to vote on the main motion, or we voting for the cease debate? My question, that's it. Thank you.
Honorable Paul Begay asked for a motion to cease debate, but as always, before I recognize that, I give some time over to the individuals who might have reserved time. And because only Chairman Hino had reserved time and there was nobody else in the queue, I asked Chairman Hino, are you willing to waive your time so we don't have to go through a cease debate motion? Chairman Hino said, yes, I'm going to waive my time. So then that means I didn't have to recognize Honorable Paul Begay's cease debate. So that's the reason why I moved forward to ask if there was any further questions or comments. I asked for a second and a third, and no one had any more discussion. So that took us to the main motion to vote on the, that took us to vote on the main motion. So that's why Ms. Nakai's reading the second reading with one amendment. That's where we're at, Honorable Eugene. So
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Nakai.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Gee, what is it? I'm turning down my, I am muted. I don't know why it's echoing. Anyway, this is amendment to legislation number 0060-22. One on page 4 at line 14, after the sentence ending with appropriation, insert the following new sentence: appropriation, new language. The $4 million approved herein may be used to reimburse chapters for their verified expenditures for their chapter's summer youth employment, which expenditures have occurred prior to the effective date of this act going back to May 1, 2022. To renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Speaker, that's the second reading of legislation number 0060-22.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nakai. With that, colleagues, let's go to the board. The main motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green via text. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, that is Dr.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Those at yellow hair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable
Delegate Brown
Amber,
votes green.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 1 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
That, colleagues, with a vote of 20 in favor, 1 opposed, and chair not voting, motion, or speaker not voting in this case, motion carries. Legislation 0060-22 has passed, and again, colleagues, that legislation is destined for council.
Speaker,
Speaker, request to speak, Delegate Daniel So.
Yes, Chairman Daniel So, and Honorable Otto So after.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Speaker, we are at council. But I'd like to motion to issue a directive. Ms. Chief Legislative Counsel prepared the directive, and it has been shared with the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So I'd like to motion to issue this directive from the council. And Mr. Rico, if you could read that directive into the record. Thank you, Speaker.
Do you have the directive? What time was it sent out?
Speaker, it was sent out at 11:41 by Ms. Barbara.
Sent out 11:41 this morning. It's a directive by Chairman Daniel So. That, Ms. Naka, if you could read into the record.
Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council, this is a directive associated with legislative number 0060-22, the Division of Community Development, Office of the Controller, Office of Management and Budget, and all other Navajo Nation programs and offices shall take all steps necessary to expedite and prioritize the processing and implementation of the summer youth employment funding. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, motion by Chairman Del Yoso. Is there a second? Second, by Honorable Edison Winika. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on the directive motion? Going twice. Going three times. That, let's go to the board on the directive motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Green, thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Helena votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Hena votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate Jane votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable
I
Charlene
vote
So,
green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green.
Vote in there.
Honorable
I'm not doing the road.
Eugene So,
So if you put it in there, but I just, it's
I'll
all.
go share it.
Honorable Eugene So votes green.
When was that quote?
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
Because he did it from a request. That's what
Thomas Walker votes green.
this is the second one.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Speaker, with the vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. That. Twenty-one in favor. 0 opposed and chair not, or speaker not voting, motion carries. On the director motion, colleagues. With that, Honorable Otto.
So I was gonna say is that we are at council. Mr. So beat me to the punch there. Daniel So I'm not too sure if this on main motion. I'll reserve my time. Or is this on the no, it's on the directive, correct?
Yeah, no, we're done with that.
Okay, all right then. As long as my main time's not touched. So thank you. Thank you.
That, colleagues, will continue on down. Then item number 6 on our agenda is old business. A, legislation 0086-22.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's not that legislation. You do have a motion second. This is honorable freelance legislation. Sponsor, co-sponsor Honorable co-sponsor Honorable Stewart, co-sponsor Honorable Ms. Naka.
Okay, this legislation has a main motion. Jalissa, did this get heard May 13th and then June 13th?
May 12th.
What? This is May 13, you put May 13 down.
Speaker, I think someone's on mute.
Colleagues, hold on, please. Bear with us. I'm having staff who's trying to clarify the doing a recap on legislation 0086-22. So just to let you know where we're at on the legislation. Are you ready now? All right, colleagues are ready.
Speaker and members of the council, legislation number 0086-22 was first introduced to the council on May 13th, and it was read into the record. The Navajo Nation Council adjourned without acting on the legislation, and so the legislation stayed with council. Then it went before the council again on June 13th. And there was one amendment that was made. The sponsor of the amendment or the motion was made by Carl Slater, Delegate Carl Slater, and Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. seconded the motion. At that time, there was a modification that was requested, and it was accepted by the motioning and seconding party. The modification was made by Vice Chair Smith. However, there was no action taken by the council. The council adjourned at that point. And so that is the recap on the status of legislation number 0086-22.
No.
Mr. Speaker.
See these claims, I see what they still need that. And that's the main thing. Okay. Colleagues, thank you very much. Sorry for the delay here. We're multiple things at once here. Time now is 2:47 p.m. Colleagues, we are on legislation 0086-22, sponsored by Honorable Freeland. This legislation was brought back as a special request for a special session for today and tomorrow. We did get 14 signatures on that petition, as you just heard from Ms. Nakai. The recap of this. We are on amendment number 1. I do have on the main motion, though, Honorable Chairman Edmund Yazzie, second by Honorable Wilson Stewart. On amendment 1, colleagues, we have Honorable Carl Slater, second by Honorable Wilson Stewart. And we're going back to that, colleagues, to the lineup there. That's where we adjourned again on June 13th. Colleagues, I'm going to go ahead and read off individuals who have time and who do not have time on Amendment 1. Honorable Keelan Begay, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Chairman Jamie Hino, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Wilson Stewart, Honorable Chairman Edwin Yazzie. You have no time. Madam Chair Charles Noon, you have 3 minutes and 53 seconds. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, you have 1 minute and 52 seconds. Honorable Elmer Begay, you have 22 seconds. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, you have 14 seconds. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have 14 seconds. Honorable Herman Daniels, you have 28 seconds. Honorable Rick Nez, you have 3 minutes and 3 seconds. That, colleagues, we again, so with that, we are in Amendment 1, colleagues. Is there anybody? I don't have anybody in the queue right now. I'm going to the floor before I go back to reserve time. Chairman Henio, you have no more time on Amendment 1.
Well, point of privilege.
Yes, point of privilege, Chairman. Good afternoon. Floor is yours.
On the amendment, I have no more time, but on the main motion, I'm still in the key, right?
Oh, you're next in the queue.
Okay,
Let me go
thank
back. Let me go back to that too. Announce that on the main motion on legislation 0086-22. I do have next in the queue Chairman Henio, Vice Chair Walker, Honorable Keon Begay, and then Chairman Edwin Yazzie. On reserve time on the main motion, I have Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 4 minutes, 29 seconds. Honorable Otto So, 4 minutes, 33 seconds. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 25 seconds, and the Honorable Slater, 4 minutes and 56 seconds. With that, back to amendment number 1. Any comments, questions, colleagues, on amendment number 1? At this time, I don't have anybody in the queue before I go back to reserve time again. On amendment 1, there's no,
Point of privilege, Speaker.
if there's point of privilege, Madam Chair Charles Newton, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Good morning. I'm sorry, good afternoon, Speaker. Just that my point of privilege is, we all know what Amendment 1 is, the delegates who are listening in, but for those on the World Wide Web, can you just do a summary of what Amendment number 1 is? Thank you.
Yes, let me go then. Let's go to sponsor. Sponsor, you have 3 minutes. You want to recap?
Speaker, would that be Honorable Slater?
Yes, Honorable Slater.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Charles Newton, for the opportunity to recap. Colleagues, as you recall, there is $1.07 billion approximately left to allocate. The president had proposed in 8622 with Delegate Freeland to forfeit $42 million from the executive branch's administrative cost allocation, and that the legislative branch would forfeit $5 million from the administrative cost allocation. So altogether, it'd be $1.17 billion approximately. And the amendment that I was proposing was in response to what I've heard from my colleagues, that is having an opportunity to have an allocation for regional or local projects that are more community-based, and keeping some of the other items that are presently within 8622. So the items that would be kept are the E911 rural addressing at $35 million, the cyber at $5 million, the detox treatment facility program at $15 million, the transitional housing for mental health treatment at $4 million, the water projects at $215 million, power at 96.4, broadband at $120 million, hardship at $120 million, non-veterans housing at $50 million, veterans housing at $50 million, former Bennett Freeze housing at $15.55 million, the regional housing manufacturing sites at $30 million, the bathroom additions program at $150 million, but doing it via equal distribution, and then maintaining that contingency where funds can be reallocated when there are savings or cost overages. That would leave us with $211 million approximately that could be distributed equally among the 24 delegate regions. And that averages out to about $8.8 million per delegate region. Then we would use the mechanism that was in 8722 to pass individual legislations that would allocate funding for our chapter or regional or community projects. However, the delegates will program that funding. And that funding would qualify under the 6.1, the government services provision. So that's a brief recap. And thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll go back to the floor. I don't have anybody in the queue at this time. Go back to reserve time. That, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 3 minutes and 53 seconds.
Point of privilege, Speaker, before I start to speak.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Yeah, Speaker, can you do an amendment on top of an amendment? Thank you, Speaker.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you cannot do an amendment on top of an amendment. You did, let me recap, state that. You cannot raise a motion on top of another motion. I already have a motion on the floor. The only type of motion that can be raised at this time is a tabling motion or a motion to adjourn. But what you can do is you can do a modification to the amendment. And that would be a modification would have to actually be approved by the individual, one of your colleagues, in this case, Honorable Slater, who's holding the main motion on amendment number 1. Madam Chair, Charles Newton. That floor is yours. 3 minutes and 53 seconds.
Thank you. Delegate Carl Slater, I'd like to ask if we can modify the amendment that you proposed to us here regarding the $211,256,148 to also include in that funding for the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch in the amount of $15,780,047. Dana will send out that amendment. I reserve my time, Speaker.
Okay, before I recognize this motion or request to modify, Madam Chair, is the amendment that you're raising align with the current amendment on the floor? That's the question. Or is your amendment lined up for an individual amendment? Madam Chair, Charles Newton, without taking time away.
Thank you, Speaker. It aligns with the current amendment. It reduces the current amendment that Delegate Slater has proposed under, I believe it's page 1 of 12 of the amendment 0086-22 sponsored by Delegate Slater. On 15B as in boy, there's that breakdown of the $211,256,148.
Okay, I see.
It's just, yeah. So does that make sense? Yeah. So it is a part of this amendment. It's just reducing that amount.
Okay, so this is a modification to you. Okay, the amendment is written, I see. The amendment is written, Honorable Slater, I don't know, did you send it out?
I can send it again.
When was it sent out before?
It was sent at 9:58 this morning.
I don't know if you had time to review that amendment, Honorable Slater, but that was sent out at 9:58 this morning. Honorable Slater, there's a motion, there's a request to modify, but before I go to you, Honorable Slater, Ms. Barbara, were you gonna say something?
Yes, Speaker, I think it's already been covered, but I was just going to mention that it is drafted as a modification to Delegate Slater's amendment, and it was sent out this morning, but I just resent it. Thank you.
That, colleagues, let me go back to the motioning party on Amendment 1. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, there's a request to modify. But let me go ahead and read that into the record. Ms. Sakai?
amendment or the modification to Amendment 10086-22 on page 1, line 22, after the word projects, insert judicial branch projects, and that's all underscored and in caps. 20086-22 on page 6, line 17, after the word projects, insert judicial branch projects, and that's underscored. 3, Slater Amendment, page 1, Amendment 15, revised paragraph B as follows. B, and the existing language reads, the Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF chapter and chapter projects expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of overstricken is $211,256,148. And the numbers and so underscored is $195,476,100, and then the numbers to an existing language to be divided equally between the 24 delegate regions in the amount of overstricken is $8,802,340, and the numbers underscored is 8 million. Yikes. You flipped it on me. Underscored is the $8,100,000. And the number reads $8,144,838 per, and then existing language per delegate region as set forth in Exhibit C and allocated through delegate region project plans approved by Navajo Nation Council resolution and signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation pursuant to 2 and C, Section 164A17 and 2 and C, Section 1005, C, 10, 11, and 12. 4, Slater Amendment, replace existing Exhibit B with new Exhibit B and replace, scroll up. Existing Exhibit C with new Exhibit C. 5, Slater Amendment, page 2, very last line, delete. Overstricken is $8,802,340, and the numbers, and insert underscored $8,100,000, and that the numbers are $8,144,838. 6, Slater Amendment, page 4, fourth line from top of page, delete $8,802,340 and insert underscored $8,144,838. 7, Slater Amendment, page 11, insert new amendment number 49 as follows. On 0866-22, page 24, line 18, insert new section as follows. This is all new language. Section 12, approval of judicial branch expenditure plan. A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund judicial branch expenditure plan set forth in exhibits N and N-1. B, the Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF judicial branch expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund to the judicial branch in the total amount of $15,780,000 for $47, $15,780,047. C, the $15,780,047 of NNFRF funding to the judicial branch is allocated as economic impact assistance. Other expenditure category 2.37 in paren 2 and shall be distributed to the Navajo Nation judicial districts as set forth in N-1, Exhibit N-1. D, the requirement in CJY 4121, Section 3F, to establish a contingency reserve for NNFRF economic development construction project shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolutions approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NC Section 164A17 and 2 NC Section 1005C 10, 11, and 12. 8, insert new exhibits N and N-1. 9, renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts and insertion of adjusted exhibits consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go back to the floor as there is a request to modify to the sponsor of amendment number 1.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm open to the amendment. I just am curious what my colleagues think, and I wouldn't want this to tank the whole amendment. So is there any way to have a discussion or debate on this particular request for modification, or is the only way to do that via offering it as an independent amendment?
What you can do, I mean, you can accept it right now, and if you feel that there's a change, you can always delete it later. It's up to you. This is you're holding the main motion, Honorable Slater. That's one way. Second way is to address this as a separate amendment, and that would be to debate that amendment and not accept the modification and actually have it as its own amendment to debate this specific request. Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Okay, Speaker. When we consider 257-21, there was, well, I can't remember if it was offered individually or if it was a part of the amendment that I also put forward there. But there seemed to be general consensus from the council to support the legislative branch's request. And at that time, it was an amount that was higher than this one. So considering that the prior request was greater, the council generally supported it. I'm going to accept this modification. Thank you.
Okay, with that, modification accepted. With that, let me go back to the second. Honorable Stewart, you good with the modification? Okay, he's good with the modification. With that, colleagues, going back to the floor. Oh. Moving on down. Madam Chair Crotty, 1 minute, 52 seconds.
Speaker, colleagues, thank you. I wanted to speak on the amendment language, the exhibits regarding housing. It's a concern regarding the Veterans Director. I believe it says, is it ultimate authority or control? That language is problematic. So what can we do to strengthen either or modify the exhibit language or make directives as part of this amendment? And I'll ask my question to Legislative Council and the sponsor of the amendment, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 1 minute, 19 seconds. And Madam Chair, I'll go to sponsor and Legislative Council after I go continue on with a couple more of your colleagues. Honorable Elmer Begay, 22 seconds on amendment number 1. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Reserve my time.
Serve your time at 20 seconds. Moving on down, Vice Chair Smith, 14 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Didn't judicial get a lot of funding? That's my question. Reserve time.
How much? That reserve time at 9 seconds. Moving on down, Vice Chair Walker, 14 seconds.
I reserve my time.
Serve your time at 12 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Herman Daniels, 28 seconds on your reserve time. Floor is yours, Honorable Daniels. I just
Reserve time.
serve your time at 26 seconds. Moving on down, Chairman Nez, 3 minutes and 3 seconds.
Speaker, I have a point of privilege. Freeland.
Honorable Chairman Nez, hold on real quick. There's a point of privilege by Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland, your point of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon. My point of privilege relates to the amendment. What's the ending balance of the critical COVID services after this potential amendment? All the numbers. What's the actual balance aside from the infrastructure part? That's my question privilege. If anyone knows, thank you.
Your point of privilege. Honorable Freeland, can you say that again? I'm trying to clarify.
Speaker, it relates to the amendment sponsored by my little daddy, Honorable Slater. The amendment that he put together, of course, and I think there's some leftover money in the critical COVID services, but I don't know what that balance sits at. This infrastructure part is different. It's all separate. What Honorable Slater did was he took the critical COVID services as well as the chapter projects and amended it to the delegate regions. But I think there's some leftover money on that. I wanted to know what that balance of that leftover money is from the critical COVID services portion of the amendment. Thank you, Speaker. It's a matter of economics and numbers, I guess. Thank you.
Honorable Slater, point of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Freeland. Chayette. The amendment as it stands would not leave any funding on the table. So it would take care of all the remaining funding. So there would be nothing left over as it stands right now. With the inclusion of Delegate Charles Newton's request for modification for the judicial branch, that would reduce the per delegate region allocation from about 8.8 million to 8.1 million or 8.144. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, go back to the floor. I was on reserve time, going through reserve time. Chairman Rick Nez.
Point of privilege.
3 minutes.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair Crotty. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I apologize, Chairman. Speaker, I just need the point of privileges for our staff. We received a modification. I just need to know if that needs to be read into the record or if we could identify if there was some minor modifications in the language. I just received that email a few minutes ago. Thank you, Speaker.
You mean the request to modify from Madam Chair Charles Newton?
the gut speaker. We maybe we could ask legislative council. I received an email at 3:08 with the correction. I just need to make sure is that the language that's being asked to be modified? Like that's the language for the modification to the amendment.
You know, just like this right here, when you just highlight it.
Hold on, let me go to, I didn't know that, Madam Chair Cardy. Thank you for pointing that out. Well, Ms. Barbara, let me go to you. You just send a correction out?
I'm just earning my $42 here. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. I did the original amendments that I drafted for Delegate Charles Newton. I left out, it was a typographical error. If you compare the two, I wrote $8,001 instead of $8,144,838. I did that in two different places. I didn't complete my sentence. It was a typo error. So the only difference between the original amendment or modification and the one that I sent out that's labeled corrected is that I corrected the written dollar amount.
Okay.
That's the difference.
Okay, I can see that. I understand what you're saying. So that's a typographical error that can be corrected. And staff has corrected that, from what I understand as of right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair Cardy. That has been changed. That has been corrected. The numbers didn't change. It's just the written portion of it that was typographical. With that, let me go back now to Honorable Rick Nez. Third time's a charm. Chairman Nez, 3 minutes and 3 seconds on reserve time, Chairman.
I reserve my time, Speaker Damon. Thank you.
Every time at 3 minutes and 1 second. That we go back then to Honorable Glacier Slater. Questions from colleagues. Turn the floor over to you for response.
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege by Honorable Keon Begay.
That's Che. Point of privilege. Can you send? There's only references of the $50 million budget exhibits of a copy. Could we get a copy of the overall budget of the $50 million that's being requested for modification? I'd like to see what is in there for the Chinle HC judicial branch. Speaker, that's my point of privilege. Point of privilege. This is Delegate Daniel.
Speaker, this is Ms. Bobroff. May I interject something here?
Okay, hold on real quick. Let me answer Honorable Keon Begay's question. For the $15,780,047 that was sent out, Che, in the budget forms were actually sent out in the amendment, correct?
Yeah.
It's in a PDF format. Those documents are sent out to you, Che. Can you send them again to him? Send them to Honorable Keon Begay again. I'm going to, Honorable Herman Daniels is raising a second point of privilege. Then I'll come back to you, Ms. Barbara. and then you can clarify anything that I have probably stated further. Honorable Herman Daniels, your point of privilege.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I raise a point of privilege here. I know there's an amendment. I don't know if it'll modify. Yeah. Does that mean that we get the 5 minutes again?
No.
If we want to speak, because it's totally a new amendment, not identical, even not. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honorable Herman Daniels has clarified in on this same amendment at the last special session. We are on the same motion at this time, and we have never given any additional time on any kind of modification. So at this time, we are still working off Honorable Slater's motion. So because we're on Honorable Slater's motion, we recognize per council rules of order, every delegate gets 5 minutes per motion, per topic. With that, I'm going back to Ms. Barbroff. Ms. Barbroff?
Thank you, Speaker. You actually did clarify what I wanted to say. The budgets were attached to the original version of Delegate Charles Newton's modification amendment request, but you clarified. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Slater? I'm going back to you now.
Okay, Speaker, and that's to respond to the questions that were asked of my colleagues, right?
Yes, it's a response as you're the sponsor of the amendment one.
Okay, good. I had a few different points of privilege, et cetera. So just making sure we're all on the same page here. Speaker, there also were a couple delegates who had asked questions at the end of the last time, and I had asked whether I'd be able to respond to them when the legislation was recalled again. So I'm going to start with their questions just out of a courtesy to those delegates. So Delegate Adeso had spoken about how or was asserting that the power projects were for capacity projects and not for connections to homes. And I know that that was a big point that was emphasized during the debate at 257. And I know Delegate Ricknez was a strong supporter of connecting people to homes and not investing in sort of the larger N2A system projects. So in the power section, I believe all of those capacity projects have been removed, and it's all about connections to homes based off of applications that N2A has received and put out there. So as I understand it from everything that I've read and reviewed, this is not investing in the system, it's investing in connecting people to the utility system, to the power system, the grid. And then there's also that allocation, I think it's 250,000 per delegate for solar systems. Then Delegate Ricknez Shanella, he asked about a pump house for part of the irrigation system up in his district. And I believe that that would be eligible under the per delegate region allocation for government services. Since the nation does support our irrigation systems presently, that's something that the government works on. So it'd be an eligible government expense under that item. But I think generally speaking, agricultural investments are not allowed under ARPA. So it would have to come from the government services side. After that, there are a bunch of reserved times. And then we come to today. And Delegate Krati Shamash, she asked about the language for the Veterans Director. And I would need some help in a citation about what language she's specifically honing in on, and if that's in the amendment or in the legislation as it stands right now, unamended, where precisely that is. And I'm open to any modifications or further amendments, et cetera. So I would just ask Delegate Crotty to provide maybe like a citation, and we could go from there. Or if there's proposed amendment language, she can draft that up with our Office of Legislative Counsel and present it back to us. And then Che, Delegate Smith asked, didn't judicial get a lot of funding? And I would ask for elaboration on what that means. I don't know what funding source is being alluded to there. I know there is a settlement and some funds coming down the line. I think it'd be better maybe if Delegate Charles Newton spoke to that issue, if Delegate Smith were open to that. And then we answered the point of privilege for Delegate Freeland. And Speaker, that's what I have right now. I think we just need more clarification from Delegates Crotty and Smith on what they're asking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Slater. That, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. Is there any other further comments or questions before I go back to reserve time on Amendment 1? If not, go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 3 minutes and 28 seconds.
Sorry, Speaker, I was sure speaking away. So just for clarification, the judicial branch did originally ask for 11.3 million over the 15 million. So they did come down and requesting the 15 million. To answer the question posed by Delegate Raymond Smith, the answer to that question is that judicial branch did receive $1 million from BIA for ARPA money, and they also received 5.8 million from the defunded CARES Act project. They have not received any funding from the ARPA for the Navajo Nation. I reserve my time, Speaker. Did you hear me, Speaker?
Yes.
Hello?
You
Okay.
reserved your
Making
time
sure.
at
Sorry.
2:51. Yeah, moving on down. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, the floor is yours, 1 minute and 19 seconds. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty going twice. Chair Amber Crotty going 3 times. Moving on down, Honorable Elmer Begay, 20 seconds.
Reserve my time. Reserve my time, Speaker.
Thank you. That, every time 18 seconds. Moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 9 seconds. On reserve time, the floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I wish that we would separate the amendments, and that way we could have more time to ask direct questions. But apparently time ran out, so I'll just wait my time.
Thank you, Vice Chair. That, moving on down. Vice Chair Walker, 12 seconds. On reserve time, floor is yours.
Reserve my time.
10 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Herman Daniels. 26 seconds on reserve time. Honorable Daniels, the floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, with this amendment, what I would like to see is a breakdown of all the 24 delegate regions projects. That's what I would like to request for, Mr. Speaker. Okay, that all the 24 delegate regions, if this amendment, with this amendment, go ADK, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Reserve time.
Reserve your time at 2 seconds. With that, I'll put that request back to the sponsor. Moving on down, Honorable Chairman Rick Nez, 3 minutes and 1 second.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Honorable Slater, thank you for your response. I was just really trying to advocate for the irrigation system over here along San Juan River and what we could do and how we could at least secure some funding for our farmers. Some of these farmers are very serious about how they take care of their land. Just like people that take care of their livestock, these farmers really take care of their farms. So how can we secure some money for them, for the irrigation to be, the canals be rehabilitated, at least put some money aside for them, and they can grow their own food. Food is, the price of food is going up, especially farm equipment, a diesel. So, so I'd like to reserve my time. Thank you.
1 minute and 46 seconds. That, let me go back to Honorable Slater, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for the questions. Delegate Herman Daniels, you asked about a breakdown per delegate region for the projects. I know that we had, the special session was on June 13th, and there was a breakdown that was distributed, I think, by the Fiscal Relief Fund Office for 8622 as it stood unamended. And presently, if you refer to that breakdown, the section 3, the chapter projects, you could change that amount to the 8.144 as it stands amended. And then see the public safety, that's a nationwide program. The health, that number has been reduced. And I explained the programs that are funded, the transitional and the funding for detox and treatment for individuals who have substance abuse issues. Then the economic development section has been taken out. Hardship remains in there with 320 million. And then section 8, which is water and wastewater, that would remain the same. So under that breakdown, I'm not modifying anything there. Under the broadband section, I'm not sure this is a really accurate portrayal from the ARPA office. I don't think it will be exactly a perfect $4.166 million breakdown for the 100 million. Since they said it will be a competitive RFP process, and to the extent possible, they're going to try to equally distribute that across all the delegate regions. But that's that item there, the 4.166. And then the electrical connections to homes section, that's where it identifies your allocations per your delegate region and the amounts therein. And then in housing, the $50 million for non-veterans housing will undergo equal distribution as it's currently proposed, the same as veterans. And then there's the 3 proposed housing manufacturing sites as it sits in the amendment, and then the funding for the former Bennett Freeze housing. And then the bathroom additions would be 150 million, but actually distributed equally, not on the solely needs-based system. So it'd be, needs-based within each delegate region, doing per delegate region allocation. So generally speaking, your water and power remain the same. And then the amount for chapter projects increases to 8.144 million. And then you would have that equal distribution for housing and for bathroom additions. So I hope that answers your question. If I had that request prior to today, I could have asked the ARPA office to develop something to graphically demonstrate that. And then Delegate Nez Shanilla, you asked about how we can invest in our agricultural system and the water conveyances for that. So I think if you would like the Department of Justice to speak to that, we could ask them, but I believe that funding would be eligible under the 6.1, the government services, and that's the breakdown where you'd have the 8.144 million per delegate region, and you as a delegate would sponsor one for your region and could include funding for agricultural purposes. So thank you.
Thank you very much
Speaker.
for
Delegate
that.
Ben, so put me in the queue.
Okay, thank you. I'll put you in the queue, Chairman. That, let me go ahead and go back to the floor then. Chairman, you're the only one in the queue, so I'll go to you at this time. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Thank you. This is in regard to the modification as accepted by Honorable Vice Chair Slater to fund judicial branch. We all are very knowledgeable that the BIA basically did a settlement almost in the same amount of this particular funding allocation. So when the Navajo Nation receives those settlement funds, can the council, rather than sending it to judicial, can the council reallocate it to the chapters or to the programs within the total of Navajo Nation government? We realized that the suit that was placed was for judicial services that were not funded adequately, and there is that settlement. And the intent and purpose of the modification also is to restore the services that were basically affected by COVID-related matters. So that would be my question, whether it go to Department of Justice or the Office of Legislative Counsel. Based on that, I may have a follow-up comment. I reserve the balance of my time. Thank you.
That 3 minutes and 9 seconds. Any other comments or questions at the time, colleagues? Let me go back to Honorable Slater to answer that one question. Honorable Slater.
Thank you very much, Shania, Chairman. So you asked for, I think, Ledge Counsel of the Department of Justice to discuss the answer to your question on the $15 million in settlement funding. So I will defer to, or I will ask Ms. Bobroff to answer your question since you asked them to answer it. Thank you.
Hey, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. I think it would be best for all if I defer to the Department of Justice. It is my understanding that there was the original settlement, but that there may have been I believe there's been a subsequent award for a latter year, and there may have been two. So I do need to defer to the Department of Justice for those details. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That we go to Department of Justice.
Speaker, this is Kristen Lowell. I have to find the information out on that. I don't have access to that right at this moment. How would you like to handle it?
Oh, I'll come back to you. I can come back
Okay.
to you as there's numerous individuals at time. So I'll come back to you.
Okay, Speaker.
All right. That, colleagues, I'm gonna go ahead and move on down back to the floor. Any other further comments or questions before I go back to reserve time?
Speaker, Chair.
Honorable Eugene So. Yes.
Yeah, I had the floor.
No, Honorable Eugene So, you have no more time.
Oh, yeah,
All right. Thank you, Honorable Eugene
Speaker
So.
Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Yellow Hair.
Madam Chair Claudia, come back to you on reserve time.
Speaker, I'm waiting for my question as a point of privilege. I'm waiting for my question to be answered. Thank you.
Madam Chair Claudia, is this in reference to veterans housing?
Regarding the housing.
Yes, Speaker Damon, my colleagues, yes. My question was to the sponsor of the amendment regarding the exhibit, I believe is L, and the language that's contained in those exhibits, and how we could either modify the exhibits, or do we need to develop language regarding the veterans housing and also the other housing area. It's very vague, and I'm getting calls that the president is promising homes to our constituents, and I have no idea what is going on with this housing program. Thank you, Speaker.
Set that all on mute. Let me go back to you, Honorable Slater. Vice Chair Slater, this is a question of privilege.
Okay, thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Shema, for the question. When I tried to answer, I was asking for clarification on what issues or specific measures you would like to see amended within the exhibit, which I don't think we could amend the exhibit at that time because it requires the approval through that initial eligibility determination process. But if there are features that you would like to see in the program for oversight, administration, delivery, I think that could be superseded and included in the legislative language, that's in the content of the legislation. For example, where I asked for it to be equal distribution because delegates are not satisfied with the distribution methodology where it would be purely based off the list and at the discretion of the Veterans Director. So that's where in section 10, think it's paragraph E, the eligibility criteria for receiving services under the Veterans Housing Project's expenditure plan assigned to the Veterans Housing Program shall be approved by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee by resolution and shall include equal distribution by delegate region. I think that would be the best place where you could add in further language that you would desire to see in the oversight and delivery of that program. And that would be my recommendation. And then if there's other specific concerns related to that program, I would just advise to work with legislative counsel to draft up either an independent amendment or a request for modification under this amendment, and we can include it in here. So I'm open, and I hope that provides a little bit of clarity or recommendation. If you would like to hear from the legislative counsel, then Speaker, I think you should provide that opportunity to Delegate Crotty to respond, and then we could go to her. Thank you.
Okay, let me go back to Madam Chair Crotty. And then if there's any further clarity from Office of Legislative Counsel or Department of Justice. Madam Chair.
Yes, Speaker, if I could get some guidance from our legislative counsel. So the intent would be to modify the language on the exhibit. Currently, there's not support for the executive director to make those decisions. I know that veterans are also concerned about the executive director's contract. And so we're looking for alternative ways to support veterans housing, but not having the caveat of whatever the language was. I know there was something in there like ultimate authority or ultimate control. And the second part for legislative counsel is the housing section. I believe it's it might be L1 or L3. I apologize, I'll pull that up. And the language in there is vague. It does say housing for 110 chapters. The diagram identifies 3 houses per chapter, but in the exhibit language, it does not clarify how many homes will be funded for each of the respective, either through chapters or delegate region. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. Barbara. We go to you. If there's any recommendations.
Thank you, Speaker. One thing that I should point out to the council, or just remind them that the verbiage in the resolution does trump what is in exhibit. But I will point out we can certainly request an amendment to Appendix A of the it's exhibit. Let's see, I had it in front of me. Just a moment. Exhibit number L1 on their Appendix A, page. I think it's page 2 of 3. I might have the wrong exhibit. Excuse me. It's exhibit L2. On that Appendix A, we're looking at subparagraph D, and it does say the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration's executive director will have the ultimate responsibility for this program, but will be aided by or delegate authority to the Veterans Housing Program staff being onboarded to operate the program under the supervision of the executive director. We can certainly do a directive or do an amendment and require that revised language to be produced, or a revised Appendix A to be produced. There is also so I can work on that. There is also on page 26 3 of the legislation itself, not the amendment, or not Slater's amendment, but on page 23 of the legislation, at page line 9, paragraph E, it does state that the eligibility criteria for receiving services under the Veterans Housing Project's expenditure plan assigned to the Veterans Housing Program shall be approved by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee through resolution. So what that states is that HEF will be approving the criteria under a separate legislation for the Veteran Housing Project's expenditure plan. So I'm not sure if what exactly Delegate Crotty wants amended, but I can start to work with her on that. As far as there was something else in one of the exhibits, I think it goes back to, I think she said it was exhibit L1 maybe. Let's see. And the problem with that one was
So is that concluded?
I think that's it, unless Delegate Crotty would like something else. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. That, let me go ahead and go. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time, colleagues. So I'm going back to the floor to reserve time. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 2 minutes and 51 seconds on Amendment 1. 2 minutes and 49 seconds. Put on down, Madam Chair Crotty, 1 minute and 19 seconds.
Yes, thank you. So that did answer my question. I'm concerned about the language with the housing, but we'll work on that with Legislative Council. I think we could change that in a possible future amendment. The other area that I wanted to focus in on is in terms of how the chapters, what support is going to be provided to the chapters for their projects. So far, we've only seen certain projects provided technical support. So how can this amendment, is there opportunity to revert some of the funding that was given to Window Rock to support the chapters so they could hire project managers? And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
41 seconds, Madam Chair. Moving on down, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay going twice. Elmer Begay going 3 times. Moving on down, Vice Chair Walker, you have 10 seconds.
Speaker, to all colleagues, I want to support and reinforce my good case request and question on breakdown for delegates region, the cost breakdowns within this legislation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker. Moving on down, Honorable Herman Daniels, 2 minutes, 2 seconds.
Is that time?
1 second. Moving on down, Chairman Nez, 1 minute, 46 seconds.
Thank you. Chair, Nanta. The Kuro Amendment ne Daros Sosgi. So Kuro Shinala. What oh no. Yan Chike Sigiro Hanel Tation based on Hitchin Hura Naki for chapter regions, districts, BC chapters. Koshin Abuhonet Zago ne chapters ye Darol Nish. I also would like to have that breakdown that colleagues are asking for our chapters. So I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
The breakdown that was sent out last time. You guys have that? Huh? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Nez.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Point of privilege as well, Kealan.
Chair Charles Zoom, good afternoon. You have a point of privilege. Honorable Keon Begay, you have a point of privilege too as well. I'll go right after this to yours. Madam Chair Charles Zoom.
Speaker, this document that my colleagues are requesting, the breakdown in the cost, can I get some clarification on exactly what they're asking for? And the reason I'm asking this question, Speaker, is because I know that there was a breakdown that was submitted to us that really wasn't a breakdown with the original legislation. Is that what they're requesting? Or are they requesting like that nice printed document that we got that was colored and probably cost the Navajo Nation lots of money? But is that what they're requesting? I guess I just need some clarification, the breakdown. What do they mean? Thank you.
I'm of the understanding that we're trying to get the breakdown of the original one that was sent out by Honorable Freeland and his team. And then also what was sent out by the Honorable Slater when the amendment was first introduced at last session. And then also delegates are asking for the breakdown of what you put forth on the motion to modify and the breakdown of the 15 million for the judicial. So we're sending out all three of them. Yes, that's what we're sending out. Madam Chair Charles. Honorable Keon Begay, point of privilege.
Yeah, that's true. At the last session, there was a breakdown announced by the Veterans Administration about homes being built for each of the region. For my region, as representing 5 chapters, I was told only 3 veterans housing should don't need. And I responded back and asking through point of privilege that could I get information of which chapter of the 3 allocated housing is going to go to, which chapter? The current housing plan over housing requirement for veterans is really going to eliminate so many of our veterans to receive home. As you know, that we really don't have a housing director. Obviously, it's going to revert back to the administrator.
ni hit what does do lit all the it at any hajo not veterans housing for each chapter gi kate senelon hit what does do lit subsequently with the regular housing $50 million allocation as well. Speaker A Kodo point of privilege Shladole.
So your point of privilege is you're trying to get additional information on which chapters are getting which one of your out of your 5 chapters, which ones are getting those 3 homes.
Exactly, Speaker, but
Okay.
I'm sure that my colleague is also thinking, I mean, which chapter is getting more than some of our chapters as well, and the criteria that they have qualified for.
Point of privilege. I have yet to see the breakdown of that, but you have that breakdown. I know, but does it say on there when you pull up Honorable Keon Begay's, does it say the project? Does it say housing on there?
Speaker, the list that I got is this list all 5 chapters. Why do they list all 5 chapters, knowing that there's only going to be 3 housing to be allocated?
I don't know, Key. Hold on, Che.
This is my point of privilege is to get the information.
I know that's why I'm
Administration.
trying to get it, Che. I don't know why you're trying to raise your voice at me, Che. I'm trying to get it.
That's how frustrated I am, Speaker. I'm sorry.
On June 13th at this time, that's all we sent out.
Wait, bring that up. What is it? Bring that up. What does it say? Humble Keon began under his name. What does it say? Trying to refer what he's referring to when it says veterans housing. Section 11, are you referring to section 11, the housing breakdown? Housing says 50 million for 110 chapter homes. You're only getting $2.2 million. That's what you're needing, further breakdown of information, correct? Honorable Keon Begay?
Speaker, with the loan towing, yes, specific for the 5 chapters, the key A, the key Kodolians kids. Speaker,
Okay, send that over to Mr. Paulson Chaco. Are you on the line?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chaco, do you have that information? Maybe you or Mr. Zwarline have that information that Honorable Keon Begay is referring to at this time?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we'll send it over in a few seconds here. Thank you, Mr.
To
Speaker.
Honorable Keon Begay, can you further, can you CC Chief of Staff in that email too as well?
Will do, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Che. Keon Begay. I didn't understand, but now I understand. Now, hopefully, Chief Paulson Chaco gets that information to you.
Question of privilege.
Let me go back.
Speaker, get yellow here.
Question of privilege, point of privilege by Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair, what is your point of privilege?
My point of privilege is to look right now to today's Honorable Keon McKay. The $50 million all apply to all the chapters, not just his, ours. They're all 3 veteran housing will be available to all the chapters. So it all apply to 110 chapters to be equal with our transaction. Should add the chapter by ST 110, not just mine.
Okay.
So be fair. Thank you very much, Speaker. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think that portion of it's clarified, but I think the other portions, what he's trying to get further information on Honorable Yellow Hair. Hopefully we can get that information. With that, colleagues, let's bring it back here. We are on legislation 0086-22. We have a motion and second on the main motion. And if you're just joining us, we're actually on Amendment 1 of legislation 0086-22. That amendment is being held by Honorable Vice Chair Slater, second by Honorable Wilson Stewart. Colleagues, on amendment number 1 at this time, I don't have anybody else in the queue. I'm going to go back to reserve time. If there's somebody else wanting to speak on the main motion or on amendment 1 at this time. There's not, let me go back. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 2 minutes and 49 seconds on amendment 1.
Is there
2 minutes and 47 seconds. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, good evening, good afternoon, actually, 41 seconds, Madam Chair, on amendment 1. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, going twice. On a reserve time.
I'm ready. Speaker Damon, thank you. So on reserve time, I would want to hear from the sponsor. We're working on that language regarding housing, and if delegates are asking for a breakdown, what does that look like? And I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, reserve time at 25 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Slater, I'll come back to you and with the breakdown question, and then can you resend that out? What was sent? Did you send those ones out? Okay, all right. Honorable Almer Brigade, 18 seconds on reserve time. Honorable Elmer Brigade on reserve time, 18 seconds. Going 3 times, Honorable Elmer Brigade. That, moving on down. Honorable Herman Daniels, 1 second. Herman Daniels. You have 1 second. On reserve time. Okay, thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Chairman Rick Nez, 1 minute and 46 seconds. Oh, yes, you waived your time, Chairman. Thank you. Sorry.
I waived my time, Speaker.
Yeah, I just now remembered. Sorry, Chairman.
If you want to give it back, that's fine too.
With that, moving on down, Chairman Daniel So, 3 minutes and 9 seconds. Good afternoon, Chairman. The floor is yours on reserve time.
I'll reserve my time. We haven't gotten an answer from DOJ. Thank you.
3 minutes and 5 seconds. That, I'm going to go back to Vice Chair Slater. If there's anything else to add on, go to Office of Legislative Counsel and then Department of Justice regarding the follow-up question. Hopefully have that information available. With that, Vice Chair Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Crotty had asked a question about providing resources at the chapter or regional level for, I believe, the per delegate region breakdown and advancing the projects at that level. I believe we've received a report previously, and I was trying to find it in my email, wherein DCD was going to fund positions, project managers, planners, and I think estimators potentially for this purpose, and I would have to go to Dr. Yellman because they're the ones who'd be delivering that under the fiscal relief funds that they were allocated. So when I conclude my response, I would like to go to the Division of Community Development. And then Delegate Walker and Delegate Ricknez, pardon me, and also Delegate Keon Begay asked for a breakdown by delegate region. And I just saw in the emails, I think that Ms. Yazzie sent out that breakdown. The parts that I think are most relevant are the water, wastewater, and the electric connection to homes. Those are maintained within this amendment. I mean, as is hardship assistance, but that's a nationwide program. I don't really understand why the ARPA office or whoever put this together included that in there, and the same thing for public safety and health. So the water section and the electric section are what would be included for each delegate region. And then on top of that, you would have the funding for housing, bathroom additions, and the delegate region allocations. And that would all be done on a per delegate region basis. So of course you divide it by 24, or that allocation has already been explained, like the 8.1 million. And then let's see here. Delegate Crotty then asked about the breakdown for each region, just spoke to that. And yes, Speaker, I think that's my response at this time. So could we go to the Division of Community Development to explain how they will assist the chapters and delegate regions in fulfilling the community and regional projects?
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. With that, Division of Community Development, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Speaker and honorable delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Delegate Slater. DCD did receive ARPA funds for administration. With the ARPA funds, we did schedule and create 56 positions. One of those positions is pending because we did request for a construction attorney, and that's pending through DOJ. So the remaining positions are planners and estimators, surveyors, and project managers to be housed at chapter locations. We have been working with chapters to identify locations and doing field assessments to see if the type of equipment, what type of equipment would be needed. So we do have that avenue. We have been working over a year now on establishing an IDIQ specific to DCD. We have been under the wings of NDOT, and we appreciate NDOT extending some of their IDIQ services to us. But we now have established an IDIQ. This IDIQ will allow us to work on all pre-procurement and design and engineering aspects of the projects that we will be seeing moving forward. So we have the IDIQ. The other is just really focusing and making sure that we work with DOJ to expedite and give the support necessary to the certified chapters, and that's through the subrecipient agreements. We have some avenues to provide support for those, to expedite those subrecipient agreement forms with chapters for the LGA certified chapters. And then of course we have the non-LGA certified chapters where we hope to kind of move as well on those projects. The others, it's been identified and noted that some of the agencies in New Mexico are impacted by land status. Our other contracts that we've been trying to move on is creating or hiring a right-of-way agent and working closely with BIA. We need that coordination with BIA, and our right-of-way agent or right-of-way liaison will help us coordinate those communications and identify processes to expedite those projects as well. So that's what I can speak to now, Speaker, and members of 24th Navajo Nation Council. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let me go then to Madam Chair. Oh, well, no, Ms. Barbroff. Ms. Barbroff? To add on to anything?
Speaker, I don't have anything to add right at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back to Ms. Kristen Lowell.
A question of privilege, Delegate
they're-
Crotty.
They're at Department of Justice. Madam Chair, Crotty, there's a question of privilege. Go ahead. What is your question of privilege?
Oh, Speaker, were you going to ask DOJ if they could answer my question? I'm not sure if Ms. Barbroff heard my question for Legislative Council. Thank you.
Okay. I was going to Ms. Lowell. Now, if either one, Ms. Lowell doesn't answer that, then I'll come back to you to restate your question again. Madam Chair Carney. Ms. Lowell?
Thank you, Speaker. Okay, so there was a fund created by council, approved by council in April of 2021, specifically for the judicial branch award relative to funding from 2014. So the establishment of that fund reads as follows: the net proceeds of all settlement or judgment awards stemming from litigation brought on behalf of the judicial branch of the Navajo Nation related to the underfunding of the Judicial Branch Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act contracts and annual funding agreements shall be deposited into the fund after the fixed cost litigation account has been reimbursed for the actual costs of such litigation. Okay, so the fund was established using the initial amount that I have now lost. 1 second. Okay, so there is HIJK in the amount of $18,279,000 less litigation fees. And then there was an additional award in March of this year, and the court awarded money to the Navajo Nation for years 2015 and 2016. The court awarded damages for breach of contract in the amounts of $15.7 million plus interest, and then another $15.6 million plus interest. So those amounts, it looks like they also go into this fund as well. There's a restriction as to what the fund can use. So I'm not seeing anything in answer to Chairman So's question that would allow this funding, judicial branch award funding, to be used for chapter purposes, Speaker. And I'm happy to answer follow-up questions. And I'm sorry, but I don't have the answer to Delegate Crotty's question, Speaker.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Lowell. With that, Madam Chair Crotty, what's your question answered?
Speaker Damon, thank you. I'd like to restate the question. So in hearing that the Division of Community Development has not hired or finalized the process to hire those 50 plus positions, my question was to Legislative Council, is there language that could be developed that would authorize that funding to be redirected to the chapters so that they can hire individuals? We've been waiting a year for these positions, and that was my question. Thank you, Speaker.
For which one?
Speaker, this is Miss Barbara.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to Ms. Barbara. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you. This is in response to Delegate Crotty's question. That's going to take, that will take some time to look at. And then there's a number of follow-up questions, which I will send to her in an email, such as who would these persons, would they be working for the chapter? Would they be working for CPMD? What are the costs? I need to know how much money I would be taking out of somewhere. So those types of questions, and I will send a list of questions to Delegate Crotty, and we will see if we can't develop that type of amendment. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. With that, colleagues, again, thank you very much, everyone. Time is 4:22 p.m. We are on amendment number 1, members of the Navajo Nation Council, and to all the constituents and listeners and everybody joining us online this afternoon. We are on legislation 0086-22. At this time, I don't have anybody in the queue, so I'm going to go back to reserve time. So with that, well, I know Chairman Daniel, so let me make sure. Chairman, I know that you were wanting to have your answer. You stated it twice. Did you have your answer, or did you get your questions answered by Department of Justice?
Thank you, Speaker. Fellow colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you to Department of Justice, Ms. Lowell, for the answer. Based on that, rather than asking for an amendment, I would ask Honorable Vice Chair Slater to remove the modification, because the settlement funds, they're exclusive to the judicial branch. And so there appears to be adequate funding for their requests and maybe even more. So in that regard, I'd like to ask Honorable Carl Slater to remove that modification. And I think after that, we can move forward. reserve my balance of my time. Thank you, Speaker.
2 minutes and 28 seconds on reserve time. Honorable Slater, Vice Chair Slater, there's a request to modify to remove the earlier modification that you added on and going back to your original amendment. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Chair So, for the request to modify. This is where it gets really difficult with these requests to modify when it does contain a large funding allocation. I support the 15 million or so to the judicial branch, but I really don't want to bog down the legislation and just yelling back and forth between requesting to include and then requesting to remove. So at this time, Delegate Charles Newton, if you're listening, I would ask that the prior amendment that you had worked on for the $15 million, I think it's either easily convertible or already exists as a separate amendment. And I would just ask that you offer it as a separate amendment, and so we can have a full debate, because we heard from a few colleagues after the request to modify saying that they would like to speak on that. And since it is a large funding amount, I think that they should have the opportunity to discuss that issue. So I will vote green when that amendment comes up if it stands as it is right now. But right now I will honor what Delegate Daniel So requested, and I'll remove it so that it doesn't bog down this amendment. So that's my advice, and I just hope we can move past this point, and then we're going to consider that $15 million amendment for the judicial branch when it comes forward as a separate amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. With that, colleagues, Honorable Stewart, as a second, are you good with that request to go back to the original amendment on the modification? Colleagues, Honorable Stewart's good with it. With that, that means we are going back to the original amendment, which does not include the judicial branch request. Huh? Just the judicial is taken out. Okay, with that, colleagues, we're going back to the floor. Any other comments, questions at this time? We'll go back to reserve time. Not. Go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 2 minutes and 47 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I will say that it must be nice to be a delegate who does not have a constituent with any cases that are before the judicial court. We have heard from every single delegate's region where constituents are asking questions about probate cases, domestic violence cases, criminal cases. And I want to make it clear that every single delegate, aside from myself and Delegate Charlene So and Speaker Damon, voted to give 10% off the top for administrative fees to the OPVP's office and to Speaker's office. And the judicial branch was not recognized during that time. So I'm glad that people are commenting right now on Facebook about what just happened, because we are taking away money from the judicial branch, money that we never even gave them, money that we never even thought to give them. So it must be nice to be a delegate who does not have one constituent who has cases before the court. I reserve my time, Speaker.
1 minute and 31 seconds is your reserve time, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Moving on down, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 25 seconds, Madam Chair, on Amendment 1.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, just this amendment is supposed to be a type of compromise, and what it sounds like is we're not being given the opportunity to modify the amendment or to add important projects that are eligible through ARPA. I think this is not the best way that collectively we should come together, and
Time, Madam Chair.
we need judicial. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That, moving on down, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay, you have 18 seconds. For the record, Honorable Elmer Begay, I called on you 3 times. This is the third, actually twice before. This is the third time with no response. Going twice. Reserve time, Honorable Elmer Begay of 18 seconds. Went 3 times. Moving on down. Chairman Daniel So, 2 minutes and 28 seconds on Amendment 1. Honorable Chairman Daniel So, 2 minutes and 28 seconds, going twice.
Speaker,
Your
I'm
reserve time.
unmuted. Let me take some time. I appreciate the comments, but in the response from Department of Justice, we did hear that the judicial branch in their settlements have exclusive use of that settlement fund. Normally, when settlement funds are accepted, then it goes for the total of the Navajo Nation. So they do have exclusive use of those settlement funds. And certainly this request is not to diminish their need, but it focuses on adequacy of funding for them in their restoration of court services. Thank you. I waived the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel So. That, moving on down. Let me go back to the sponsor. Any comment at this time? Response, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I provided the outline of this amendment in advance of the June 13th council session and requested for feedback and consideration by my colleagues. And at that time, I know that Delegate Charles Newton noted that there was not funding in there for the judicial branch. And there was no request to modify to include that in the amendment prior to the consideration at council. And so I was not able to include it because I was not aware of what the desired amount was, et cetera. So with that said, that means that delegates did not have the opportunity when the amendment was presented to comment on the inclusion of the judicial branch in this amendment. So when it was brought forth today, there were many delegates who did not have time to speak, and they noted that after the inclusion request was made. And as I stated, I'm supportive of the approximately $15 million for the judicial branch. But I think as a matter of fairness and the ability for all delegates to be transparent and vote on this matter and speak to the matter, that it should be offered as an independent amendment. And this is only one amendment to the legislation going forward. And every delegate has a right after this to offer further amendments that would change the complexion of the legislation in terms of funding or clarifying how programs will be delivered or administered. And there's nothing here that diminishes that right of each delegate to do it. And I think as a matter of transparency, it's important to have it offered independently. So that's why I agreed to take it out of this particular amendment. But Delegate Charles Newton, you will have my support when you offer that amendment, or if another delegate offers the amendment for the approximately $15 million. So I appreciate the comments, and I'm just trying to do the best I can by coming up with suggestions, and that's what I put forward. And I think it's every delegate's right to draft their own amendments and provide that language or work with the Office of Legislative Counsel. So I appreciate the delegates doing that. And I look forward to reviewing their amendments as they move forward in this process. Speaker, if we consider and vote on this today, maybe we could recess early so that you could have a call or make the Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel available to speak directly with delegates this afternoon and evening to ensure that everything that they want to offer on this legislation is available for amendment either this evening or tomorrow. So that's a recommendation that I'm making. And I just want to affirm everyone's right to amend the legislation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater, I did announce last week to work with Office Legislative Counsel, as Office Legislative Counsel has been standing by all week to make sure that every possible amendment that is viable and is credible and is ready to go, Office Legislative Services and Legislative Counsel has been standing by. And I know that there's been a number of delegates who have taken that request or have taken upon that and have been working with them. So Office Legislative Counsel has been working tremendously through the past couple of days to make sure that everyone had the opportunity to make sure that their request was available in order for that to go ahead and move forward. With that, colleagues, I'm going back to the floor. Any other comments or questions? Before I go back to reserve time.
No.
Honorable Daniels, was that you?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Daniels, you don't have any more time on Amendment 1. That, colleagues, there's no other further, we'll go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 1 minute and 31 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. So I'm a little bit curious. The chapter got citizen money. So should we be dinging the chapter based on that logic that they got funds? Because if we're talking about ARPA money, the judicial branch has not received any ARPA money. And then as a matter of fairness, this council voted twice, 2 times, and approved the judicial branch's funds. So saying that, there was not enough time given is really, it's an argument that just doesn't make sense. Perhaps we should go back to the record so that we can listen to what we said during that time when we all supported the judicial branch. I just have to say that I'm really disappointed, but I'm not surprised that this 24th Navajo Nation Council doesn't value public safety and justice. Thank you, Speaker. Save the rest of my time.
Colleagues, on Amendment 1, Honorable Slater's amendment, we've been discussing this. Is this the third day or second day? No, we adjourned on the first day, so this is the second day. We've been third day. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time and nobody else with reserve time. Any further comments or questions on Amendment 1? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board on Amendment 1. Oh, second reading, actually. Sorry.
Point of privilege. This is Delegate Daniel.
Point of privilege, Honorable Herman Daniels, while doing second reading.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of privilege in regards to that amendment. Looking at the breakdown, well, you should be critical that the breakdown that was given to us, there is no equity. No, that's within my region. Only 2 chapters. 2 chapters are being left out. You should be with electrical hookups. Thank you. I'm just wondering who gave the list? Who made up the list?
That list that was Honorable Daniels, the list that you had there was created under Honorable Freeland legislation, and from what I understand, that was put together by the team, him and his team, which concludes with FRF office, OPVP. That Snakai.
Thank you.
Colleagues, just FYI, this is going to take a while. This is 11 pages. 8 pages.
Okay, let me do something. Okay. Thank you, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Amendment 1, on page 1, line 15, delete the word assistance and insert new language and regional projects. 2, page 1, line 29, delete attached as A and insert new language incorporated herein by reference. 3, page 2, amend line 28 as follows: beyond overstrike the, and then insert life and then existing language is help, and life is overstricken, devastation to wide scale, negative financial effects is overstricken, impacts is a new word. 4, page 3, line 30, delete B and insert a new A, insert new exhibit A. 5, page 4, line 14, before Treasury, insert US. And then 6, page 4, line 21, delete attached as A and insert new language incorporated herein by reference. 7, page 5, line 4, delete also. 8, page 5, line 17, delete the word people and insert underscored people's elected chapter and regional leadership. 9, page 6, line 12, delete the word next and insert in its place immediately underscored. 10, page 6, line 13, delete the word assistance and insert new words and regional projects. 11, page 6, line 19, delete the letter C and insert a new letter B. Insert new exhibit B. 12, page 6, line 21, overstrike the word assistance and insert new words and regional projects, and they're in bold. 13, page 6, line 23, delete the word assistance and insert new words and regional projects, and delete the letter D and insert a new letter C, insert new exhibit C. 14, delete page 6, line 24 through page 13, line 6. 15, page 6, line 24, insert the following paragraphs and subparagraphs. And this is all new language and it's underscored. B, the Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF chapter and chapter projects expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $211,256,148, and then the numbers to be divided equally between 24 delegate regions in the amount of $8,802,340, and the numbers per delegate region as set forth in Exhibit C and allocated through delegate region project plans approved by Navajo Nation Council resolution and signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation pursuant to 2 NC Section 164A17 and 2 NC Section 1005 C, 10, 11, and 12. C, for purposes of the NNFRF and the chapter and regional projects expenditure plan, quote, delegate region, end quote, shall mean all the Navajo Nation chapters, both LGA certified and non-LGA chapters and townships represented by a Navajo Nation Council delegate. D, 12 NNC Section 820 50-50 chapter distribution formula does not apply to the chapter and regional projects expenditure plan and or the delegate region project plans. The 50-50 formula only applies to appropriations intended for distribution to all chapters of the Navajo Nation. The chapter and regional projects expenditure plan and delegate region project plan funding will be allocated to the Navajo Nation central government, specifically the Division of Community Development or other appropriation Navajo Nation division or department to implement the projects rather than directly to the chapters. E, the Navajo Nation central government, specifically the Division of Community Development and other appropriate Navajo Nation division or department shall manage and administer funds and delegate region project plans on behalf of non-LGA certified chapters. The Navajo Nation central government may award funding to LGA certified chapters through sub-recipient agreements to implement and manage specific projects, but shall maintain administrative oversight over such funding and delegate region project plans. 1, LGA certified chapters shall immediately return to the Office of the Controller all chapter project plan funds that remain unobligated and unencumbered as of 5 p.m. on September 30th, 2024. And this continues the reading of the underscored language on page 3 of 8. 2, LGA certified chapters shall immediately return to the Office of the Controller all chapter project plan funds that remain unexpended as of 5 p.m. on September 30, 2026. F, each Navajo Nation Council delegate shall select fiscal recovery fund eligible projects within their delegate region to be funded by the NNFRF our chapter and regional projects expenditure plan through a delegate region projects plan. The total cost of projects selected by each delegate shall not exceed their delegate regional distribution by $8,802,340. The numbers, and then as set forth in Exhibit C. G, the projects selected by each Navajo Nation Council delegate shall be compiled into a delegate region projects plan for their respective delegate region and approved by the Navajo Nation Council resolution and signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation pursuant to 2 NC Section 164A17 and 2 NC Section 1005C, 10, 11, and 12. H, delegates may select projects for their delegate region projects plan from the list of projects attached as Exhibit D that have already been submitted to NNDOJ for an initial eligibility determination and are not included in another enacted expenditure plan. Delegates may also add region-specific funds to other previously enacted project or expenditure plans. In addition, delegates may select projects that have not previously been submitted to NNDOJ for an initial eligibility determination, including proposed FRF chapter projects submitted to the Division of Community Development. Although such projects will have to have a NNDOJ eligibility determination before they can be approved by the Navajo Nation Council. I, the Executive Director of the NNFRF Office, with the assistance of the Division of Community Development and other necessary executive branch divisions and departments, shall assist each council delegate in developing their respective delegate region projects plan, including the applicable BFS-31-21 Appendix A and Appendix B forms and supporting documents for those projects that have not already received NNDOJ initial eligibility determinations. J, the NNFRF office shall, notwithstanding BFS-31-21 act and sign in the place of the respective administrative oversight division and submit each project included on the respective delegate region projects plan to NNDOJ for an initial eligibility determination as required under CJY 4121. NNDOJ shall be allowed 5 work days in addition to BFS-31-21's 5 days to complete required initial eligibility determinations for delegate region projects. 1, the NNFRF office shall not be required to submit projects to NNDOJ that already have an initial eligibility determination unless there is a proposed change in the project scope of work, eligibility category, and or the amount of funding requested for the project. K, each delegate shall submit a comprehensive list of projects, including applicable BFS-31-21 Appendix A, Appendix B, and supporting documents for those projects that have not already received NNDOJ initial eligibility determinations for their respective delegate region, totaling no more than their delegate region allocation of $8,802,340 set forth in Exhibit C to the NNFRF office. And so overstricken is by no later than September 30th, 2024, overstricken within 90 days after this legislation is fully enacted. 1, if and then going on to the underscored language, if the NNFRF office has not received a comprehensive list of projects for our delegate region, including Appendix A, Appendix B, and supporting documents for each project by September 30th, 2024, overstricken within 90 days after this legislation is fully enacted. New language, the unallocated amount, total allocation is overstricken. New language for that delegate region shall automatically revert to the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund. Navajo Nation Council and President of the Navajo Nation Action shall not be required for the revision. Going to page 4. L, all delegate region project plans shall be subject to the following requirements and restrictions. 1, delegate region projects shall fall under one of the allowable U.S. Treasury expenditure eligibility categories set forth in Exhibit A. 2, delegate region projects plans may include NNFRF eligible projects for programs to provide government services to chapter members to provide basic PE to chapter members, to provide food, fuel, firewood assistance to chapter members negatively impacted by COVID-19, to construct projects such as COVID-19 mitigation renovations to chapter houses, housing renovations and house wiring, to plan and design projects, to hire consultants to assist with NNFRF eligible programs and projects, to hire PEP workers, student workers, and other temporary employees or regular status employees to assist the chapter government in carrying out NNFRF eligible programs and projects. Delegate region project plan shall not include COVID-19 testing and vaccinations or any cash assistance for chapter members, such as a hardship assistance program. Overstricken in its entirety are the next sections. 3, all pre-construction related projects included in a delegate region project plan shall be project ready, meaning that a project's planning and design work is able to begin once funding is received. A, the council delegate with the assistance of the NNFRF office shall complete a separate Division of Community Development DCD project evaluation form and supporting documents for each proposed pre-construction related project, which shall include project site readiness, valid land withdrawal, and permitting approvals, as well as the anticipated timeframe during which the project will be completed. B, the NNFRF office shall submit the fully completed project evaluation form through the DCD portal. If DCD is not the administrative oversight over the proposed project, the NNFRF office shall also submit the project evaluation form and all supporting documents to the entity that will have the administrative oversight over the proposed project. 4, construction project shall be construction ready, meaning that a project's planning and design work has been fully completed and construction is able to begin once funding is received. A, the council delegate with the assistance of the NNFRF office shall complete a separate DCD project evaluation form for each proposed project construction project, which shall include project site readiness, valid land withdrawal, and permitting approvals, as well as the anticipated timeframe during which project will be completed. B, the NNFRF office shall submit the fully completed project evaluation form and all supporting documents through the DCD portal. If DCD is not the administrative oversight over the proposed project, the NNFRF office shall also submit the project evaluation form and all supporting documents to the entity that will have the administrative oversight over the proposed project. So 3, 4, those sections were all deleted. 5, new language. All proposed delegate region projects shall be sufficiently developed such that funding for the projects can be obligated and encumbered in the nation's financial management information system, FMIS, by 5 p.m. on September 30, 2024, and fully expended by 5 p.m. on September 30th, 2026, or such earlier dates as may be determined by resolution of the Navajo Nation Council. This generally requires NEPA, ROW, and design work to be sufficiently advanced such that these pre-construction tasks can be completed in time to execute construction contracts and encumber funds by 5 p.m. on September 30th, 2024. Going to page 5. 6, the administrative oversight entity for each project shall be responsible for making the determination whether the proposed delegate region project is project ready or construction ready. If a proposed project is not deemed project ready or construction ready, the project shall not be eligible for inclusion in a delegate region project plan. 7, each delegate region project shall be subject to CJY 4121's NNDOJ initial eligibility determination. 8, each delegate region project shall identify its administrative oversight entity and its oversight committees. 9, each delegate region shall be limited to a total of $9,150,000 of revenue replacement projects expenditure eligibility categories 6.1, provision of government services, and 6.2, non-federal match for other federal programs. The Office of the Controller may issue guidance that increases this amount in the next fiscal year. 10, delegate region projects shall not include sanitation deficiency systems services, SDS, included on the Indian Health Service 2022 SDS list attached as Exhibit E or on any prior Indian Health Services SDS list. 11, the Navajo Nation Council urges delegate region project expenditure plans to include the prioritized veteran funding or housing and other projects that will benefit Navajo veterans. So that was all underscored language. 16, page 6, line 19, delete letter C and insert a new letter B. Insert new exhibit B. 17, page 13, line 13, delete exhibits E and E-1 through E-2 and insert new language exhibits F and F1 through F2. Insert new exhibits F, F1, and F2. 18, page 14, line 5, delete paragraph D as follows. D. This is overstricken language, the requirement of the CJY 4121 section 3F to establish a contingency reserve for NNFRF emergency communications, E911 rural addressing and cybersecurity construction projects shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolutions approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NC section 164A17 and 2 NC section 1005C 10, 11, and 12. 19, page 14, line 13, delete exhibits F and F1 and through F6 and insert exhibits G and G1 through G2. Insert new exhibits G, G1, and G2. 20, page 14, line 15, delete $79,487,500 and the numbers, and insert $19,243,750 and the numbers. 21, page 14, line 17, delete subparagraphs 1 and 2 as follows. And this is overstricken language 1, $19,243,750 and the numbers to the Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support, Daltex, and Navajo Department of Health for senior centers as other public health services expenditure category 1.14 as set forth in Exhibit F-1 with administrative oversight by the Navajo Department of Health and legislative oversight of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Overstricken 2, $21 million numbers to the Special Diabetes Program, Division of Public Health Services, Navajo Department of Health for Community Wellness Centers as economic impact assistance, other expenditure category 2.37 as set forth in exhibits F-2 with administrative oversight by the Navajo Department of Health and legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. 22, page 14, line 30, delete F-3 and insert G-1. 23, page 15, line 2, delete subparagraph 4 as follows. Going on to page 6. And 4 is overstricken in its entirety, $5 million to the Navajo Department of Health for a dedicated public health storage warehouse as other public health services expenditure category 1 through 14 or 1-14 as set 1.14 as set forth in Exhibit F-4 with administrative oversight by the Office of the President and Vice President and legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. 24, page 15, line 8, delete F-5 and insert G-2. 25, page 15, line 10, delete subparagraph 6 as follows. And that reads 6, overstricken is $15 million to the Navajo Department of Health for a long-term care facility in Tuba City as medical expenses, including alternative care facilities expenditure category 1.6 as set forth in Exhibit F-6 was administrative oversight by the Office of the President and Vice President and legislative oversight by the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. 26, page 15, line 20, delete paragraph D as follows. D reads, overstricken the requirement of CJY 4121 section 3F to establish a contingency reserve for NNFRF public health construction projects shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolutions approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NC section 164A17 and 2 NC section 1005C, 10, 11, and 12. 27, delete page 15, line 25 through page 18, line 6. And then overstricken is 28. Page 19, line 11, delete, set forth in Exhibit H. 29, page 18, line 17, delete H-1 and insert H. 30, page 21, line 25, delete paragraph D as follows, and that reads D. Overstricken the requirement in Resolution CJY 4121, Section 3F to establish a contingency reserve for NNFRF water and wastewater construction projects shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolutions approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NC Section 164A 17 and 2 NC Section 1005C 10, 11, and 12. 31, page 20, lines 5 and 10, delete Navajo Department. Overstricken would be Navajo Department of Information Technology, Division of General Services, and insert NNFRF Broadband Office. 32, page 20, lines 7 and 12, delete Division of General Services and insert Office of the President and Vice President. 33, page 20, line 19, insert new paragraphs as follows. C, new language funding can be transferred between quote middle mile end quote projects, exhibits J-1 and quote last mile end quote projects, exhibits J-2 with approval of administrative oversight and confirmation from NNDOJ with that the funding is only used for expenditure categories 5.19 and or 5.21. 34, amend page 20, lines 19 and through 20 as follows. A new D, the underscore D, the existing language is the. Overstricken is Navajo Department of Information Technology, Division of General Services, new language NNFRF Broadband Office. And then existing is authorized to execute these broadband projects directly or through the use of qualified as new word contractors and sub-recipients. New words procured through an open competitive process consistent with Navajo procurement laws and regulations. A new E, the, and then overstricken is Division of General Services, new words, Office of the President and Vice President, shall exercise administrative oversight over construction projects and sub-awards to sub-recipients and shall ensure that costs are incurred only for FRF eligible purposes and that projects are completed on schedule within the authorized budgets and according to project specifications, new language, and contract deliverables. Overstricken is D, the requirement and resolution CJY 4121, Section 3F to establish a contingency reserve for NNFRF broadband construction projects shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis, continuing on page 7 through resolutions approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NC Section 164A 17 and 2 NC Section 1005 C 10, 11, and 12. New F and underscored language. If a permanent broadband office is established outside of the NNFRF office through formal adoption of the necessary plan of operation, all funding and responsibilities allocated herein to the NNFRF broadband office shall be immediately transferred to the permanent broadband office. 35, page 21, line 5, delete and K-1 and K-2. 36, page 1, line 8, delete $100 million and insert $96,400,000. 37, page 21, line 21, delete K through 1 and or K-1 and insert K. 38, page 21, line 14, delete subparagraph 2 as follows and overstricken 2, $3,600,000 to the Division of Community Development for Raymond Navajo School Board High Voltage Replacement Project as other public health services expenditure category 1.14 as set forth in Exhibit K2 with administrative oversight by the NNFRF office and legislative oversight by the Resources and Development Committee. 39, page 21, line 25, delete paragraph D as follows And that's D, overstricken the requirement of resolution CJY 4121. So section 3F to establish a contingency reserve for NN FRF home electricity connection and electric capacity construction projects shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolutions approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17 and 2 NNC section 1005C 10, 11, and 12. 40, page 22, line 9, delete $150 million and insert $145,550,000. And 41, page 22, line 20, delete $50 million and insert $30 million. 42, page 22, line 21, delete 5 and insert 3. 43, page 22, line 22, delete and insert or. 44, page 23, line 8, delete through a resolution and insert new language by resolution and shall include equal distribution by delegate region. 45, page 23, line 18, delete paragraph H as follows. H reads, overstricken the requirement in resolution CJY 4121, section 3. F, to establish a contingency reserve for housing projects and manufactured housing facilities. Construction projects shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolutions approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17, 2 NNC section 1005C 10, 11, and 12. 46, page 24, line 2, delete M and insert M-1. 47, page 24, line 5, insert new subparagraph as follows. New language 2, the allocation to the Division of Community Development shall be further allocated in the amount of $6,250,000 per delegate region as set forth in Exhibit M. 48, page 24, line 13, delete paragraph E as follows, and that's overstricken E. The requirement in resolution CJY 4121, section 3F to establish a contingency reserve for bathroom addition construction projects shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolutions approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17 and 2 NNC section 1005C 10, 11, and 12. Page 8, 49, page 30, line 21, insert new paragraph as follows. New language J, the requirement in CJY 4121, section 3F to establish a contingency reserve for NNFRF construction projects shall first be satisfied by the construction contingencies expenditure plan. If a contingency cannot be funded through the construction contingencies expenditure plan, the contingency shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolutions approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17 and 2 NNC section 1005C 10, 11, and 12. 50, page 33, line 4, insert new paragraph as follows, and that reads underscore D. Within 10 days after the enactment of this legislation, the Navajo Department of Justice shall inform delegates, chapters, and the Division of Community Development in writing whether septic tank cleaning is an eligible FRF expenditure and whether septic tank cleanouts can be included in delegate region project plans. 51, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with concurrence of Legislative Council, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes and other technical changes, including the correction of dollar amounts to conform to the intent of this legislation or this amendment. 52, the Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative of the Council shall ensure that all exhibits to the legislation are updated consistent with this amendment. And this was motioned by the Honorable Carl R. Slater and seconded by the Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Speaker. That concludes the second reading of legislation 0086-21, or the amendment 1.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sakai. You can take a breather. That colleagues go to board on Amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote.
I'll vote green.
Honorable
Elgin
Elmer
Begay votes
Begay
green.
votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Gail votes green, thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Shadow, this is Delegate Amber Kinas-Balkrati. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, so
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So votes. Ms. Walker Jr.
what happened?
Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote.
Delegate
Honorable
Daniel So
Edison. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 2 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
That, colleagues, on amendment number 1. 20 in favor, 2 opposed, and Speaker not voting, motion carries. That, we're back on the main motion, colleagues, of legislation 0086-22. Now, if you're just joining us, we just voted on amendment 1 on legislation 0086-22. Time now is 5:20 p.m. Colleagues, on legislation 0086-22, just as a reminder, I do have Honorable Madam Chair Amber Crotty with 4 minutes and 29 seconds. Honorable Otto So with 4 minutes, 33 seconds. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 25 seconds. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, 4 minutes, 56 seconds. Colleagues, those are the times that were allocated, and those are all reserved time. Next, I have in the queue is Chairman Hinyo, then Vice Chair Walker, then Honorable Keelan Begay, then Honorable Chairman Edmund Yazzie, and then Honorable Vince James. With that, colleagues, let me go on down. Honorable Chairman Hinyo, Madam Chair, Ms. Barbara.
Yes, Speaker, thank you, and my apologies for interrupting. But I just wanted to advise the council that now that Amendment 1 has passed, those of you who have requests out for funding amendments, I need to go back and adjust those for Amendment 1. I probably need about 30 minutes per amendment to do that, and I think I have 3 left to do. So I'm working on those. However, I have sent out a number of amendments that do not involve a change in funding, and I do not need to adjust those for Amendment 1 that just passed. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Question or privilege?
Motion to recess.
With that, question and privilege, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. My question goes to Legislative Council, and it is asking whether Delegate Charles Newton's amendment for judicial is ready, because I believe she prepared it in consideration of the passage of this amendment to 86.
Kind of, yeah.
Honorable Helona, can you mute your phone? Thank you. Honorable Slater, can you repeat that?
Thank you. My question is to the Office of Legislative Counsel as to whether Delegate Charles Newton's judicial amendment is ready for consideration, because I believe it was prepared in the context of the First Amendment that we just passed. And if so, then Speaker, could we move to that because it's ready to go before we recess? Thank you.
Honorable, Honorable Slater, I'll go to Legislative Council if it's ready to go then, but Next I have in the queue is Chairman Hino. He would have to bring that up, or Vice Chair Walker. I'm not too sure if they have amendments that they have ready to go. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker and Delegate Slater. Yes, Delegate Charles Newton's, what I'm calling a standalone amendment to 0086. It is ready to go. I sent it to her approximately maybe 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. It is ready to go. I will tell you that I'm working on 3 other amendments. I don't like to identify the delegates, but I am working on some amendments that will probably be out within 30 minutes to 45 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That I'm going Honorable Chairman Yazi, are you requesting for a motion to recess at this time?
Yes, sir, that'd be my motion, Speaker, sir.
Colleagues, Ms. Barbara, before I recognize a motion to recess, approximately how many amendments do you have? Four or five?
Thank you, Speaker. Counting Delegate Charles Newton's judicial branch amendment, there are 4 funding amendments that I'm finishing up. And then there are non-funding amendments. I think there's 4 of those out there, maybe. Yeah, there's 4 right now. I have 1 more to send out. So in total, we're looking like at 9 amendments.
Okay,
Thank you.
colleagues, there's 9 amendments possible right now. Just be mindful if we do go, I'm going to recognize Chairman Yazi's request to recess, but colleagues, if we don't finish this tonight or continue on tonight, just be mindful that we only have 1 day tomorrow for a special session. So with that, Chairman Edmund Yazi, the time now is 5:26 p.m. and your motion is to recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow. With that, is there a second? Going twice.
Second, Wanika.
Second by Honorable Wanika. That, colleagues, go to board. Motion to recess.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia
Delegate Brown
Charles
votes
Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Sade, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote red.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Hello, votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Hino votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jam votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable
I vote green.
Charlene, Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So,
Oh, Patricia.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika,
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Speaker, with the vote of 9 in favor, 13 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
My colleagues, 9 in favor, 13 opposed, Speaker not voting, motion fails. That, we are back to the main motion on legislation 0086-22. I am now going to the floor. Chairman Henyo, good evening. On legislation 0086-22, we are on the main motion. Floor is yours.
Kasi kailangan sinunta. Speaker Damon, sa loob ito. Kailangan ado sinunta. 24th Nomination Council ko. Hinaisi, kita kada hako. Pinache ko amendment number 2 ni Chohanan ito. Don't take your time out. Okay, there it goes. Anyway, during the Navajo committee meeting, I don't need something, but I had an amendment before the committee, and just when we were about to vote, though, and time ran out. So I think I could reintroduce on this later as an amendment number 2, my motion. And with this, I reserve my time, but is the amendment ready, Speaker?
That 4 minutes and 12 seconds is what? Is that the one you have? Miss Barbara? I think
No, Speaker.
the ones that
I'm
we
in the
have.
process. I'm in the process of finishing up Chairman Henyo's First Amendment. I probably need 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay. That. It's what? Okay, Chairman Hino, your legislation, your amendment is not ready at this time. So with that, I will continue on. That, Vice Chair Walker, you are on the floor. The floor is yours. Sorry, it's been a long day, Vice Chair Walker. Vice Chair Walker going twice. Chair Walker going 3 times. That, moving on down. Honorable Keon Begay. Good evening, Che. We are on the main motion of legislation 0086-22. The floor is yours. Keon Begay going twice.
Speaker, I have an amendment. I believe Kudo, Save Council, develop Elon. I don't know if they've disseminated to the council. Speaker, reserve my time. Amendment.
What's it in regards to?
It's a language specifying a certain amount of funding for broadband. Chairman, reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes. 4 minutes and 50 seconds. We have one with regarding smart highways.
That's the one, Speaker. Reserve my time.
We'll go back. What does it say? Okay. Ms. Barbara, this amendment that was sent out at 12:43 p.m. regarding smart highways, is that one a standalone amendment that's ready to go?
Yes, Speaker, it is a standalone amendment. It is ready to go.
Okay, that colleagues, that was sent out at 12:43 p.m. Miss Jalissa's from, what does it say when you send it out? Does it just say legislative services?
Amendments.
Oh, it's from amendment to sending it out again right now. With that, Ms. Nakai, if you could read that into the record, motion for amendment number 2, Honorable Keon Begay.
Thank you, Speaker and members. I'm sorry. Thank you, Speaker and members of the council. Amendment 2 to legislation number 00686-22, sponsored by Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. 1, on page 20, line 25, insert the following new paragraph, and this is new language, D, at least $10 million, and the number of the NNFRF all allocation, or NNFRF allocations for the quote middle mile, end quote, and quote last mile, end quote, broadband expenditure plan shall be devoted to projects supporting the Navajo Nation's portion of Highway 191 included in Arizona Smart Highway Corridor Initiative, C NABI AP-21-20. Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah. What's more Frito chips? Thank you very much, Ms. Nakai. With that, there's a motion by Honorable Keon Begay. Colleagues, is there a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Second by Honorable Vice James. Got colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 2?
I have a question.
Honorable Slater, good evening. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Tash, for the amendment. My question is what are the obligations that the nation currently has with respect to the 191 broadband project? I'll reserve my time.
Every time at 4 minutes, 50 seconds. That, moving on down. Any other comments or questions? I don't have anybody in the queue on amendment number 2. Twice. Henio, good evening. Is it still raining in Rama? I mean, yeah.
So today, Speaker Davis, last night it did. We woke up some big old puddles of water around the house, so it's really good to see that.
Good.
Just question here regarding this amendment, Iggy. I don't see an ARPA application or an expenditure plan. Is this because I remember seeing Dana have stressing that on her emails that any amendments that she would need documentation, supporting documentations and stuff. And so I'm just wondering that is there something like that attached to this? Like, if so, I'd like to see it. I reserve my time.
Every time I have 4 minutes, 22 seconds. That I'll go back to sponsor Honorable Kiambier, then to maybe have Chairman Henio's answer to as well, Jay. If not, then I'm going to Ms. Barbara. Honorable Kiambier, floor is yours for response.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Asnantano Linigi, Di Kodo, Amendment Ben Niyahaki, Kodosla Ashnai Desk, the application to the nation, Ninigi. Remember, Asnantano Linigi Dida, 191, the council supported requesting Arizona governor to select Highway 191 as one of his smart highway initiative. Arizona governor Jiki Aj Kodo interstate Sikit A Siki select Yila Akoko internet deetne cell tower deetne other broadband deetne Akoko the obligation that the nation that we need to investigate is take a first step to say that we do mean business in requesting for this particular project. To my understanding, this is just a rough estimate, don't quote me on it, but about 30 to 40 million is what's needed if we're going to stretch a line from Sanders, Arizona, Lee, from Interstate I-40, and maybe probably down south, because I know some of the community of Navajo people live south of 191, going into St. John, Hodge, and then going all the way up into Utah, in the Utah portion of the Navajo Nation. That's almost a stretch of 200 miles. How do we do middle mile? Middle mile, meaning just the way we need to look at this is, for example, water rights. No, Navajo Gallup water line pipe to deliver water from point A to point B. And then other is going to start connecting homes pretty soon. but the main trunk line is being established right now from San Juan into Gallup, New Mexico. Out of which down is going to go into Arizona, Winter. Similar, deep broadband. We can say that the ego ko broadband liniki we have to connect to a major artery, the main operation where the data is located. Loss through the Navajo Nation. And this is not going to be the only project. I mean, we're talking about New Mexico side, 491. We're talking about 264 from Winter to Tuba City, and even 190. Was it 160 from Tuba all the way into Four Corners area? But this is we're basically laying the groundwork to get something started. The language, all it's saying is that 10 million of it could peso, but dedicated towards me. Could also chain that dedicated Mr. Henio budget do ado could do band that the your listening. Jo e could do I we have been, and I have been working and asking the Navajo Telecommunications Regulatory Director. Previously was Mr. Vicente, today Mr. Charlie. Ako Lego Binyatnane cut down to Phoenix. Ako Aden o Satoshi Beson don't nest. Ndehit di Beka e Jiot a yard and Diniki Satoti broadband Diniki a connector deso a bohnet. John his noying hitch a hard zero ben nadik at Kodo yard and then get 120 million. 120 million is being allocated for broadband for the Navajo Nation. So in order to connect every homes in every area, we need to establish the main trunk line. So that's how the committee is listed on the amendment language. I don't support it daily. Kododit up in Kate seeds. Jokodoni. Johnny earlier, Kodo, the Delegate Brown and Delegate Elmer Begay. Do support Elia for them to have some other companies submit application on their behalf for broadband projects for their communities. Similar, the nation had submitted. The Navajo Nation had allocated this dollar amount, and then not any Johit aided on his battles, and that they always ask for matching fund or cooperative Kodob and Yait in the Gi. Ako Eben Yadik at Sad Linigi. Bispito Zoko Nes not the meal so hockey quacky paper. Public Aquato needs to Sikit Aquatop and mimic the key been Niad or Lesson and Arnold. So again, I'm not sure if I've answered your question, Delegate Slater, Ado Kodoshe, Delegate Henio. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, Ms. Barbara, I don't know if you had anything else to add on.
Thank you, Speaker. What I would add, and this goes directly to Chairman Henio's question. First off, thank you, Chairman Henio, for reminding that we do need those DOJ determinations and expenditure plans and such. Generally, However, on this amendment, all it is doing is really just a directive, but we determined to put it into the body of the legislation, and it is just saying that the funding, a portion of the funding, $10 million, will be directed to support a certain type of project. I felt like it was consistent and did not need new supporting documents. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Henya.
Speaker Freeland, can you put him in the queue?
Thank you very much. With that, let me go back to the floor. Chairman, or Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Hakushina Ahila, good evening, Shanata, members of the 24th Nomination Council, staff, good evening, as well as Shana. Thank you for this amendment, and I definitely appreciate it. And I think of the many discussions we've had in Phoenix together, and I can always hear you being a champion for broadband, especially in the rural parts of the Navajo Nation. So thank you very much for that, brother. I do support this amendment, knowing where it's just after Ms. Barbaroff explained it. But my question really pertains, and maybe Dana, if you could answer this, pertains to referencing middle mile and last mile. Would that mean that 10 million, 5 million would come out of middle mile and 5 million would come out of last mile? Or would it mean that maybe 6 and 4 or 7 and 3? I don't know. But to equate to potentially a $10 million ask for the broadband investment, if we can get Governor Ducey's commitment to the smart highway, which we probably were about 80 to 90% there, once we get that full commitment, we'll be able to really look at some great things for the Navajo Nation on the Arizona side. So I appreciate this amendment, and I do support it, knowing the background and knowing the history of it. So with that, Speaker, I do reserve my time. Thank you.
3 minutes and 34 seconds. That, let me go back to Ms. Barber just to clarify that.
Wait a second. Thank you, Speaker. We're running around over here at Office of Legislative Counsel. Ms. Khan said that the question was how much would go from middle mile and how much would come from last mile. And I do not believe that it would be prudent or is even possible right now to make that determination. That determination will be made when the experts determine what is needed as far as those projects go. So there's enough flexibility that if the best project is with last mile, that will allow all of the funding to go to that last mile project. If it turns out that there is a last mile project that's maybe $4 million and a middle mile project that's $6 million, and those meet the criteria, then it could be split that way. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Is there any other comments or questions before I go back to reserve time on amendment number 2?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I'd like to actually call a point of privilege.
I'm Chair Charles Newton. Good evening. What is your point of privilege?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm looking at Exhibit J, and that's where it talks about the broadband last mile, the broadband middle mile, the total funding, IIJA match. My question is, after reading through Appendix J, I think this is probably like the third time that I've read through this this part of the initial legislation or the exhibit. I still don't see the breakdown for the projects. And it's kind of hard to tell whether the Highway 191 is already getting funded within this, because it's very general. It just gives us last mile 40 million, IIJA match 20 million, and then 60 million for middle mile. But I think that has been the request all along from the delegates is, where are the project listings? And the reason why I'm asking for that, Speaker, is because this 10 million that will be dedicated specifically for one project in a couple of delegates' area may affect other projects around the Navajo Nation. So if I can get that project breakdown, Speaker, that will help me in determining how I'm going to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That. Any other comments? Well, those are point of privilege. So let me go back to Honorable Keon BA.
Speaker, I have a question to Delegate Begay.
Speaker, here on the list. Although Delegate Charles Noon, the document that you the one that's attached to the legislation obviously is developed by the administration or the NTRC. And just as you stated, that there's not much of a full detail of where these funding will be utilized. And as you know, that's the reason why I specifically am asking is that if Low Mountain chapter is part of the 120 million. So as of today, I haven't received that. So that's why I'm making this amendment to say that at least 10 million of it should be allocated specifically for the 191 highway. Again, it will probably start running into the New Mexico portion should all these agreement begins to start to be developed. But internally, the Navajo Nation, the NTRC, and I don't know if Mr. Tico Charlie is online, or Ms. Nez, because I know Ms. Nez has been appointed to the Opera Office to coordinate the Navajo Nation broadband progress. I have been talking with them. 191. The project support if the document is being requested for a speaker, may I ask if Ms. Nez or Mr. Charlie would be able to provide the requested document to the council, Speaker?
Thank you. With that, To further answer that information, is there anyone on the line that can help Wikiambi answer that question, whether that's from the FRF office or from even from that NTUA? If not,
Speaker?
Just to answer your
Speaker
your
Damon, point
question,
of privilege.
your point of privilege question, Manager Charles Newton. I guess that's the answer. Then came from the sponsor himself, Honorable Kiambi. That Honorable Freeland, point of privilege.
Let me see if we can find Mr. Tom Platero or Mr. Tico Charlie to gather or to garner some additional information for my colleagues' inquiries and questions. That's my point of privilege. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. With that, let's continue on down. Back to the floor. I do have Honorable Elmer Begay in the queue. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours. On Amendment 2.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yat Chairway, I don't know the members of the 24 delegates. I don't to delegate Kiel McGee. There is the amendment that you're talking about, regarding the smart highway and trying to add 191 from I guess it starts from Sanders and then it goes through White Rooms and Venado, and then from there is to Chingley and then to mini farms. So doing that, they're trying to ask the governor to add that. That's going to be the middle mile, after Miracle. But right now that if we they can be responsible for that middle mile to if we fund it. I'm not sure if you're asking for funds, but I don't know amount or correctly at the I think we would ask how much it's going to be, and then after that, who's going to be constructing it? I don't know the own M to that. So and then there's some others state highways that they have, like we have from Winslow to Second Mesa, which is a state highway 87, and then there's one from Holbrook to Jericho. So so that was my question to you, if you have any feasibility studies that was made and any assessment that was made regarding how much it's going to cost and on their own M and who's going to be responsible for that ABK. So that would be my question. This is my time. Take care.
Every time, I'm going to give you 2 minutes and 47 seconds. That, colleagues, any other further comments or questions at this time? There's none. Let me go back to Honorable Keon Begay for response.
Chairman Padop, Shabella United Delegate Elmer Begay. the responsibility, if you look at both of all three of the exhibits of J1, J2, and J3, 60, 40, 20, yes, they identify the middle mile, Niniki, 60 million arsenal. The 40 million is the last mile. And then, of course, the 20 million with the infrastructure, acronym of the infrastructure fund that the federal government had passed. Been on to some extent, the opera office, she broadband establishment at the the Navajo Nation doesn't have its own broadband office. Realizing during this pandemic that it's very critical to have telecommunication across the Navajo Nation. Hoping that we continue to implement and start the program to start overseeing these projects across the Navajo Nation. Some areas in established based on the leasing fee. So you're talking about an average about 12,000 per towers that you see across the Navajo Nation. So it could divert it possibly the cell towers leasing to this office, and that our own Navajo Nation office will probably be able to maintain. I mean, we have a lot of smart Navajo people out there that are into technology. I mean, I'm sure that they'll be able to help out and start implementing a lot of these programs on the Navajo Nation. I mean, we're talking about across. I mean, I'm not saying just Arizona, but just in New Mexico and Utah as well. The only reason why Arizona for 191, the Governor Ducey did ask, establish and I know the state of New Mexico through the state task force, we were told that there was about $100 million for broadband. And then, of course, the state of Utah, and that's where some of these funding information is coming from the county's supervisors. So I believe that the Navajo Nation is capable and is able and could start maintaining and helping this particular program on the Navajo Nation. The only one that we have right now is the utility and communication, but that program is only helping the chapters and the Navajo Nation government office. But they don't have an overall public level of overseeing the program for the broadband. But we do have regulatory commissioners and the regulatory office.
Everything I have, if I'm allergic to my dogs.
Speaker, somebody is talking about their dog, so again, brother, I hope that I've answered your question, that the responsibility will come into play. But if you look at, the thing is that even eligible carriers, if you look at the budget of the J1, J2, and J3, so even if we approve it, I mean, we're just going to give it to eligible carriers. Establish Navajo Nation monthly fee or annual fee each, and you allow they build the customers. So I think that's where, with this dollar amount, I believe that the nation can really step up and say that we need to own these towers and we need to have the carriers be able to just utilize these towers while the Navajo Nation owns them. And then we can start improving it as we go. So I think that's the plan and the foresight that we really need to look into. The 60 million, the middle mile, yeah, we're just going to pass it on to carriers. The 40 million, we're just going to pass it on to carriers for them to establish their these cell towers or broadband. But again, like I said, 20 million is set aside for a matching fund to the federal government. So again, the language only specifically is saying that 10 million will be reserved for the 191 Smart Highway project. And that alone, yes, it will need an office to be established for the coordination. Now, the other area, with broadband, the middle mile, just imagine how much of a turn that we could make in getting this established and working with the school. Yeah. I mean, all the schools that we have, the public school, the IHS, and even the government, everywhere that they're able to connect. For Kodo veterans, they can do telehealth and everything through the technology that could be developed on the Navajo Nation with this particular middle mile and the last mile broadband. But if you've probably seen some of them, I think I've shared some videos that was done that is being developed between Flagstaff and Phoenix. So again, the longer we wait, I mean, everything is going to stop at the boundary of the Navajo Nation. While we get off the reservation, they'll have high-speed internet. While we get back on the Navajo Nation, we'll have the slower speed of internet service. So we got to connect them to the outside. But again, going back to the responsibility to Ninigi, I say that we should and we need to maybe even put into this legislation a language to say that the Navajo Nation needs to establish a broadband office. Broadband office. Maybe we can make that amendment as well, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kiamge. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody in the queue at this time. Huh? Oh, I don't have it. Is it on this one? Sorry, I do actually have Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Madam Chair, good evening. Floor is yours. Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. I was sure talking away on mute. I was gonna give you a little spunky comment about not noticing my request to speak, but we'll just move on this evening. Thank you to the amending party. I'd like to request a modification in looking at the amount that's available for broadband and not seeing a listing and continuing, for months requesting a project listing. I'd like to request a modification to the amendment if at the end of the sentence, if we could add, the modification would be to add language that Navajo Nation voting district 12 shall receive $5 million from the broadband last mile, middle mile, and sorry, my page just moved. I'm sorry, Speaker. Whatever that $20 million, I forgot the name of it, but our our district would receive $5 million of that allocation for broadband. Thank you, Speaker. That's my request for modification. I'll reserve my time.
That reserve your time at 3 minutes 34 seconds. We don't have any modification email. Ms. Barboff, is that modification ready?
No, Speaker, that modification is not ready. I just heard it. Give me a few minutes.
That, Madam Chair, McCarty, I'll come back to you. Moving on.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Colleagues, is there any other comments or questions on amendment number 2 before I go back to reserve time? There's none. Honorable Slater, 4 minutes and 50 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the amending party. I think just to be very candid, the way that the program is devised right now, it's going to be like a request for proposals wherein the broadband office will evaluate, I think, with the Navajo Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, different last mile and middle mile projects. And if we start to dedicate funding to particular geographic areas, then we're just inviting an arms race where every delegate is going to say, I want this amount for this region, et cetera. And it's going to be difficult to evaluate the proposals, on their merits. And I think if we want to divide up that funding by geographic region, then we should do it in that fashion. If we continue on this, then I'm afraid it's going to also freeze up a bunch of the middle and last mile funding in a way where we'll be waiting for.
I got the wrong one.
Could you guys mute your phone? Where it will freeze up funding that could go to worthy middle and last mile projects that are ready to go while we wait for something to happen on the state side. And I understand the logic and that the nation is going to put forward money with the hope that the state will provide some matching funding. But as I understand it, the 191 Smart Highway Corridor is still in the planning stage, and along 191 Chinle, I think down to 264. I know we have it to 264, and then I think over to St. Michael's, and then it wraps around over to Sayoli and then goes up to Round Rock. Frontier has installed new fiber, and they're just waiting for a new router that they would have stationed in St. Mike's to push out the signal. And hopefully in the next month or so, they'll get that and be able to start marketing more increased speeds and more services to folks along that area. So I think there's movement being made on these projects. And if we want to do regional allocations for, this request for proposal process, then we should do it holistically or comprehensively, so that X amount will go to each delegate region, and maybe delegates could work with each other if they want to have, dedicated middle mile projects that will span multiple delegate regions. So yeah, those are my concerns right now. And I appreciate your support for this. And I think it's good, but the 191 planning process, or the proposed smart highway corridor by itself, is a middle mile project. So by taking away some of the last mile funding, I don't know. I just don't see how it all fits together. So thank you for proposing this. I don't think it makes a ton of sense in this context unless we're going to be fair to all the other delegate regions. But it's a good idea considering the state may be putting funding forward, but at this time they don't seem to be. And they had that ACA allocation previously, but I'm not aware of anything else that they've included. And hopefully we'll have time to review the new budget that passed the House and see if there is funding. And if that's the case, then we can look at matching funds from the nation. So those are my comments right now. And thank you, Speaker. I'll waive the rest of my time if I have any.
Thank you very much. Moving on down. Chairman Hinu, 4 minutes, 22 seconds.
Kasi yan sa Speaker Damon. Adjournment 24th Nomination Council on Che. Kudo Amendment. Hagi, and just concern I have is that there are processes that we have in place, and all the amendments are going through that process. And with the DOJ review and the applications and stuff. I mean, I don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I'm against this amendment. I mean, not the idea, but it's just the processes either. And to be equitable to the that we need to think of all these proposed amendments that are forthcoming that went through that process of the applications and the DOJ review. And so we don't know. I don't know if this is DOJ has deemed this to be an ARPA eligible expense or not. And what if it's so that's why I would like, that's why I asked for the documentation if DOJ had reviewed it to see if it was ARPA eligible. Because when if it does pass, so if it does go across the street, then that might be a reason for executive branch to redline it too. So so I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time, 3 minutes flat. Moving on down, Honorable Freeland, 3 minutes and 34 seconds on reserve time.
I'll reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
At 3 minutes and 32 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Alma Gay, 2 minutes and 47 seconds.
Back to the Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Etana. I'll go back to Cecilia's Kiyomi. I think there's I think the reason why we're asking this is there's no feasibility studies at the end, because of that is at the end, if it's built and then things like we had to ask governor to see if it's okay to do that. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be okay as long as the Navajo Nation spends all the money on that. But how much money are they going to give us too if we're going to do that? I don't know. At the end of it, at the end of the day, NTA will be the one that's going to be owning that as a ISP. It'll be costing over $150 a month. On it all about $180 a month. That's communications. It is a bunch of cases. I think we need to really do some how we can do that, because I know that the smart highway on the one I-40 is they're competitive. There's a lot of ISP because you're outside there. So I think we need to really concentrate on how we can do it. Then I've been asking that question too for myself. That just how much is that? Is because right now we have this feasibility studies we have with District 7, and then we have an grant application that's with the Arizona Commerce Authority, and they're willing to grant us, but we don't have the required matching funds. So you need to have some kind of application available for grants. Smart highways need to pahaten that. Okay, it hot air so it hot air that night. Just keep the sound down. Speaker, reserve my time.
That is every time in 27 seconds. That moving on down. I'm sure Amber Crotty. 3 minutes and 34 seconds.
Speaker Damon, excuse me, I provided the modification language to Legislative Council. If they could let us know if it's available. If not, I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Is a modification language available? Oh yeah, it is. Sent out at 6:21. That Ms. Nakai, could you read the modification language into the record?
This is the, on page 20, line 25, insert the following new paragraph. This is new language at D, at least $10 million of the NNFRF allocations for the quote middle mile and end quote and quote last mile end quote broadband expenditure plans shall be devoted to projects supporting the Navajo Nation's portion of Highway 191 included in Arizona's Smart Highway Corridor Initiative. See NABI AP-21-20. At least $10 million number of the NNFRF allocations for the middle mile and last mile broadband expenditure plan shall be devoted to projects supporting the Navajo Nation's voting District 12. Quote, Biklabato Cove, Gadiahi, Tokon, Red Valley, Tohalsoy, Tortolina, Two Gray Hills, Southnost broadband projects. To renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Navajo Nation Council hereby authorizes Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts and insertion of adjusted exhibits consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Speaker.
Can you hear me? Madam Chair, Crotty, this says 10 million. Did you say 5 million?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty. Yes, if I could, the request for 5 million. I would take 10 million, but I think that's above the amount that would be equitable. Thank you.
Huh? Wow. With that, so the modification has to change it, so it's going to say at least 5 million. And then right there. Okay, with that, it says 5 million. Okay, moving, or with that, the modification, Honorable Keon Begay. Request to modify.
Speaker, yo yashke. Di kodo shama yazio ke digi. I know only caution list. Rather than for me to say 10 million, I could maybe just modify my amendment to say that they should prioritize 191 smart highway projects. I could go without the dollar amount. Because you're talking about, I mean, my region, it will go into your region if we laid the main foundation. You're talking about all the way from Sanders through Ganado, through Chinle, into Round Rock, into Red Mesa, all the way up to Aneth. 191 each in there. So there's several chapters that are already going to be connected. I mean, are going to be the landline or the fiber optic is going to go through these communities, the main one. Then, of course, Adoje, it's Anadas that's going to connect furthermore. I mean, we can even start running from Round Rock all the way into Fort Defiance. N12 So, I mean, I think that's what we really need to do. So, but yeah, like I said, I'd like to stand on my modification, I mean, my amendment and see what happens. And if it fails, it fails. Speaker, no.
So you are you good with the modification? Or are you not good with the? Are you just staying with your original amendment?
Speaker, like I said, I stay with my original amendment. I mean, let's just see if it goes. If it doesn't, it won't go.
Okay,
Speaker.
thank you. That the modification is not accepted. Moving on back. On amendment number 2. Okay, we put you in the queue, Honorable Eugene. So.
Speaker, point of privilege. Can I get some clarification?
Point of privilege by Honorable Freeland. What's your point
I'm
of
sorry,
privilege?
I didn't hear that last part. Did Honorable Keelan Begay not accept the modification?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Back to the main just original amendment that he has proposed. With that, moving on down, let me go to, let me go back to Honorable Keelan Begay. There was questions from colleagues. Honorable Keelan Begay.
Speaker, say again.
Going back to you as a sponsor, there was questions from your colleagues.
Oh, well, going back to Kado Shishnaash. Well, first of all, I know it's a link. It's an 8 megabyte document, and I'm sure if you're looking, if you have a handheld device, I'm sure it won't be downloading. But if you have the computer, if you can go to page A40, it talks about 191, the status of it, within the state of Arizona. That's some information that I could be able to provide. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I understand. I mean, I mean, but if that is the case, I mean, what plan are we going to be approving I mean, going back to the original, the 60 million, again, like I said, all is being allocated, or we're just handing it out to carriers. So, I mean, that's my question as well. So again, I do, I mean, appreciate Kodoshna United Kido, obviously, he probably won't be supporting it, which is okay. Kodo Hajojo, the development of this particular project, I mean, I think it's well worth to really look into, because, like I said, I made the analogy that the main trunk line, I mean, irrigation so kun don haki kun ebach the ni so ado kodo khishim data hake ko ton dengi de yi chido ko ton dengi dazlin do le. So that's the analogy I'm trying to paint a picture of this middle mile. So running the connection to I-40, I don't just to listen here or I just
on your map for me. I know it comes from
Ado Kodor Mr. Hinio Ani that's what I've asked Kodor to our legislative council. Our legislative council be able to see what documents, what other information do I need to do. I'm not asking for a specific project, but more of the same language to say that there needs to be an allocation of a certain amount of funding for this project. Language should develop a year. If legislative council had indicated or said that you need to do these additional steps in order for you to make the amendment, should they need, or I would have done that. You know that I probably would have done that. Yes. So tomorrow, I'm sure we're going to be back in session again. Maybe, however, the outcome is, maybe I can. I don't know if I could be able to get anything done within a day or overnight with DOJ and other necessary steps on this particular request. I think I believe brother Mr. Begay Yahananazi Tato I believe that he was just more making a comment on this particular progress that we're dealing with within each of the regions that we have. As amending party, it's just a matter that, okay, this is my proposal, but what I've tried to provide to you is a short video of what we're talking about, by what ADOT is doing right now. And then the 8 megabyte documents, it talks on the overall what the state of Arizona has regarding their broadband plan. Yes, the Navajo Nation, we don't have it. So again, we're trying to scramble to say that how do we really do a step up to say that this is the overall plan that we need to do for our Navajo people. This smart highway. I mean, my thinking was that the council already supported with through NABI 21-20, 21-22. I mean 20-20. I thought Governor Ducey. Now the other thing that I need to need his brother Mr. Elmer Bekeya Department of Commerce Authority, Arizona Commerce Authority. We have been meeting with them. Mr. Sabaka, needed his brother Stochin, Mr. Freeland. Mr. Sabaka is similar to Mr. Tico Charlie now. Governor, I can do what needs to be done only if the governor is indicating that he's willing to move forward with this project with the cooperation but the Navajo Nation does need to allocate certain amount of funding of their own to really help each other. No, so ada I hadzi, of course, but if this doesn't go through, then probably I'll go directly to, if this legislation does approve, then I'll probably go directly to Mr. Charlie, and of that 60 million, I'll continue to probably advocate for him to allocate a certain amount of funding for 191. But I was just hoping that this we put a language in here that at least a certain amount of funding is specifically allocated for the certain main artery corridor on the Navajo Nation. So, either way, if this fails, of course, with the legislation passes, of course, my effort will go towards Mr. Chico Charlie to, with that 60 million, Nikki Ecuador Sato, based on that, Ecuador 191 Sato, based upon the Nichi petition, she asked that, Bebena the Squatter, let's put Ashin Ecuador, one thing that you, you go on to the next one, speaker.
Thank you, Shay. I'm beginning. That, colleagues, we go ahead and go back to the floor. As I have two members of the council that are in the queue at this time. That Honorable Yellow here, floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Speakers in the I support this legislation, and also as long as the benefit of almost the entire Navajo Nation. I guess this is like foundations. I support it and want to make sure this benefit the Black Mesa and the Royal area. They opinion don't they force they don't they hard to agree. Also, I don't they because give us city with the also been at all the AI at all. But on the other could so I support this one here. I do thank you very much. I look at entire Navajo Nation to make sure this money making rescue plan like money is benefiting entire Navajo Nation. I don't see it. No one he'll support like it is. Be and because of he'll cut on Lenny and not all I don't have Lenny Mexico to eat hello. That's they can indeed let us benefit and use this money and making rescue plan. I support it. Once I reserve my time. Speaker.
3 minutes and 48 seconds. I'm Yellow here. Moving on down. Honorable Eugene So, good evening. What's yours?
It's Chase.
Oh.
Honorable Delegate Seth Damon. Chase. It's on how he shot Kunzahana. What's all the other guys? Canada, Yamasta. So, it is a get you should die. And where is not quite taught that children. Then they could St. John, they're on the way I-40. I don't could on the way get off 333. A credit at Chin, a lake jacket to white loons. On the way Canada, at Chin. Other than other 264. Baranan, I don't know, not showing to Burnside, I send off stand on the reach in Linguia. I had London, the restaurant, don't they Mexican. I just in there you to beyond Nana. In there Canada, be hit D191. I got a cost of the United States. Asian, but I hate that corner. But you need I should die through gate.
خاصي كنا إن أدول لسه بتأتى زنو ده أول لني بنحط هاجي شيء بدأ نيتوي كذي كنال أنا بتأتى بتأتى سلوس بين نيجيش نبيد أنا زاد هذا أتى زنو ده كنت أنا هلو يا يسكي يعني كنت أبان سهت كيسي كويت تشتغل لقي ده بتأتى إذا in areas where there's going to be populated, I'm pretty sure it's going to get connected with that only white take it to even might go down into Nazlini or go up to a steamboat. But Aggie Aggie Eddie so got other halls, so Bahol G. It's because three son yard has never hold G. T hot either Neto audit me never now G. We're back there, and then see either Panahol G. The Conde classification that the Capayate Chitin, Cadico, Codo on the Sesta Arena, I saw Tangasita. Or to the Ranjin, she got a ship. But Aggie Saint could add a Cadata Ede Yadni, just all your ill, near the point of what's it that on his air holes with a room that you. But I in it, that's it, drink at. That's the only way of transport communication these days. I've been a ton of not able to ask. So I really am for what he is trying to pursue with this amendment. Issue I of this. So reserve my time to check.
That 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Any other comments or questions, colleagues, before I go back to reserve time? All right, let me go back to reserve time. Chairman Henio, 3 minutes flat. Floor is yours on reserve time.
Select Speaker Damon. Ada kudo 24th Navigation Council Ache. Shnanta Telecommunications. Najuno to make that effort to make sure that we are in the right. And I mean, I do support the smart highway, and we need to get that connectivity going for our travelers that are on that road. But in the meantime, we get just one more question is the reason why I was asking for the expenditure plan and stuff, because kind of timeline, see if this could happen. 2 years.
Sorry, Chairman, that was me.
Okay, hold on. Am I still going?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, so within the 2 years that we have left, or actually 2024 to get it expended, and then 2026 for it to be completed. Will this meet the timeline? Reserve my time.
Thank you very much. 2 minutes and 14 seconds, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman, again. That, moving on, Honorable Freeland. Good evening. On reserve time, 3 minutes and 32 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Speaker Shanta. Just thinking about the Smart Highway Corridor on 191, and again, I do support it. It will definitely help out 6 of our colleagues from I-40 all the way up to almost to the Utah state line. So it will be beneficial for 6 of our colleagues in pushing the 191 corridor. And just like what my Che said, Honorable Eugene, so that's kind of the idea here is pushing that corridor. So I do support it. I want to see us connect with Arizona and New Mexico side, and as well as Utah connect with Arizona side as well, and have connectivity. What we need is infrastructure. What we need is more fiber. And I think of what CenturyLink was trying to do from Farmington down 371 to install more fiber to Crown Point. And that was one of the unique challenges is trying to find the fiber or get the fiber. And it's so expensive these days that to lay more fiber, more strands is equals more stronger connectivity. And I always think about my connection here in Crown Point, and I have a 6 meg connection, and my daughter has a 100 meg connection in Albuquerque. She lives in Albuquerque. So it kind of differentiates. It gives you an idea. It's not fair. The fairness is not there for myself and her. So I do support it. Speaker, if we could give some time to Mr. Tom Platero, I want to see what he has to say about this, our discussion. I know he's listening. If that's okay, Speaker, and colleagues. So I'll go ahead and waive the rest of my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That waive the rest of your time. Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Moving on down on reserve time, I do have Honorable Elmer Brigade with 27 seconds.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brigade again. I asked the question, but my brother didn't hear it regarding the governor. So, Governor, Delegate, is there any the resolution or the legislation that we submitted to the report to support that? Is there any response on it with a written and then or some kind of a resolution from him? Reserve my time.
Reserve your time with 1 second. We go back to Honorable Keon McGee for response.
Speaker, I can't handle this. Kadosh brother, United Kidiki. There's twice or 3 times that we have met with Anidia Bahasi, Mr. Sabaka. Yeah, he's the Arizona Commerce Authority director for the state of Arizona. In order for him to really make a position that the governor can support this particular request, is that the nation needs to make a commitment in a certain amount of funding that this particular project that the nation is standing on. But yes, we don't have anything from the governor's office. Call Speaker, you know this. Then the state task force chair, Kodoa Shabrother, Mr. Freeland, we have been asking for the Navajo Nation to officially deliver the NABI 21-20 to the governor's office. On behalf of the Navajo Nation, it's not just going to be fiber. Not just going to be 191. Mr. Sabaka is saying that I think the nation really needs to make a stance that they have certain amount of resource and funding that the nation had committed to. Brother, as of right now, yes, there's no official a response from the governor's office for them to say that this particular project that the nation is requesting But again, we have been working directly with Mr. Sabaka on this particular. And then, of course, we've been meeting with the counties. I mean, the next meeting is on July 14th. I think some of my colleagues has been attending the meeting with the supervisors, county supervisors, because they have a big interest in it for their area, for their district. So anybody feels that that we're being left out, I don't think that's the case. I understand again. Because all the county supervisors from the state of Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico, they all have been participating in this particular meeting and the effort that we really push to get support on this particular progress.
Thank you very much, Chair Honorable Keon Begay. That, moving on down. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, on reserve time, 3 minutes and 34 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. So I just need clarification on the modification. Was there a request to modify for all 24 districts from the amending party? I would just need clarification on the email that was sent. Thank you, Speaker, and I'll reserve my time.
3 minutes and 5 seconds. Madam Chair Crotty, as of right now, we are voting on an original amendment that Honorable Keon Begay has brought forth with no changes or modifications. Moving on down, I got a new colleague in the queue. Honorable So, good evening.
Yeah, do you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Sinanta, adit brother. So, adit sinostagi. So, adit tita memelyagi. The request for, I believe the amendment reads at least $10 million. Not indicating that we're going to pull money from a certain line item. That's the way I see the amendment. So, oyo sin peso na halong tikisitja. And say is, if it goes across the street, you're going to look at the language and ilan that at least a or yes at least a that ako or in aiki de zogosha paike pa shin ako you have to rob Peter to pay Paul on where you're going to get funded from, whether maybe from the broadband or maybe from the housing. You know, there's the housing, there's the bathroom addition money, there's the monies for the hadit la peso hanizo. Ako ashana itikidnan de shnini. Iti sa diki oigo shilhot eda. That's it at least for o insano that's it ko unante that should it be there or not? But I know you're advocating for your region pertaining to the need of broadband. I don't think the superhighway need to go. State of Arizona, base of I believe they're using some ARPA monies, and that's what they have infused into the counties. They studied and that's how they're spending their monies on studies. They don't have the actual money to pay for the middle mile, and I believe that's what Supervisor Fowler and is trying to get together. Why don't we have the state go ahead and obligate their dollars to that project and see where it goes? PR Highway 191 is in there, and I do remember that somewhere, but it didn't say that a certain amount of funding was allocated for that project. Let's have the state allocate their dollars first before we start moving. On sin, sinna o ban sas kesi I don't that I'm not too sure if the modification was made to your amendment again, but 10 million from which line item that's within this current legislation. Reserve my time.
That's every time with 28 seconds. Going back, Honorable Kiambi, response.
Yeah, I mean, do at least 10 million. Yeah, I don't know about legislative council is making the recommended language. If we may need to modify it or clarify it, I mean that's where legislative council will probably provide that language. But yes, at least 10 million should be allocated for the smart highway. I mean, I don't know. A smart highway is just meaning. Another way is that it's going to lay the trunk line of the fiber optic cable. I mean, that's what it's really going to do. I mean, the cable, the key couldn't at all. Just again, like a main trunk line of electricity. Couldn't other so within a certain amount of miles. I mean, that's where the other dollars probably will come into play, because today, I mean, it's like I said, it's not going to cost only 10 million. It's probably going to be double or even triple the amount. But all I'm saying is that at least deep in the Satan or that base of Satope he caught or was it still so called the just such an hit base of 120 million Nikki to 8 eyes in it or on hit a yacht could be the task Satope and Nash base or the dick is what our base on that dot. To me, that's the other notion. Thinking could do what our in a quite harsh and the Siki base of any job, but not then 1/3 or 2/3 of the funding will come from the other source or list. So that's the first question. And then the second question, how that the Niniki Joti, it does say on page 20, line 25, insert the following language. So if you look at the language, the legislation on page 20 of 33, Bakaki, Jokonage, di Lanushki, Kun Izoto. So under that heading is going to be at section 9, approval of broadband project expenditure plan. Bakaki so obviously that this particular language will go into that section of 9, which talks to the broadband funding allocation. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Keelan Begay. Let me go back to the floor at this time. I don't have anybody else in the queue, so let me go back to reserve time. I have Honorable Yellow Hair, 3 minutes and 48 seconds.
Speaker, I reserve my time at this time. Thank you, Speaker.
Hey, thank you. 3:44. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, 2 minutes and 11 seconds.
But oh, no, that way no. Okay, da. In the case, you can't forget to pass the time. I got out on this case. I don't have some city daily. Then the way the corn at me. I recognize that and make us conk at home. If you don't need it, I don't have all. So all that's $100. On on this case, I mean, we need to be ready for what the state is also planning. Also, the Biden administration, or you based on need I need. So even now, even now, we need to be ready for those outside funds that's going to be coming into the state or the county. I did a show on this case order. I got 3 areas I'd like to connect with Spider Rock and Del Muerto and Ram Pasture. I need to connect those. They actually be out for 8 on solid and lead. I saw shouldn't I can't cut all this. That is gay. So that's what's going on right now. The immediate freedom need art the things now this year on the yilla chong on the side so far but yeah need to start now but this down the apparently could even now that's even hot but now so that is the story and shit and see case the hot another can we talk about the ABC but it so shit that in the show that in the or share speaker should say all the people that are going by the share though I'll wait my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene So. Moving on down, Chairman Hinu. 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Chairman Hinu.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Takashina. I think Shiche, Delegate Keelan McGee has answered most of my questions, but I'll reserve my time in case I have something else to give. Reserve my time.
Serve your time at 2 minutes and 3 seconds.
Speaker, this is Daniel. Put me in the queue.
Okay, Honorable Daniels, I'll put you in the queue. That continue on reserve time. Honorable Elmer Begay, 1 second. Honorable Elmer Begay, 1 second.
Wait my time, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. Moving on down, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 3 minutes and 5 seconds.
Speaker Damon, may I get my question answered and not take my time? You answered my question, but the question was for the sponsored amendment. I'll reserve my time. Please don't take it.
Okay. Going to the sponsor, Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker, I guess it was just more of an email exchange between my colleagues. That's it. No, I'm not modifying my amendment of where Kodo introduced the motion Schlage, Speaker. I stand on the motion that's in place right now, Speaker. Hello?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Honorable Keon Begay. That, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 3 minutes and 5 seconds.
Yes, Speaker, thank you for that clarification in terms of email exchanges. What I did want to ask is what then is the project breakdown for broadband? If Mr. Patero's on the office or on the call, his office was supposed to contact all of our regions and develop a broadband for the nation. So I'd like to receive what I know our District 12 developed a broadband listing. So I'd like to know what that is. And, I can't change the votes of delegates or what they do and what they amend, but I do want to note that President Nez staff, just under 10 of his staffers are challenging delegates in their districts. And so the gaslighting of this administration to make deals and make promises, the real thing is their staff is challenging your seats. And I think we should just continue to work on our community projects because what's going to come out in the end is a mapping of how this funding is distributed, and it will be clear how funding was given to our different regions, and most importantly, how President Nez has allocated funding, because we have voters on all sections of our Navajo Nation, and COVID addressed everyone, and we have community members, school children who do not have broadband, and I'm just going to continue to demand transparency and accountability on what is the plan using these dollars to help those children, those college students, those workers who are still trying to get broadband in their homes. And I'll reserve my time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Cardi. That. Let me go back to sponsor Honorable Keon Begay. Cherry.
Speaker, I believe Kudosh Bayahadziki, I can't speak on behalf of the executive branch and the administration. I'm not sure. But but this particular budget is in our hands. And I mean, I just may, I'm not being pressured or being asked to do this by any administration or anyone else. But I believe that this is the effort, as you know, that through NABI, AP 21-20. This was almost 2 years ago that the council had supported with my presentation of legislation. I continue to push to say that we should have this particular project on the Navajo Nation. And again, I mean, we're only talking about, 90% or even 95% or less than 5%, of the total amount that's being allocated. And then the rest is probably will be going into other regions of the Navajo Nation, because the total amount is 120. Remember that. Total amount is 120. But again, maybe I would say that maybe prioritize the smart highway being funding to bundle, and if you prioritize it, maybe I don't know if that would be another way. So that from there, the extending a lot of these service to the rural part of the Navajo Nation will come into play. I mean, I can see through 191, of course. I mean, in our area, extending to Rough Rock, extending to Pinion, and then all the way up to Forest Lake, and then it's off. So I mean, the artery will start growing once we lay down a lot of these major artery of the fiber optic. And I don't think that any community should be left out, and I say that, and I'm with you guys, that each community, in your region, I know that we drive through it all the time when we go into Shiprock or Farmington. Then through Rat Valley and all the way into Shiprock. And then that's the main artery, and I'm sure the office of the 60 million project, I don't know, like I said, that's where Mr. Tico and Mr. Patero or Ms. Nez will probably allude to that particular overall plan for the Navajo Nation of 120 million.
You know what? Leave the document first. Okay, thank you, Jay. Okay, I don't know if there's maybe somebody that can help assist, if either the FRF office, Mr. Chaco, or even Honorable Freeland as a main sponsor of the legislation.
Good evening, Speaker. I know Mr. Platero and Mr. Chaco are on the line, but Mr. Platero would be more inclined to respond. Mr. Platero, if you can.
Mr. Speaker, may I respond? Mr. Speaker, members of the council, the broadband project is a huge undertaking for the Navajo Nation. Several of your delegates that are colleagues of yours have indicated that even the state is still doing their studies. In Hija, we're way behind, to be quite honest with you. We have hired new people. Sonia Nez is doing the best she can. Our ARPA office has been helping her to try to get her team together. What we've done up to this point is really go out and listen to a lot of the stakeholders in this process, from people that can provide service to an alliance group to the higher education institutions on the Navajo Nation. And now we're beginning to get a better understanding of it all. We do support the 191 project, but the way the amendment is written right now is really going to restrict how these funds are going to be used. That 10 million is going to account for 8.33% of the 120 million that's being proposed for broadband. If this goes into the resolution and the way it's written, it's devoting it specifically to 191. Now, if you look at the plan, Arizona Broadband Office has two plans that are available online, and I can email that to you. One talks about broadband on tribal lands and how it's underdeveloped. They have a map in there that shows that only a small percentage of our people are actually accessing it. So our plan with Mr. Charlie, Ms. Nez, and me facilitating some of theirs is we need a comprehensive Navajo Nation approach where we don't leave anybody behind. And that's why in that effort, we're trying to seek additional funds beyond the 120. We are getting a consultant on board. The company is it's a Navajo company that is going to be working with us to apply for funding. Right now, they've identified 6 sources that the Navajo Nation will be going after. So if this amendment is passed, then you're basically tying us into this amount. The Arizona plan talks about one of the tribal lands, how it's underrepresented. The second part talks about state routes, and Route 89 and 191 are basically in the secondary group. They named 2 other state routes before that. But when you prepare the legislation and you make it this specific, where you're tying it into 191, that really restricts what we can do. You got to remember that the Arizona routes that the Arizona is taking a look at and improving is going to be including I-40, 89, 160, 264, 87, 191, 98, 99, and 17. What we're trying to do is get the funding allocated so that when we talk with our partners at the county and the state, we have a funding available that we can work with them to say, let's cost share on these projects. The other part of it is the plan is if the state is going to be running a fiber in there, what we want to do is partner up with them where we add in additional Navajo Nation fiber lines that can be accessed at a future point. The other difficulty with this amendment is you give a broad definition of 10 million of the FRF allocation for the middle mile and last mile. Middle mile and last mile are 2 separate categories underneath the ARPA funding. So it kind of gives it's not clear enough, and it's also very restrictive in the process. I did take a look at the resolution, and it's basically putting a request to put that on there. 191 is on Arizona's radar. We haven't gotten written confirmation of the state saying that we want to commit this to it. In the conversations that I've sat in on with the state of Arizona, they're very concerned about the right-of-way. In the conversations I've sat in with Coconino County, they're very concerned about the acquisition of right-of-way. That's why there's a team that's been working with the RDC to do the one-stop shop concept. And the information that I got from them is that they have draft legislation that's pending that needs to be set up so that these can go through. So the way it's written now, it's going to restrict what the broadband office, what the telecommunications regulatory office can do to expedite or include everybody. We don't want to leave anybody behind. The other part of it that the council should be aware of is that one of your colleagues indicated that I have 6 megabytes at home. When I go visit a family member, they're at 100 megabytes. That's the other part that council needs to be aware of, because part of the ARPA funding, when it came out, and I'm quoting, says services that reliably meet or exceeds symmetrical uploads and download speeds of 100 megabytes per second. So that's one of the things that we're trying to stand on, is any development should be at that 100 megabyte level. The reason being is that if it ties into the second part of it, which is that integrate affordability options into program development. So the short answer is we need to put it all across the Navajo Nation. We need to work together to get it done. And when it's completed, it needs to be affordable so that everybody can access that information or have access to broadband. Mr. Speaker.
See that, Mr. Patero, is that complete?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, seems like you just stopped. I didn't know if we got cut off or anything. Thank you, Mr. Patero. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have at this time, with reserved time, Honorable, actually, no, going to new colleagues. Honorable Daniels is in the queue, and Honorable Chairman Nez. Honorable Daniels, good evening. Floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, this is Daniel. Chairman Nez, and get back to me. Okay.
Reserve your time at 4:49. That, Chairman Nez, good evening. Floor is yours.
Yeah, good evening, Honorable Speaker Damon. Aro baseball sana. Aro ndata sitsala. Honorable Kialan Begay. Roti 10 million in Kadiki. I want 10 million also. I'll say that up front. Nagada, Phoenix, Arcadian Infracom. Ada Oston Nagay, so Lake Adest. Tonanest is it a hostan go dest. It on a way there. Ayenta do and a hot sorrow red mesa is not on Shiprock. Ada could a Farmington on a way they go. Then we go dest. Ebits others, Iki, Quaggy, Aki Lai Yaha, Face Abando. In the Amendment 1 by let us see clean. Nel Bashir quit the mail, Nahicha Holna, Shanant Anna Fenigi. Lay Cuba City, the Hosta, Kayanta, which at the Naho Costo, North of the Hadith in Page Scott. That's a Hatosa, Heda Kuyok, so if it's not on it, so I don't hit an egg any but at a host is the Kayenta the Nana. Narena how cost all J told you Ajol to hit an egg at a host there, Kayenta do, then a hot sub a shut the article, then a hot sojo a Ajol to the care the hut. Ray cheese, chocolate, cheese chamber to Russia. Ajot Nakera hat Aro Hosta a 191 bidi, Neniki
Akoti kodik na New Mexico kehuit energy so pesa all these years Arizona ajidon hika nalwota posto hahot socha ota nate ayan pesa so pesa neda asa do beshatleta New Mexico je ashon capital outlay nich and nada that nich eda hidat Akoyen hika nalwa acho pa yo toja data not ani hanacha haki Ako facility ayo do shilot era I do support you on a lot of projects but on this one I just can't in good faith do shabiga I have to vote red on this data president so we can we can save his ink from vetoing this line item here. Oh yeah, data on it. 10 million shade. Nate, na lost it. Delicious. Yeah, 10 million out of shade. Na lo out of such an fish monster on the data. 22 nanal egisha. It's so 10 million, but I don't. Nekhet a broadband, but in yeah or least a quaggy ayo. Do based equity no choko even in nati o quaki o ayo bonus case or sataro halet ha 191 should ha to le ko base of 10 million is a lot of money oh you pay so Aro asat the base of personal 120 million broadband. Ashe needs way hands or she a deal integate quizonal. O Joe hot a quaggy ben ye. Roti sa betan hadit ahibayel killa. Ere hot abahatis, just I should is a given in the hate Aranan case and the dish is out. Once survivor has street on this, so okay, I reserve my time.
That reserve your time at 40 seconds. Moving on down, colleagues. Don't have anybody else in the queue. Let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Otto So, 28 seconds.
Thank you, this is Daniel.
Yes, Honorable Daniels. I put you back on reserve time, so I will be around the horn to come back to you. Honorable Otto So, 28 seconds. Going twice. Otto So going 3 times. That Chairman Hino, 2 minutes and 3 seconds.
Hi, Che. I mean, it's Speaker Damon. I think Kodawa, I'm ready to go with this legislation. I mean, this amendment to go vote. So I don't have any further questions. I'll wait my time.
Thank you. That moving on down. Madam Chair Crowdy, 1 minute and 17 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So I'm looking at the exhibit, and if I could understand from the sponsor in terms of the language, how exactly is this language going to be implemented by the program, considering the exhibit for the broadband allocation? Thank you, and I'll reserve my time.
54 seconds.
What's not working? Oops. Thank you, Madam Chair, Karati. 54 seconds on your reserve time. Before I go back to the sponsor, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, 3 minutes and 44 seconds. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Hello,
Guys.
hello, yeah, this, yeah, man, dolly. Aro di kweba yel tiki. Asa ne hot erode, nothing hit arole, oh, only $10 million. Oh, you behind lane. Could I have penny done, just Casey done? I don't have no time, she don't need. I guess I used up last week. Anyway, could I have the television on what Rick Ned, then you get the old COVID-19 hustling at it a year after last year. Guys, it was what for the puppy need to drink for God. Into you offer water, but then it's like you can't use your livestock, don't you? On so then they basically are to be the things are what Diego. I call never say that he lost you could out and like it's so high damn club a hunt in penny on it. We put wash in the is on pay to on its in only black mesa that or Robbie was to on its in little hard though. As I want this kitchen not any $24 million. I think indeed the net this is going to be even used for other 110 chapters too in Sheba Lord 20 I think in thousand not on in the very need water. I see not there, but they told a basically John's house. It all cut off. So basically, they had the honorable institutions and Mr. Honorable Daniel. So, the judicial about it. Just judicial, they have money. They has 20 other higher officials. They get paid a lot, and yes, not like Washington. Per project, he are but the kid. If you did Navajo Nation, judicial the chapter level, the top located because a lot of business or as a pass of Williamson, Jonathan, like a shipwreck, what this little user on Smayas, Navajo, not on in little on my unit house noon. They need water too. 20 eyes since could also could also cut down money upon that he talk then the reservoir like in Junia as a compact Lia, but also needs the cement of Lilia, the hard version needs out on the Black Mesa Pinion area, according on the because it was on the burnt corn to the cripple wells. What are the needs in session? A deepness was little that you could have tell your kid. What are you about this? Did I reserve my time as the speaker? Speaker. Turn the floor back to you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Wheeler here. 38 seconds. Let me go on to Honorable Herman Daniels, and I'll go back to the sponsor. Honorable Daniels, 4 minutes and 49 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Yeah. Adonana koto shite koto. Men ini yahaki koto. I think Arke Hilne koto. Bansa kes. Bansi kes koto. Adonana koto at the sneak koto. Beshmans unnik linigi. Zudash at LC kes. Adonan Azudash at a yage tip. Oh, neat. Adonan koto. amendment ben in ya ki ko da should stay. Si ba pa ke hil ne do na ko to pan sas ke si ko to. Ma gai ta hwis ko to ni sina ya ha ti chairman nes. Ko hot do da hot aban sas ke so. Do da ta hwis go. Yo tro je ha hot so. Ho do je ha hot so. A shi bi to ha hot so. Is hot an ke ya bi ta za. Do da tro na hot I don't know what age but that says you what about this case the based on height niligi so you could eat need even that but based on hitch holia I don't know the could it's the never best ever big wheel neck because of that he host ego what are you but this case was says them so that he host ego across the Navajo nation Alid I that he host Babake what deal niche so it's about for ban this case of what did so all that memories that about see to let's go yeah these go what and hello a meme ben not down sit out about that sit to let's le ko to da and that's the do a quite the so it yeah quite the yeah shit is go to that he was what these nation for you about this case ago. So could 120 million down for the base so if you could do the ben better on the sea. So that is about this case of what did. So it also about state or could do the Mr. Speaker, I don't know could do the I'd see he could reserve the reserve time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 2 minutes and 27 seconds. We go back then to sponsor Shay. Honorable Kiam, floor is yours.
Yeah, non Italy last Speaker do 24th Council. First one could do delegate Nazia Hadzi as though that I alone as a delegate asking for 10 million. That's really not the case. Looking at the southern tip of the Navajo Nation, I-40, Delegate Smith, Chapter Ninel. I think there's three of them. Sanders area into White Rune and Clagato. Otto Stanch and Nulla, Vince James. Going to go through the main Ganado area and then Otto west of the TNA burn site. Otto Stanch down the road. A Lechin Legit 191 Eat a Kodo Delegate Eugene So. Otto couldn't dog Helen the only chapter that I represent the give me funds when I eat it or list. I don't live round rock. Ajay Nak Kodo Delegate Slater. Indian Lead Round Rock and Rock Point. I don't know what it's from my other but chapters non Rat Mesa and Lay Mexican Water. On Lew North with the not 18 into I believe it was Monabizu, Mashe Yunnet Thor and area. So I believe I don't think that this is just self-interest funding request from honestly Nigi. This is a project as an overall do farming, do irrigation bahanatze. A hot aban sakesti irrigation isiki tunden nahaki adiga of the farmers along this irrigation system. I mean that's the way that this particular project that this is implemented or established all the way with the we have about several school systems, about 6 or 7 public school, unified school district, Sanders, Ganado, Chinle, Red Mesa. And then you got some community schools along the way Then you got several BIA schools along the way. The notion is that I alone is asking for the 10 million, but it's on behalf of the community in this along this particular route. But again, I don't want to make it sound as though that only this area. Yes, the whole Navajo Nation. I mean, we can't just build a power line out of the middle of nowhere without connecting to the major transformer stations. So, yeah, other area are getting, they're benefiting. Arcadian, the western part of the Navajo Nation, cable is there, but that's not going to benefit the central part of the Navajo Nation. Unless we say that, okay, the 10 million, I mean, certain millions, along 191 at all, that could be done. But again, I mean, I could say less or somehow. It's not just 10 million. But like I said, it's going to cost over about 30 to 40 million overall project. But based on that means we really are stepping up to allocate funding for the project. The notion that I alone will be getting the 10 million, that's really not the case. Delegate Mr. Nez, I just want to clarify that. Budget process, not that I believe that question would go directly to the main sponsor of the legislation. But again, the middle mile, 60 million. Again, like I said, if this fails, I mean, my next effort is to lobby or go to Mr. Tico or the Opera Office to say that let's allocate some funding for 191. I mean, that's one thing that's my continued advocacy. But again, we probably really need to push for the program or the office to really provide the overall plan that needs to be put in place for the Navajo Nation overall. So there's always have to be a start somewhere. And I believe that we could do this, get this particular broadband services into the Navajo Nation. Right now, Arcadian Haninigi is really not the overall plan is just going directly into for to Salt Lake and Denver. Of course, right away, Kodoniya Yahatzi, Mr. Patero, that are the biggest issue that we will be dealing with. I mean, Arcadian indicated that it took him several years just to even get the approval from the BIA. So if this particular funding, I mean, if it has a 2-year window, I'm not sure if the nation could even spend 120 million, knowing that we got to go through this right-of-way process. So, the budget process, maybe Mr. Freeland, delegate Crowdy, like I said, the simple language of the amendment language is to allocate funding for the 191 Smart Highway project. I mean, I believe it's almost 200 miles north to south of the Navajo Nation. Although your brother, Mr. Yellowhair, he just made a general comment as well in relating to water. In that area, cell tower is very much needed in those areas. And I kept saying, Low Mountain does need a cell tower. Other Kados, the delegate Herman Daniel, Yahananazi, to out Kodobe in test case, not of what Delegate Nez had talked about. Again, like I said, this is my proposal. I mean, my recommendation and my amendment. I mean, the fact that how we vote on it, I mean, let that be the case, and we'll move on. No, not on the Sikoko. Rado Halit Allah. Had the shot is a dog did out and then Linigi Bahanatis, Unas needs in the Gina Bendan Arch hot, hunting the meals of Basin Jehodna don't need out the tree don't need. I asked for almost about $10 billion worth of projects, but yet not even one penny was allocated for my region. So I commend the delegates that are getting fundings from the state of Arizona. And I know the state task force have worked tirelessly on that particular advocacy. So it's had the shot up in a shant, but like I said, I'm here to advocate for our Navajo people. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Keelan Begay. That we go on back to the floor. I do have a new colleague in the queue. Honorable Paul Begay, good evening. On amendment number 2, the floor is yours.
Honorable Speaker, that they Bishman Anna. Nothing going to nice it can get here. I don't go sitting the wheel netto, the wheel or by here soon. So a yapini, none hit is slashing or Kodail. Kodoya say, always start or Yego Aya on Payatachi. For the Sabi Sohoki Amendment Zengi ADG Sashi Yadan Kabata, the nosing. Rani and the Bishmas on the air. Run hit the never eat. Patient high is Nelgi A Yapayel Chito A Bait. A cut end the DA quietish ship in the yes of the clinic. A Sabetan Hoti Ahi. Nas Pasto se Pido has come. Ado Sohnatina Chi. Legislation 0086-22. A Kohatashi Yatana, Nikitana, your partner house, country string. As it all by Yelchi. A could all be here, so amendment that il ingo. O could ego, Barney Cret. Amendment adore litigate as sati. Legislation. O could ego by Yatio. Ya la Bohonetza, Mr. Goban's case. E. 86-22. He's for year. Benigaya. Where are Holiaki? That the Nish. Yet that the Ne. A land at the place. Things of the Nebuchadnezzar, what was Nick. Narrated in his Sangi, a queenism. Ya, the shant. Oh, yeah, Yataski. Oh, yeah, Yataski. Where's a banana? It's so hot, Nigo, a bayana, Chutan. The ashes is all the Halia, the Bishmas under Dankit. Sade or Yataskio, Yen Hitchayadaski is drinking. A coebony na, yet auto kiss a bend the teacher halahot. And this knee person the year attend there. Washington, they been Hahacho spy. One peso, oh, you had done shit out of. So, consocotate in there, nature colia. atinte het uitzito in die nige bayelki de ode nebetje kosse ben die je naarnis attendant de hot abansas kis die do sape hoe iets zo ge ja to ope onnas holjes dat zet nan skensko de stage aje dat kege hoe kenat otso ado kodin halna to kesi ado kona hot ba yananil kitole hot de zonne bentjes gewoon Mr. Tom Platero at the north hagi dan kit is jaila Bagit oyo do ya at etan kit the north kan kit no be bentjes gewoon ko even as the ban such case DP so hat nenge amendment da nenge o do se ya skonda o be na hol just on that nil kan hallen hot aban such case eri ya be hat this since not ano sini 24th Navajo Nation Council alan zagon kitna hot this she Kifliye bende di jaha onsun the neye atatan kite sla ateye na reide person ne kolne to ko nikit na haz ago ye be ya hot kon da hot ni dan zo go che ni che da tes in kode to ba ye dilki o na haz paso heji ka na hallen go hot an kitla za o nan hoska not no cleaning is for the cleaning.
We'll probably get it's time.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Papier. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. So let me go back to reserve time. I have Madam Chair Crotty, 54 seconds on Amendment 2. Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Chair McCarty going twice. Chair McCarty going 3 times. Moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair, 38 seconds.
Yeah, no, thank you, Speaker. I have 28 or 30 seconds. I just want to support this legislation. But Tom Patera explained pretty well that there's money, $120 million can be used. The legislation 0086-22. She need water for Black Mesa. What era Toby need they are the bar, his name, because it's the best leader. 12 stars, he need the fishy are, he's not better. The other fishy and lay Black Mesa. It's an outside of NPL. Era taught Cleodin in labor for then the zombie. Are they taught that you get what they need in the left? And I need Black Mesa. What's the Sakaro? I can't.
Great, thank you. That, moving on down. Honorable Otto So, it's your second time called with no response. Honorable Otto So, 28 seconds. Honorable Otto So. Going twice. Water, so you have 28 seconds on reserve time. Auto so 3 times. Moving on down. Honorable Herman Daniels, 2 minutes and 27 seconds on reserve time.
Mr. Speaker, Nana Kodo, good evening. Aru Nana Kodo Snat Anaslanagi. Should say Kodo, what think tonight this kill Kodo. Aru saying Kodo Bale Kahudanil Net of this amendment the Kodo. So Kodo is great. If this amendment goes through, Kayla E. Yosh, what's the one this broadband. Kayla E. They both have NATO letter from Babanta's case. I don't know. I didn't get the answer for delegate out so which how do I Nila this 10 million again in your heart. That's why can you I could not agree that with this broadband if it goes through so into with that and that power line electricity they are the yoke there's so is it going to be Navajo Nation Telecommunications that on this case with Mr. Speaker, thank you. Reserve time.
Thank you very much. Reserve time at 1 minute and 4 seconds. Moving on down. I go back to the sponsor. Chairman Nez, 40 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Aroshanan Arnasleniki. Joe Con Abahazin Negotiate. I'm just ready to vote. So, and I thank Honorable Begay for his response. Koronat Ahnatsiki. Ashia Hut Abe Handahanil Nato Adot Era. So, Ahun Saharale. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Chairman. That we go back to Honorable Keon Begay. Good evening, Che. Turning the floor back over to you for response.
Okay, just quickly, Shanandana Fenigi Kodo, Banana Sito Leliki, Kodo's brother, Mr. Yellow Hair, Joy Tohajiki, and not, yeah, I mean, we support and I support anything dealing with water development on the Navajo Nation. So hopefully that we do get some fundings for those particular projects for our chapters as well. So I support you on that one, brother. Adokodosche, Mr. Daniel Yahadziki. I mean, I guess maybe that will be my question as well. Even though if this doesn't go through, who is going to administer the $120 million? Operate each. But if you look at the exhibit, J1, J2, and J3, all of them, we're just going to pass it on to carriers. So I mean, to me, they will be the one that will be the operator. So obviously, the Navajo Nation ourselves, we don't have any company or an entity except for NTUA. Yeah. So again, the notion, Hajoban Sinakishan and Arnold Linigi, speak at 120 million Niki of that 10 million go, but dedicate it to for 191 project. Who they gonna assign it to? Okay, I mean, let's say, I don't know, NTUA may say that, yeah, we want to pick up the project for 191. There's non basic baseball on yay hola ad the donation. I don't see NTUA, which I thought at least 191 smart highway project. Shingy that the donation. Which I thought at least I don't see on the up maintain each idol list the O&M. So again, I think that's what I'm trying to point out, that the IC should be that the dish was the operator, the construction, that's not the case. It's simply saying that the 120, 10 million of it, prioritize it for the 191 Smart Highway, and who they give it to and who they assign it to from the opera office. I mean, that particular company will probably be the operator or the O&M. Shache. Ado hadan peso hatni niniki a kudos it's let delegate so is not that kit. If you go to the legislation at section 9 to a quagged square, it's reference page 20 because on page 20 of the 86-22 legislation niki na din gunna bakagi a kunna ado ke line na din shla kunna e kunna dik at sa ben ni hage e kun bitot so in that section 9 it talks about broadband 120 million based on the niliki e kwage ta or ke honna e a kwage e ke snel 60 million for middle mile, 40 million for last mile. Other 20 million is for IJA, leave from federal peso. Other than that, the matching fund, but near peso banto nest. But us, case in the IJA, a section, again, section 9, other peso, baby, aquador, ni. The hajata is still be intact. All of it is just going to be intact. I mean, whoever the administrator, it says that the opera office, broadband, Nikki, they're the one that's going to be managing it, not me. Nobody else is. The language just specifically says that $10 million of it, just one highway project, based above a language I hope that clarifies where and from what part of the funding is coming from the Ninigi, Kunagi, what Delegate Nez, he really didn't ask a question, but nonetheless, all I'm saying is that Kodosh and Arno Ninigi Kodo Ashini Obi Hanahoni Nande. I mean, but how is it that we really need to move forward in getting the broadband situation across the Navajo Nation? Kodo Mr. Patero Abayaha Zi O Beyego Ben Hitche Nahot Etna Ako Anane Zinzen Yego Nahot or La Ibn Ecuador. Why are we willing to allocate 120 million for broadband? I thought Nanashi. Ado Kodo but he just basically made a comment. Kodosh Paul Begay. Yeah, the Nakashit on in Hayadat. But I'm sure some better husband do Ado Yata Honez and Nikki. Kate A that Och does the was those that you get up big at Tahiti. No, go. What Ashi Ani, what on Hayatio, Yat, what I hot Ashi and Hayat hit only. Shika A, Sato Yad and Lindiki, Bahato, Zeto, and Latin hit the ne. Nikiseta hot, Edo, Peseta hot, a heki, a quacky, shohe, quacky, as a hash, a piece of Papa, Aquator, Ning. So hat ne, to by a quacky. A court, need Oshi Bay, Kate, or Dasn't. She says, what the that she and me or you piece and has up get a whole yago, she to Yago by Yata and Disney. But she take a piece of Ashab a whole yab and a Yago Bahanas to by Yashkito. I'm trying to reason Disney. To Bahanas Hiki, what are a could be his behos and Anostinicky. So a day what I should say, yeah. We can't control how we're being labeled from the public, but I'm sure if they listen closely of our arguments or our reasoning, and our purpose of these amendments, I'm sure they have a better understanding that the old case is zinda, the old kit not what the old kodo, the best on kodo kit na tasta. What are she the negative that is but I'm hoping that they know that I'm trying to speak on their behalf. Where their eyes, where their ears, and where their mouth, and where their the thought. Five chapters, like for me, 5 chapters. But had the shahaki epayash kito papa sas case dopa, but says cosco kodo a lepa yash kito piece of banded dot atlas a bitch hot neatly. To aces zingi la a be at the incest case. I mean, that's the purpose for aid the in his Nishinan. Old things of what new old things of Belan yet lake go navigate in the air late all age. Quag out of Saturn, Hapa Heinzi, the Stotonan hit the Nessa Yakon at the chapter house. Should out all Kate Nin or did all Quag base of hard to see up Kate that dead ink at other what's base of at Nil. Nishan Quag and not and out on Hapa Heinzi. Josh at the dot, Nishan Stotonan. So could actually quite what I want not behind not see to this. I know it was just basically a comment. Quite get to be not the gigi. A whole niche the oak. But yeah, I don't hit that this argot after his job based on Habakata Holiaki from the region that we represent. A variety of it. So there's a there's 20 to 30 different a line item. Housing to Kodoba yesterday on the veterans home that day. So either you could not Bahana seat or the speaker door. Again, like I said, I mean, I just made the moment. All I'm asking is for your support. And then we can move forward. And Arno Flinigi. Not seat or the speaker.
Thank you very much. Kiambige. That colleagues, I have everybody in the queue on the amendment number 2. So let me go ahead and go back to reserve time.
Delegate James here.
Honorable Vince James, good evening. Floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, there's another Speaker Nana, Ado 24th Navajo Nation Council. Kudo, the Bishmas underneath Lenito, Kahasi, though. The Kudo, Bana Oka, Lenigi, Asian dish all. Not Ahmo Lenigi, Kudo, the Bishlichi, Aje, has Aniki, Jai, quite Gibanit, Elko. Accord Ashon the Ben he came to Cato, Naha, the Lato, Ocodon Nilo, but it's okay, so what I need a night dish can't let go. Hala di Codo at Niki, Host to Hahot so hot at King, Highway 191. The now, Kahut, and Niki dot the Hawaniki no Hokat the internet. I thought that need let go. I got out the nanny, Glendo Isla need Ada. I got out nature and a hot echo. Do out, because that need 20 others indeed. Need the napa eat. Nahalchene, Nadots, not away, Nado cheat, but eat. So did out so did then cleco. I got the or your saho at Alban, so now her case. Do nije na hot dan hallo hot an han sa kesen leko. Dit da hashi hon kelo akot au na te ken kel has ande do te kon le ko ta an chen le ko ko hot an hijen da is to dan an that o ha you hot a be tin leko akoko na o kan le ne en hijen di sha hala it an il kotin. The Nepal Chinanit do the yen has arch what arch deals in ko ad adobes kha hajo ya iti kodo bes chi what bra beniki ben he ken do kha ko what hajo ba inits in to ko hajo ba ben si case ko ni hit na ba adi na ko khashta hot do the he hot the nebke ya hot so the kodo bes chi bra ben bit naniki ko nas o da shwait na khalchne yego ba da zol no da ich khai benanish ich indolis da le yat nanish lenigit o huge hat the not chalo be has economics that hida beso at be enigida according to hadot neslo beso la ya na han de dolis the nebke ya hot on lenigi be jako according ban sa case le ako ban si case so benina kodobe ke ni yado be desna na kiko ne ako ashonde ni ka docha ede hot an hijen dish asako ni hit desle dos eda ni ja dos dat eda ko kodoti in the nabiyaje be wait ni lo adi ni dot asa sis not jin so tiltok all sleeds if not tiltol bi gon ke honit indon hi ke yasa ako akot hajo ban hijen dish asako ashonde dot is be ya ni ka dos was no be ken di kan le ko chokot sad lenigi ben hi hasti dole shel ka hasin to shnat lenigi kot sad lenigi hajo ban lenigi be a large ben hi hadis te ko put it dole I'll go ahead and waive the rest of my time. Chanel speaker, thank you.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, with that, colleagues, thank you very much, Honorable James. Let's go ahead and I don't have anybody else in the queue, so let me go back to reserve time. I do have Madam Chair Amber Crotty with 20.
Speaker, put me in the queue, Spicer Smith.
With 54 seconds. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, I'll put you in the queue. Honorable Madam Chair Crotty, 54 seconds. Going twice. Madam Chair Crotty going 3 times. Madam Chair Crotty, I did call on you 3 times and there was no response. That, moving on down, Honorable Daniels, 1 minute and 4 seconds. Oh, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I could not so I don't say I don't take out that I just look at James. I see yeah, not all the next about Mekoto. What if not on it alone never bunch of conflict. I don't know Koto change. Bamfi case or let's go eat out of him, Bamfi case or let's go. Additionally, I could to that Togo eat and a job by in the call. I call the way your 2 hours go a same be 2 hours or 2 hours. Yego and Pazzi got like in my region, could on the rate not on a year and a whole big or echo. As Kobe, then other here on that. It very person, Quake could on the rate. I think the Becha, the meal, Nescoto, out is the Becha on Nescoto, So photo wa dito let's go to I don't know I yield the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Time. Use your time. Just in time. Humble Daniels. That. Moving on down. Vice Chair Smith. Floor is yours. Good evening, Vice Chair.
So, Yate, good evening, Speaker Damon, Item 24 Nomination Council. I don't should say order, amendment Nikedo, Chanel behind Zito, order. Please, hitting there, classy, Yate, good evening, edition. We didn't know about this case, and Chanel grad, I had Sigi, now Kato, Nache, how bended or chattel, the has car nature. So, what about this case, though? Look at 0086, even Nache, ha, ya, Sagi, I see, ne, how she, ha, baseball, under the Oya Yeta. I should ask one minute, Honorable Paul Begay, Ani, with Yeta, call. Nandada no Nigi, code 0086 again. I see painted teacher to Nachaya. I don't hit Ada. Kadeya Bandit, Enigi, a minute at Abita, so Hashana Bahonesna. Ada Bahone. Ash order. Answer that case. Look at the whole picture. Not ego in there, we saw. What done? I'll say, how yelled and bendo on the store. Kilo Dano, a change to it all. I'll say you have Puhagondo, Bishop Chi, that Egido, Ho Wanda. They cut the days in. I don't need some data. My question is, I know you guys were supporting 0087. Kaddish IAC. That's a thought. Kaddish. Are you guys going to vote 0086? Vote green? When it comes to the main motion, honestly, I'd like to see more than 18 votes. So we've got 16 that evening. We need 16. Hey, what down now? And I like the way that the delegates are speaking on their behalf. What did I know? See now, confidence indeed will not slide on it. Can't it? Oh, nasty cut at it, no. And that's my question, Shananda. Okay, last speaker. I don't need to reserve my time.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith. That colleagues. Going back. I don't have anybody in the queue and I don't have anybody else with reserved time. Any other comments or questions on amendment number 2? Going twice.
Ready to vote.
3 times. Let's go to the board on amendment number 2.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Honorable
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
They vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henny votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, share.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Winika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes red via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable
Red.
Raymond Smith. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Speaker, with a vote of 13 in favor, 10 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Speaker,
Thank you, colleagues. With a vote of 13 in favor, 9 opposed, and Speaker not voting, motion carries. On amendment number 2 on legislation 0086-22. That,
Speaker.
colleagues, we are back going to the main motion. And I do have Yazzi's next. Then Honorable Vinicius. Someone said speaker. When you say
This is
you
Delegate Slater. I was wondering if we could motion to recess for the evening to give our staff some rest.
Speaker, put me in the queue.
colleagues, I want to there's one amendment that's passed, 2 amendments that passed today. When did we start the second? When did we start the second amendment? On 5:30? 7:30, 8:30. So this amendment, colleagues, be mindful. The second amendment for the day took 4 hours. There are 4 pending, possibly 5 pending funding amendments and 5 pending non-funding amendments to the legislation. And we do have until tomorrow tomorrow evening to finish this. And then if not, then it would continue on, colleagues. Just be mindful of that. With that, there's a motion to recess by Honorable Slater. Colleagues,
Delegate Yellow has second.
and if we do go past midnight tonight, that's allowable too. Oh, I was supposed to not tell. Staff said don't tell. Oh, see, burn the midnight oil, 3:30 in the morning.
Speaker, question privilege.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater's motion to recess at 8:33 p.m. Second by
Yellow hair.
Honorable Yellow Hair. There's a point of privilege by Honorable Mark Freeland.
Speaker,
ditto for Delegate Daniel So.
Good evening, hello, speaker. Let's say tomorrow we don't complete the potential 10 amendments. Will this legislation still carry on?
Honorable Freeland, that you're asking a question on the process. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to motion to recess, and then I'm going to go to you and
Okay.
recognize you. Chairman Daniel, so I could not hear what you were stating.
Question of privilege?
Question of privilege, Chairman Daniel. So
yes, with the adoption of Honorable Vice Chair Slater's amendment, the per chapter or per delegate allocation changes. Could we get those changes out to the delegates by tomorrow morning?
yeah, each delegate region is up to now what does it say? Move up on your 8 million.
The previous 86 was 742,000 per chapter, and that amounted to 5.6. And then the change now is, in my case, the 8,100,000, I think it was. That's the change I'd like to see in print on a spreadsheet, so that as we proceed, then I can share it with the chapters in the district. Thank you.
Point of privilege, Senior.
$8,802,340. Oh, that if you could have staff start updating that, it'd be really helpful if the FRF office would help us out on that, rather than the speaker's office recreating every single one of those documents. But I'm asking Paulson Chaco if you could do that. Please have your staff help us.
Point of privilege, Senior.
Chairman Hino, good evening. There's a point of privilege. What is your point of privilege?
Speaker Damon Shinantao, 24th Navigation Council. Just one thing I want to point out is that with this amendment that Delegate Kalen Begay put forth does not take away from the amendment that Vice Chair Slater put forth. It remains the same. I think it just takes away from the broadband allocation. And so during Delegate Slater's put forth he did not touch that. So therefore the allocations remain the same as what Delegate Vice Chair Slater had put forth. That's the way I look at it, Speaker Damon.
Yes. Thank you. That's the way we look at it too. That, colleagues, we are in a motion to recess. 8:33, motion by Honorable Slater, second by Honorable Jamila here. That, Honorable Freeland on a motion to recess.
Speaker, in relation to the process?
Yes.
If we don't complete, let's say we don't complete tomorrow, it's a scenario. Does the legislation still remain under old business? Thank you.
Honorable Freeland. Just talking with staff, just making sure that the ducks in a row. The legislation, if this times out tomorrow at midnight and we're still discussing legislation 0087 86-22, the legislation would come back under old business. If this legislation is tabled tomorrow, it will come back as old business. If this legislation, if someone motions to adjourn and council adjourns tomorrow, while we're still debating legislation 0086-22, will this legislation come back as old business?
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, with that, colleagues, again, be mindful that there's possibly 10 amendments still left. And we have one more day. That, colleagues, there's a motion to recess. Honorable Slater, second by Honorable Yellowhair. There's no other comments. Go to board.
Could we do a consent amendments?
If you combine them, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, on the motion to recess, if you do combine them, like stack them on modifications, yes, you're eligible to do that if the motion party accepts that. That, colleagues, go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. I'm sorry, Honorable Elmer Begay votes red via text. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote.
Key Allen votes green. Green. Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable
Delegate
Paul Begay
votes. Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
It was green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jam votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, no,
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable
Delegate
Thomas.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 15 in favor, 7 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, 15 in favor, 7 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries. We're officially adjourned at.
This is Vice Chair Smith. I voted red.
Recess.
Whoa.
We officially recessed at
Speaker, I voted
8:33. 8:33.
Speaker, do the recount. I voted red. They call me green. They were asking Honorable Stewart, and he said green, and they said that I voted green. I didn't. I voted red.
We got you down as voting red.
That's what I heard, Speaker. Thank you.
Well, we'll take a photo and send it to you right now.
Speaker, what time we starting tomorrow?
Green. Red.
What is Honorable Freeland?
All that.
Honorable Freeland?
What time we starting?
Red.
1 o'clock.
I can't hear you. Colleagues,
What
hold
time
on.
what time are we starting tomorrow?
9.
We're starting at 9 a.m.
Okay, good. Thank you. Just want to make sure everyone's awake.
And we're going straight into the session.
Green.
Hey, colleagues, have a good evening.
Hey, Navajo, wait, 6 o'clock in the morning.